heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as they beat back foes. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, pretending and impending it. Crash down. It's dragons descend.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
As we enter week 2 of our 2020 season, we're looking forward to the matches that will be played over in Philadelphia. But our thoughts are also with all of the players as well as fans affected by the match cancellations we've had to make over in China. The league previously announced that we've canceled our matches that were set to take place over in February as well as March in China in order to protect the health as well as the safety of everyone involved. So some of our players competing this weekend in Philly wanted to express their support for the Chinese teams as well as fans.
Ni hao, 我是 Blaze.
Hydration.
I'm the Houston Outlaws, and we're bummed about the current situation in China right now, and sad that we cannot compete.
But we're also looking forward to when the situation changes and the games can return.
We are with you guys, and we are sorry about the situation in China right now, about the coronavirus.
We're thinking about you. Remember to stay safe.
We just wanted to say on behalf of the China homestands, to all the teammates and fans that we have out there in China, we're sorry that we had to cancel the homestands, and we're here for you guys, and we miss you guys, and we are looking forward to playing you guys later in the year.
But hopefully you'll be watching online and keeping up to date with us and recovering. Hopefully you guys stay safe.
I'm really excited to see the teams play when we can, and remember to be safe.
I hope you, your family, your friends be safe, and hopefully we can see you on homestand.
I really hope it's resolved soon, so you guys could see everyone play and have like super, entertaining matches over there.
Stay safe, you and your family.
Health is the most important thing.
Please stay safe.
Jayo.
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 Shayo.
Jayo.
Jayo.
The good news is yesterday the Overwatch League announced a plan to play the cancelled matches. And the matches will be played in week 6 as well as 7 in Seoul, and a few of the makeup matches might be added to the Seoul Dynasty's homestand in week 5. Now, we'll be sharing more information on overwatchleague.com in the future. We hope you guys are joining us and supporting all of the teams, and look forward to bringing you all of that exciting action in the coming weeks. So now, let's start the show.
Make some noise and let the games begin.
This is what happens when we go on the road.
And the crowd are on their feet.
That is good to be back.
This is WatchPoint, presented by State Farm.
Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, is about to turn into a battleground for 4 teams. Welcome to week 2 of the Overwatch League 2020. This is WatchPoint pre-show presented by State Farm. I'm your host, Zoe Schwind, and we got a half stack going on at the desk today. Costa and Reinforce are returning, and we have Hex coming in as a last-minute sub. Thank you so much for joining us.
They try to give me the weekend off, and I'm like, nah.
Nah, you're not having it. You're not having it. I appreciate that, Hex. We can't wait to pick your brain all day long. And we got some great matches coming your way today. Opening weekend had 8 matches in total. And taking a look at the hero usage rate from that weekend, we know that Lucia, Reinhardt, as well as May, they seem to be very popular. Guys, Hex, do you expect this trend to continue?
Yes, definitely. Lucio has a lot of utility. May, we all know what to say about May. There's really no reason to beat that one into the ground. When you can edit the map, it works out really well for you. But what I'm really happy about is we saw almost everybody getting played. No Torb, no Bastion really, a little bit of Roadhog. Soldier 76 made an appearance. Everybody really got to play the game, all the heroes. And I said it last night when I was just hanging out with some of the other Overwatch guys. I'm like, I think the game's actually in the best place it's ever been, meta-wise.
I completely agree. We've seen a lot of different things. Like, we do see the Lucio, the Reinhardt, the May most of the time, but we are seeing a lot of versatility from a lot of teams. We're seeing a bit of Dire from NYXL and the Titans, and on top of that, we're sort of seeing some teams have an identity thing. We have double tanks, we have some people not wanting to play in the McCree, leaning more to the Reaper, so it is very diversified right now. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens today.
If I have one request, it's that teams play a bit more Zarya. But unfortunately,
Did you see her when she got
the hero is not that great.
We just talked about May.
It's not great. It's not that great right now. But I do love watching Zarya, and Graviton Surges are so amazing to watch. So hopefully, she'll get a buff or 2, and then maybe we'll...
I'm sure the teams will cater to you every once in a So let's see if Reinforce will get his wish today. Anyway, we do have a fun day of matches coming your way, as all our 4 teams are set to make their Overwatch League 2020 season debut. The 2018 runner-ups and the hosting team, Philadelphia Fusion, they're going to be taking on the Washington Justice, and kicking things off are the Mayhem versus the Outlaws. So both Florida and Houston have been in the Overwatch League since the inaugural season, as we all know, and they faced off against each other multiple times. The Outlaws are dominating this very series between the two, 5-1. However, I do have to mention that the last time these two teams faced off against each other, which was towards the end of Season 2, Florida actually came out victorious after locking in their new roster, basically. Hex, what are your expectations for the Florida team today?
Well, there's something great about being at the bottom, because you can only go up. Look, they straight up been the worst. They've been the worst team in the league the last 2 years.
For so long.
That. Yeah, Shanghai kind of rebuilt their roster and they came up, but like if you look at consistently bad, it's been Florida. I actually have some decent expectations. I don't think they're going to be in the bottom of the league this year, because I think now with the meta as it is, Saya is still a really good player. I think they've upgraded their support line with, I'm going to say it only once, Gangnam Jin from now on.
You nailed it.
I'm not saying that on broadcast. Yeah.
That was 1 hour of practice prior to the show, ladies and gentlemen.
And, you know, when hero pools maybe come into the mix and someone's forced to play Roadhog a little bit, we saw Gargoyle have one of the best Roadhogs I've ever seen. He's also a good player. I think they've made upgrades across the board under new management. I expect Florida to not be the worst team in the league this year.
Yeah, and I really like those additions to the team. But we have to talk about Gangnam Jin, because he is the standout pickup in my opinion. This guy is absolutely crazy. Picked up from Runaway, of course, and he was a huge carrier for this team on the flex support role. And I get pretty similar vibes, okay? I get pretty similar vibes to Rijay Hong and Twilight with his playmaking ability. His biotic grenades and his sleep dart, they just build up suspense, okay, that you don't really see with other Anas. When you see the enemy team pull out the Dragon Blade, Gangnam Jin has every chance, every opportunity to shut that Dragon Blade down. So I'm really looking forward to see how he performs in the league.
Now, if we're talking about new addition, their opponents today, the Outlaws, also made quite some changes in the off-season. So let's take a look at who they have been adding. A lot of new pieces will come your way. They brought on Coach Harsha. Bleh, that went places. Coach Harsha, yeah, the former GM of the Titans. They also added Tank, Meko, DPS, Hydration, and Blase. We have got the supports, Jackson and Repel, both being added. Costa, which of these signings is standing out the most to you?
I'm a support player. I love to see supports. And
big surprise, wow.
Yeah, I know everyone don't act too surprised. But when we talk about the Houston Outlaws, a lot of us underline the weakness of this team was their support line. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Jexay and Repel come into this roster. Jexay from Solid Dynasty, very solid main support. I think you generally see him play pretty well. And Repel, we didn't see a whole lot of in Vancouver Titans because he's playing under Twilight, but he was very solid when he did come out. So I'm really excited to see how these two players play together. With that said, unfortunately, Raucus is going to be playing the main support, the flex support, instead of.
Unfortunately,
that was really
I wanted to see Repel. Like, I'm excited to see how this support duo can do. We know Raucus is solid, and if it is an anti-meta, that is what he's known for.
I mean, that is just the starting roster, right? So he might be swapped in when they're switching away from Control. We'll see. We'll see what's going to happen. Now, this is only the first match of the day. Coming up next, we're going to have Corey and the Washington Justice take down Carpe and the Philadelphia Fusion. It was supposed to be a graphic. We're doing great. Anyway, let's just talk about it. I guess we're just talking about it. Yeah, there we go.
You get great play from Baby Bay. There's never been a doubt about Baby Bay's mechanics.
Logix is going to single-handedly take the whole of the Washington Justice down.
It's no pressure for Saya player. We've seen him do outrageous things.
This is the era of Soon in the Overwatch League.
Corey! Corey is in the house!
Corey answers back with a 2-for-1 of his own. How did you do it, Corey? You animal.
Corey is just ripping people like shreds. Oh, what?
Corey's been a beast.
Corey! Shot Corey!
He's flexing, bro. He's flexing.
He's a saint! What?
Wow.
Take a bow, Corey!
Corey's like, is that it? It's over? All right.
Yeah, gotta love me a good Corey frag movie. Gotta be real with you. Now, he's coming off a great World Cup performance, helping Team USA take gold. And taking a look at his Stage 4 performance last year, the Roll Star was first in final blows, hero damage, solo kills, you name it. Hex, how will he do this season? Do you think Corey is gonna be the main carry again for this team?
Yeah, I mean, let's get the Corey in the house joke out of the way. I don't know what that show was. Someone always tells me to say it, but I don't really care about the World Cup. We've seen World Cup performances. They're kind of weird teams, but his Stage 4, as you mentioned, was already dominant. But even extrapolating that point out, his all-time numbers, this is everybody in the league, per 10 minutes on Widowmaker, #1 in final blows, per 10 minutes on Widowmaker, #1 in solo kills. You can make an argument, just based on the numbers, that he's the best Widowmaker in the league. And with this league and the Widows we've seen, that's ridiculous. So, given the new meta, given how much Widow we have seen, I think Corey could carry this Justice team pretty far away, really.
Yeah, and they had a great record in Stage 4 as well. They went 6-1, and that's when we saw a lot of May, so I'm looking forward to see how they can perform this year when we're seeing a lot of May play. There's a big question mark, though, and it's on the tank line. Surprise. I'm talking about tanks.
Wow.
They picked up Roar
outside the box.
from the LA Gladiators, and they also picked up Elevote last year, the Swedish of tank. So I'm looking forward to see how they perform this year. I think they have a lot to prove. Roar didn't really perform that well on Reinhardt last year, and Elevote, we haven't really seen him play in the Overwatch League so far. So I think these are two big question marks on this roster. But if both of these players can perform up to par, this suddenly becomes a stacked roster with a lot of upside potential.
Trying to redeem the reputation of Swedish tanks.
Look, man, we're great off that.
Before getting into this argument, guys, the Justice, they are taking on the home team. They have a tough task. That was hard to say. At hand as they face off against the Philadelphia Fusion. However, they do have an all-star lineup with all-star players. Looking at Carpe on McCree, the DPS sharpshooter is 3rd in death, 4th in critical hit accuracy, and 6th in hero damage and final blows all time. Now, Fusion also made a few changes, of course, during the off-season, signing players such as Fury, Ivy, and Alarm, and many more to round out their roster. Costa, what do you think players such as Alarm are bringing to this squad?
Alarm is being a player who's played for Fusion Uni for, I can't even remember how long. It's been forever. They've won so many games. He's just been so good, and now he's finally of age. And I think he's going to be the big factor that's going to come into this team. They have so many great additions, but Alarm just sort of brings that explosive power with him. A lot of analysts and talent think that he's going to be the Rookie of the Year. They have him pegged. I'm expecting big things.
Yeah, and alongside him, you have to talk about Fury as well, because this is an Overwatch League champion. He won with London Spitfire, right, in the inaugural season. So adding Fury to this roster as well, I mean, this roster is looking crisp, okay? Really strong. Fury, one of the best divas all time, okay? When you look at his stats and compare them to other divas in the league, he is up there among the very best. And I know Bren is not on the desk anymore, so I can't really do it justice, talk about how good Fury is, but he is for sure a top 3 diva all time in Overwatch. He's that good, so great addition to the team.
Yeah, we have a lot of great things to look for.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by State Farm. For auto, home or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Rocky roads lie ahead for some of our favorite teams and duos.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by State Farm. For auto, home or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This is WatchPoint Weekly, your exclusive news source for all the juiciest Overwatch League gossip. Now, it's the day after Valentine's, but is love actually in the air, or is that stench of sour grapes? Who knows? Who's teaming up and who's checking their DMs? Hex, why don't you kick us off?
Well, in Philadelphia, we've got Carpe on his team, and then who is he going to duo with? Because Carpe really, I thought he was going to break up with the entire Philadelphia franchise in the offseason. I don't think anyone really had him re-signing, but he comes back. He's obviously one who decides where they go to dinner in that relationship. So are Carpe and EQO going to break up this offseason? I think he just might. You've got other guys coming in here. Ivy looks pretty good. Chips is the guy they tell you not to worry about. And I think he's got some options. As much as I like EQO and his versatility, really it's about Carpe. Who does he want to take to the dance?
Spicy.
Spicy indeed. Well, you know what, Hex? I'm looking at one duo in particular this very Valentine's Day, okay? And I'm Swedish. I am biased.
Really?
But it's time to forget about me and Tvik. It's time to forget about...
We've already said about that, don't worry.
No!
We were long over this one.
Can we just talk about Elevote and Lulsish, okay? It's their day, okay? It's their year, 2020. And this is a story that goes back forever, okay? They grew up together, they were on the same soccer team, and here they are putting in hard work, and now they're fantastic Overwatch League players, okay? Unfortunately, Lulsish is struggling. He hasn't gained his visa, so instead, Elevote has to return to playing with Roar. Now, Roar, he is a pretty good tank, but, you know, there's nothing like playing with your favorite main tank in Lulsish, of course, so we'll have to see how this turns out. Is Lulsish going to get a chance for redemption once he gets his visa and comes to America? We'll have to see, but for now, the duo has broken up, and it's all about Roar and Elevote.
Is Roar just the side thing then? Just like the thing to sort of keep Elevote a little excited?
Just Lulsish is out of the country, different area codes. There's rules about that thing.
Out of sight, out of mind, man. That's just how it goes. That's just how it goes.
Long distance is hard.
It is hard. Now, both really need to be committed to make it work, so let's see.
For me, it obviously has to go Fisher and the Titans. He has a long history of X's in the league. Everyone's always talking about them, so it's really hard to have a new thing. But them, Fisher and the Titans, they're in their honeymoon phase. They got good things going. Everything's looking good. I'm sure Valentine's was awesome. They had a 2-0 weekend. But the question is, can Fisher stay committed? Are they really in love, and will they make it through the entire season? Only time will tell.
Also, that fold-out poster, though.
Yo, how many pages does it go down?
It's just like
close at the bottom.
Well, guys, thank you so much for, keeping us all up to date on the most recent news, made up or otherwise. We don't know.
That was completely factual.
Or not. We never know. We never know. That's how the media works. Anyway, this is it for the WatchPoint Weekly. And coming up next, it's going to be predictions time. We are moments away from kicking off the battle of brotherly love over in Philadelphia. I'm still here joined by our guys on the desk, and it's early in the season. Yes, that's right. So obviously, looking at the standings may be a little bit premature. However, That's it. This camera. That's it. That doesn't mean we can't look at least at some power rankings. Reinforce.
Oh, Johnny.
He came in hot once more with his power rankings. And I gotta say, a few of those picks surprised me a little bit.
Valiant over the Gladiators.
What I like is
Let's
that there's teams in this power ranking list that haven't even played yet.
Yeah.
This is why my opinion on power rankings is they are useless filler content for Twitter, but I guess everything's content.
Look,
right?
man, whatever gets Reddit going.
You're saying that
my motto in life.
Just doing it for the clout.
That's the saddest motto I've ever heard.
I was right about the Valiant. Is that what you're saying? By putting Valiant over Gladiators at 8th, I was right.
Actually, can we
about
discuss
what?
when did you do those power rankings?
This week.
Ah.
Okay, all right.
So you think Valiant looked
Where
better
was
than
Valiant before?
Sorry?
Where was Valiant before?
Well, they were somewhere in the ditch. They were not great at all. But then, actually, they showed some promise. You know, they had a lot of unproven talent on their team. A lot of people promoted from contenders. So, and I think they proved to us that they actually played pretty well. And I'm very excited about Gig.
You had Justice
he was
really low,
replacing
though.
Bumper this year as the most exciting Reinhardt in the league.
I do want to ask though, since we do see the Justice playing today, you had them fairly low in your rankings, and I know they're a team which come in with a lot of hype for various reasons. Why are you not on the same hype train?
Well, I'm not on the hype train because I still want to see the tank lineup perform. I do think that they have a lot of promise in this meta, especially with Corey and Stratus playing the McCree and the May, particularly. So I am looking forward to see how the Washington Justice perform, and if they can get a few wins this weekend, they could easily climb to number 12 or 13.
I would have London a little higher, having watched them pass them over
Like
the
18
weekend,
or?
because I think they have a lot of promise. Like they're young.
Oh
players,
yeah,
they're getting
promise.
together.
Yeah.
They took a map off of New York and didn't look bad against them on legitimate maps that are beyond control. They look good on Kings Row. They had some things together.
They were so bad against Paris.
So bad against Paris.
That's true. I also cast that game, and you're absolutely right. But the day before against New York, yeah, the Paris Kings Row was a complete outlier. So weird. They had 4 kills for like the first 20 minutes. But against New York, they played it really well. I think they're going to be an inconsistent team, but I wouldn't have them at 19 at all. I think there's too much talent on there.
For me, the bottom 10 is really interesting, and after today, we're going to see every team except for Chengdu that's sort of, hovering around that. We're going to see everything, so we're actually going to know where all these teams stand and actually have a better idea of who's better than who, because Mayhem versus Houston Outlaws, that's going to be a good game.
The thing is, though, and I say it again, I already said that last year, actually just last week, not last year.
Time
flies really fast. No, but their first game, like, how much weight can you really put in the very first performance? Even more so if you have a lot of rookies on that team. They're playing in front of a home crowd. They're playing alongside new teammates, etc. Like, is it really just the first kind of pancake thingy where you just have to toss it and ignore that this one ever happened? Why are you giving me this look?
Because I'm not familiar with that analogy.
But it works.
The first pancake you just tossed, I don't know. Maybe I'm not one for breakfast cakes. However, I actually do think this London team probably ends up around 12 or so. I think I could see them getting in play-ins, because I think they were uncomfortable. Look, it's London. A bunch of rookies had to come into New York of all places, and they get booed, and they looked kind of loose. They looked like they could have taken Kings Row. They could have ended up 2 maps against a New York team, which I have top 5.
They're not going to organize. J-Mac. Sorry, bruh.
No, J-Mac got bodied by Mono, but there are bright spots on this squad.
Actually, let's take a look. Let's take a look at our predictions leaderboard. I did announce last
leaderboards.
Friday. Oh God, it's going to be so.
Look at that.
With this one. Yep, that's right. Reinforce currently leading the charge with a 7-1 prediction score. Our guest spot, that's you, Hex. You have to follow up.
Guest. I'm undefeated.
Well, but unfortunately, you are sharing your seat with many of your colleagues. But you can just let them know that you're really disappointed in it.
Oh, I'm going to tank this record for whoever's up next.
Nice.
What the? I don't care. I'm not here every week.
That's not how you do it. That's what I'm doing. I'm taking my record this whole time. So I don't know. Johnny got lucky. Okay, I don't expect it.
Lucky. I didn't predict the Valiant. That's all I did.
He's
I didn't predict the
analysis at best. I'm not expecting good things from Johnny. I want to see what are our predictions coming up, because I think Johnny.
Right now, you know what? You want them, you get them.
Oh yes.
There we go.
I do like how Johnny all show is talking about how great this Swedish tank line is, and then he's like, I have questions about Washington's tank line. Where's the consistency?
All right.
Whoa.
Oh, okay. All right. We all agree that the Philly will walk away with it over the Justice. However, we do see the Mayhem Houston split opinions.
Yeah.
Anyone wants to share?
I like the colors.
Yeah.
Something?
They're pretty colors. So I was like, I like it. I pick me.
I mean, I was very torn, so I just came up with a new method in predicting picks indeed. So I went ahead this week and let the community vote for what my prediction should be, because I was split so evenly. I couldn't decide, so I asked the community, Houston won
come on.
51 to 49%. 51 to 49. And thus, I predict the Houston Outlaws to beat the Florida Mayhem.
That Houston's just stuffing the ballot box. The fact that Florida was even close with like the smaller fan base that they have and less rabid, more sane fan base in Florida.
I'm seeing Costa like theory crafting, sitting down, racking his brain.
Why?
And you just go on Twitter and ask your fans.
You're just asking Reddit at this point, like, hey guys, what do you think? I don't want to do my job. You can't just go with like the general.
Look, I can make the arguments. Okay, we haven't really seen Yaki play the May as much. We saw him play a little bit at Gauntlet, but I wasn't really impressed. So I still think this Florida team has a lot to improve, a lot to prove, rather. And Fate on main tank, is he really going to perform with Reinhardt? He's a great Winston,
In all honesty,
I don't know about the Reinhardt.
I picked Florida because I love Saya, and I think he'll be the best.
And that's it. That's all you need. You just need a little bit of love there from Hex. Now, this is it from WatchPoint pre-show presented by State Farm, and now we're sending it over to the Philadelphia for the opening match between the Florida Mayhem and the Houston Outlaws.
Our heroes can't fly, they fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow, high in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the feedback falls, flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against evil they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, portending and impending. Crash down. It's dragons descend.
It's the city of brotherly love. But there's no love lost between these Atlantic rivals. Phillies tasted greatness, but never reached the top. With 2019 in their rear view, they're ready to make history at home. The sea of young stars looks to slow down the hometown heroes, but Corey and Stratus look to drop the hammer of justice.
This is where it starts to get messy. Cover your eyes if you're squeamish. Oh my gosh, Corey! You are absolutely mad!
And an unexpected upset from 2019 gets a sequel.
I can't believe believe it! The Houston Outlaws remain the most vexing team in the Overwatch League. In the Florida Mayhem, they triumph.
Week 1 kicked off with a bang, but now it's Philly's turn to bring the fireworks. Live from Broad Street, it's the Battle of Brotherly Love.
Philadelphia! What's going on, everyone? It is a pleasure to be back here with the Overwatch League one more time in the city of brotherly love. I'm Golden Boy, and I'll be your host today. And I'm so excited to be here with each and every one of you. Come on, I need this side to make some noise. What's going on? Let's bring it over here now. Come on, you guys gotta beat each other. Let's go. Now, we have some great matches in store for you today, and I know I see a sea of orange and black in front of me. So I know you guys are ready for your matchup, but just hold your horses quite yet, because we have some more games to get to, one in specific. But I know what everyone here is excited to watch. I know who everyone here is excited to watch. You ready to watch your Philadelphia Fusion? That's right, they're gonna be coming up in just a little bit, but first, we have our matchup coming up in a few moments, and to take us through everything, let's give a warm Philadelphia welcome to Uber and Mr. X.
Oh, Golden Boy. You know how to throw it, my friend. Thank you, and glad to have you back.
Yeah.
I mean, who knew that all we had to do to bring Golden Boy out of Overwatch hiatus was come back to Philly? We would have done that in week 1. What a pleasure it is. I'm Mitch Leslie, here with Matt Morello. This is week 2. We're on tour, baby. We've been coast to coast. You stayed on
coast to coast. I've been here the whole time on the East Coast. I took the train straight down.
I'm in love and life. Let's have a look at last week's results, though, ladies and gentlemen, because, of course, it all went down in New York and in Dallas in our opening weekend. And, of course, week 1.
Oh, wait, what? Are you serious? No, what?
Oh, God, unbelievable. Damn, it's good to be back.
What more could you ask for?
And that's just a taste of what went down in New York and Dallas. But here is your schedule as well, your results. It all started with Toronto taking on the Paris Eternal.
Yeah, Toronto looked good in their one match of the weekend in New York. They get a win on early, and then you saw the NYXL. They finished the weekend 2-0. The Shock, they closed it out with a win over Dallas, as Dallas has a rough weekend at their homestand, finishing 0-2.
Bit of a quieter Sunday in week 1, but now let's turn our attention to week 2. Now, we only have the one homestand for this weekend, so everybody's eyes are trained on the matches here at the Met. We're going to kick it off with Florida Mayhem versus the Houston Outlaws. Honestly, there's a bit of rivalry there because it seems like Houston dropped games to Florida when no one expects them to, so I think there's a little bit of pride to be regained for Houston. Then we get along to Washington Justice versus the Philadelphia Fusion. Your first look at the Philly team here in 2020.
Yeah, excited for the Philly matches this weekend, but I think this first match, Florida against Houston, I think it actually is going to be really interesting. Florida, new color scheme. I love it. Definitely better than the yellow and red, I would say.
We're advancing, you know. We're developing now. And
I mean, the color scheme doesn't hide their bad record through the first 2 seasons. I mean, we'll talk about that in a little bit.
Distraction?
Yes, a little bit. But the Outlaws, they make a ton of additions in the offseason. So Blase, Hydration, Jexay, Meko, Repel all get added to this roster. And I think Meko's a big addition, probably the biggest name addition that they bring in, as he is one of the best off-tanks in the league through the first 2 seasons. Maybe not as strong last year than in the first season, the inaugural season of the Overwatch League, but still a fantastic diva player to throw in.
Well, you're a diva player, Matt, and a team has to make a playstyle adjustment across the board. It probably hits you hardest of all. You have to be the most flexible, and obviously New York struggled with the change in pace in 2019 to really reach the top, but this Houston Outlaws roster now has kind of something for everybody, and absolutely any 6 they put forward are going to look solid.
Yeah, but in a meta right now that seems like we could be going towards like Reinhardt with Diva. I think having Meko in there is going to be huge here, and I think Muma's a fantastic Reinhardt as well, main tank, so I think we'll just see Muma's play get better. I think the tank line is going to be very strong for the Outlaws.
Yeah, you definitely have them on their best heroes in that case. But let's have a look across the stage at the Florida Mayhem, a team who's never really achieved those high highs. And look, this is a graph. Look, this is a graph without stage playoffs, by the way. So if we included them, Shanghai would actually be higher. But outside of that, one of the lowest all-time win percentages for any Overwatch League franchise.
Yeah, and I mean, you may remember Shanghai did win a game year 1, so it kind of puts that even more context, that map win percentage. Well, look, a ton of changes here for Florida. Some of these changes happened like in the second half of last year, but we didn't really get to see them pay off as much. But you bring in the 2 players from Contenders, right? Yaki and Gangnam Jin, they're very highly rated players. You also have Fate, who comes over from the Valiant about halfway through the season, but then with some of those other additions, didn't really gel straight away. I think needed some more time to adjust to playing with some new teammates, but really excited for what the Mayhem they've been cooking up all offseason.
Yeah, I mean, first Florida, they dipped into the WGS Armament team from Korea, then into Runaway, and Galgo was one of the players added here as well, who really had to hit the ground running in a big way, though. He came straight on in. You saw him playing Swan initially, then Fate when he came into the team. This is an off-tank that had to play with multiple main tanks across the course of the year, and of course, don't forget that Karayan was also in the mix here. So there was 3 that he's had to play with, and honestly gave a good account of himself in the latest stages of the season.
Yeah, I mean, outside of some Saya player highlights, I mean, this is all the other highlights you're looking at from Florida Mayhem last year. I thought Gargoyle was really strong in the off-tank position, so I think now if you can solidify the main tank and the rest of the players around him, I think his play could get even better.
Yeah, well now, of course, for the first time in 2020, sporting some pretty jazzy new colors, let's welcome to the stage the Florida Mayhem. And now I think it's safe to say this is a roster that gives so much credence and respect to the incredible incubator of talent over in South Korea, over in that contender scene, and they trust them to come in and lead this team into a new era, or so they hope.
Yeah, now we mentioned Fate comes over from the Valiant. Fate's a player a lot of people know in the Overwatch League for a while. He won't be in the starting lineup today, so it'll be Karayan and Gargoyle in terms of the tanks. BQB, he was a very good Sombra last season. We saw him play some other heroes. I think last season got a little bit of a tough run. I don't think anyone on Florida had like a tremendous look throughout the season. I think BQB is definitely more talented than what he showed last year.
Listen, Gargoyle and Karayan have history together, Matt. That's definitely something you're going to want to leverage in a matchup against another, a newer look opponent as well. We did see them on stage last year. They did start to show up towards the end of the season. And I mean, everyone's kind of jealous of Florida because they have 2 different team icons in game right now with the recon. So Houston are actually in lobby showing that off to them. But hey, without further ado, let's bring out their opponents, beloved by many. I said they were the most vexing team in the league last year. Let's see if they can turn around in 2020. It is the Houston Outlaws.
I think Houston just has some fan favorite players on this roster that even their away games, like if they don't play against, like let's say Philly, they'll always be like the most popular team in the venue other than the home team. So see the starting lineup here today: Blase, Hydration, Muma, Meko, Raucus, and Jexay. So don't see Repel, we'll see Raucus here at the start. Probably tells you they're going to play a little bit more Ana, as Raucus is a very strong Ana.
That's right. Well, they got kicked out of Woodlands in Texas, but they're definitely not going to be leaving this arena without some resistance to Houston Outlaws. Muma and Meko. This is... No one really dreamed of this tank combination last year. No one even really thought that, it would be possible to see Meko come across to represent the Outlaws, but now it's happening. We have to start considering and sort of analyzing how these two work together.
You knew that Meko was going to play for the Outlaws, but it just looks weird not seeing him in the NYXL jersey, right? Like, you kind of think he's such a mainstay of that roster, but big move by the Outlaws in the offseason. They want to contend. They added pieces that they feel like can help them get there, so see if it makes it happen.
Expectations have always been high for Houston, and people still seem to forgive them every time they fail to reach them. I feel like a lot of fans have been less charitable towards the Florida Mayhem, but you see here Meko now as well. Highest win percentage with Diva in 2018. Now that's 2 years ago, fam. That's quite a way back. And you do remember the NYXL being a dominant force, then you know this guy has the caliber to perform. It's just how he slots into this roster now.
But I think they have, like, now that you have Blase, Hydration, Linkser, Dante, right? A lot of power in the damage dealers, a lot of flexibility amongst all of those players as well. I think you have a well-rounded team that when we start to get in hero pools and all that brings, I think you have a lot of players who can fit a lot of slots to fill some holes.
Look, and Jexa as well on the Seoul Dynasty, when he first joined, he wanted to be part of the play-calling core, but there were so many veteran players on that team that he looked up to, and there was no way that he was going to come into this sort of structure, which was traditionally, as far as I understood, speaking to the players, styled after, South Korean society and culture as well. Like, obviously, you respect your elders to a great degree. Jexa, though, maybe has an opportunity to do some of that here. I don't know where his English is at, but BQB, I'm sure he's had time to practice since he's been out here. But last year, we saw him play a lot of Sombra, a lot of utility setups, but when he got onto the real damage dealers, he looked good.
Yeah, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, you expected more from him last year, but I think that could be said of just about everybody on the Florida Mayhem, where I think this year, there's really not an excuse for Florida. You've had a lot of time to put this roster together. You brought in some players that you feel really strongly about. Even last year, right? You kind of give them the benefit of the doubt. Hey, you're coming in halfway through the season. Huge adjustment to get into the Overwatch League, and then everything that brings, schedule, getting caught up on how it just operates in general, where you can kind of be like, all right, I'll give them a pass, right? They looked all right towards the later half of the season. They looked competitive, but you didn't really kind of hold the losses against them that harsh. Now we got to see them perform.
But you look across this roster, and in general, the amount of games played in the Overwatch League across the Florida Mayhem is quite low. I mean, Karayan and Gargoyle were additions last season. BQB definitely has the most games, and of course, this is a debut for Yaki and Gangnam Jin. Yeah, Jexa in the driver's seat, working alongside Raucus there as well. It was discussed on the desk. It's like, do we see Repel here? Raucus still going to be a factor, and I mean, this is exciting, seeing Hydration in this roster. He was very mercurial as a DPS player on the Gladiators, playing a lot of those different roles, really just fitting, even playing Orisa on occasion, wherever he had to be. And what's crazy to me is that, he's on a team with Dante, who's also known for having incredibly deep hero pool.
Well, I mean,
you have a lot of looks here.
Blase for Boston even played some Diva last year, right?
Don't remind him of that. He'll sooner forget.
I mean, he's happy he doesn't have to do that anymore. But about it. I mean, now you actually get a great shot of these guys playing the roles they're supposed to play, right? They're damage dealers. It's what they want to play. Now they can actually finally do it. They don't have to, Hydration play like Lucio, I think, one game, right, on Ilios, go way back, and then he's playing off tanks, and he's playing main tanks. So now you can start to see these players, get back into the role that they wanted to play.
I mean, this is really interesting. Look at this roster. Only two of the previous Houston Outlaws players currently sat down there as Moomer and Raucus. So it's a completely new look DPS line. So currently down the stage, ladies and gentlemen, just for your information, we are resolving an IT-related issue. So we're going to head to a short break, and when we return, it's going to go down here between Florida Mayhem and the Houston Outlaws.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
He needs an EMP, but he's holding on to it. Sire player, pressured down. 5 players caught out by that one. A biting grenade on towards Fade. He can't do anything. Fade hacked again. He can't even play the game. Dante position, surrounded by Houston Outlaws. They refuse to go down. Zephyr returning back to the point now. He gets a body grenade and a hack, and everything is coming out. They're giving it everything. The Outlaws, they just wanted more. Zephyr desuited. Chris trying to get back in the spawn. Fade in trouble now. Sire player returns with a rally, but Fade is hacked. He's pushed back. Soundberry even for the Florida Mayhem. Zephyr returns on the Bastion. BQB gets rid of Jake. Rumor trying to stay up and shield Raucus on that backside. He needs the hit. Oh! The Bastion, surely not. This is where it ends. Zephyr back in towards turret mode now. Boink is struggling. Florida Mayhem have brought the house crashing down. It's just Boink. He's trying to hold on. Dante returns with the EMP and Boink gets the sound barrier. It's 2 versus 3 right now, but BQB falls. Dante finds the kill. Boink is down. Zephyr sitting in the back corner. Fade is very low and Jake returns on the Doomfist now. He's got to be out of time, but he's knocked off. I can't believe it. I cannot believe what I've just seen. Yeah, I mean, that's what you may be expecting from a game between these two teams. Last year,
the legendary Zephyr bash
on the last point of the map, a fight that went for, well, quite a while, you know, a couple minutes. And that's what these two teams did last year. They scrapped a lot. It wasn't clean. It was messy. It was desperate.
Scrapped around is a nice way to put it.
Yeah, that is the only nice way I could think of that, to put it, to be honest. So, you know, these two teams have had a whole offseason. I mean, when like, you got some experience as a pro player and as a coach, man, you don't want this. You don't want to have to play in those conditions, right? You want a clean execution.
No, I mean, you don't even, I mean, you win those games, like, yeah, sure, you feel good about it because you ended up winning, but you know you didn't play necessarily great. Like, you know, you're just kind of, I mean, look, I mean, they got to...
You lost to Bastion.
To stall for 2 minutes, you're going bash at the end. Like, it's not a great feeling. I mean, you like to win better than that, where I think every team kind of aspires to do that. But I think if you're Florida at that point, you're just trying to get any win. I mean, anyway, you were going to get a win at that point. You'll take it. But I think both of these teams probably in the offseason looked, obviously, you know, to improve the rosters, which they did. And then also just get a better practice schedule, get everything together, getting ready for the season.
Yeah, no doubt about it. These two teams, of course, just taking a moment on stage to get their peripherals sorted out. It was also a mouse issue there as well. Yeah. So some of the players just trying to work their way in there. What do you expect to see in terms of compositions here, Matt? Over the last couple of weeks, we've seen teams go for a couple of different looks.
I mean, last week in New York, we saw a lot of, you know, Reinhardt, Orisa, Reinhardt, D.Va. I think you saw the D.Va play rate, you know, pretty high in terms of overall hero usage. And then May McCree seemed to be a pretty powerful combination. You combine that with the Lucio, you need speed when you play like some of these slower compositions, right, to, you know, close the gap, engage. So Lucio always been in play, and then you have the Ana in the mix as well.
Sire player got hyped up a bunch on the desk before the game started today. They wanted to see him play the Widowmaker. A lot of our sort of experts thought that would be a big pick here. He doesn't start the series in, which is maybe not a surprise because our first map is Control.
Yeah.
But do you expect him to now just move to the McCree role or keep playing the Widow? Because we did see some Widowmaker last week.
I mean, it all depends. I mean, he's such a standout Widowmaker player. Maybe now he can kind of just focus on playing like a select few heroes that he can really excel at, right? You bring him in as like a Widowmaker specialist. I know you have BQB and Yaku. You expect a lot from both of these players. I know Yaku is one of the big pickups for the Florida Mayhem in the offseason. So maybe Saya player is just kind of reduced to a Widowmaker specialist type of role on this team now.
And this is a generational battle as well, almost. Well, I mean, in terms of Overwatch history between Raucus and Gangnam Jin as well. You know, your flex support players, Raucus having been around since the inception of the league. Gangnam Jin, of course, coming from Runaway over in the South Korean region, just being one of the most hyped up players, I think, to come into the league. And it's no surprise he got snapped up. Here's your map set, ladies and gentlemen, and it is Busan to start us off.
Yeah, and you got a Control, Escort, and then Hybrid this week. So if you remember, we talked a lot about it week 1. Some of these maps will change in terms of map type because we are no longer having a 4 map set. We play all 4 maps. The first to 3 will win a series. So you could not see Assault today, for argument's sake. If both teams were to win like 3-0, you could see it come later in the series. It'll change week to week.
On this map, maybe not as much of a Widowmaker option here for the Florida Mayhem, but we expect to see plenty of May from both sides. Blase was pretty public about the fact that he didn't want to be playing D.Va last year during the end of his tenure with Boston, I believe it was. So a chance to play something different here, a chance for him to show his skills alongside a new look Houston Outlaws outfit. The Pharaoh will be spicy from Yaki. I don't know if that's what we're going to be getting. This is kind of what you expected to see, right? The Brigitte, perhaps?
I mean, we'll see if Raucus decides to play it. I think, you know, the Ana we saw a lot more week 1.
Here we go.
You never know.
Oh yeah, the Brig is back.
So we do see the Brig for both teams. It's actually interesting. So no Lucio for the Florida Mayhem. They'll play the Brigitte instead.
Raucus here just trying to play his corners and make sure they're not flanked. His job is essentially to dissuade any flanking and also try and punish Karayan, who gets walled up. Look at the top side. Yaki actually freezing Moomer up, making it very hard for the Outlaws Reinhardt to follow up on the enemy. And BQB finds a headshot on hydration here, so the May's missing for Houston. This is going to be just a one-wall game now for Florida as they approach the point. And Houston just try and rotate and use their shields as much as they can.
BQB finds a side angle there and is able to get that first pick off. But the Outlaws do control the point. Is Mayhem trying to push their way onto it. That'll be a second kill here for BQB.
Now for Houston, now it's a matter of stalling out as long as you can. Hydration's just about to arrive here on the May, but he backs away as he sees what's happening to the rest of his team. Houston do strike gold on the point first. Florida flip it back real quick, and there's some ultimates on the way.
You know, we haven't seen Brigitte really play in the Overwatch League in a while. So she gets a ton of adjustments. Now has 3 charges on the armor pack. Not as tanky as she felt before. Definitely more of a healer than, you know, kind of like a tank plus a little bit of healing. So that'll be a nano boost at the start here that goes on to Karayan. Is they want to push the pace here, Florida.
Now, Karayan looks like he got caught off early by the wall from hydration, so that's the response. They go for the nano boost to keep the Reinhardt vital.
All right.
BQB knows where they are, at least with Deadeye. It tracks their positions, even if it won't allow them to get any line of sight. There's a wall up. Houston are actually split in half right now as they're trying to approach the point. Blase attempting a Deadeye here. Had to be hastily shielded by Moomer, but Jex has already fallen. Blase pulls the trigger and finds very little. Matt now trying to push through, but the Outlaws are down to half strength.
Yes, this has looked all Florida outside of the beginning as BQB will take out 2. They're going to push them all the way back into the spawn. As now you're walking into a lot of ultimates here. You have the self-destruct, Earth-Shatter, Blizzard combination here for the Florida Mayhem. Is Yaki trying to get to the high ground here and just play up here with his D.Va. This will force Meko to like go up there and try and push them out of the position.
Again, D.Va can't really mitigate any of the freezing from the endothermic blasters, so it's a little bit dangerous to go alone, but there's no other choice. Wall up. Moomer took a lot of damage early in the fight. The rally is going to get the Outlaws healed as they approach, but they need to get to the point. That's the shatter. Karayan goes down. Gargoyle also falls. Yaki's going to have to go for the Blizzard now, and Hydration's trying to work him from around the fringes, but Blase falls to 1 as well. It's a late Blizzard, but nobody from the Mayhem is standing in it.
And the Blizzard is big from Yaki there. He connects with 4 players. They all get frozen. Him and BQB able to put down enough damage to be able to take them out. So now we still have this self-destruct from Gargoyle. Clear out the point, potentially the nano boost for the Reinhardt. Keep Karayan alive if he gets split off.
2 walls up. The Outlaws at least able to get out of position. See Raucus trying to push Gargoyle to the side. Self-destruct over. Nothing for Meko on his first bomb with the Outlaws. And now all the shields are gone. Raucus and Moomer are down. And at 99% on the clock, the Outlaws are in complete disarray. Currently, there's no way Blase can really get to the point. And Karayan fells him with a fire strike. The self-destruct almost just for effect there as Gargoyle remixed himself. Now Jexa on the point. Meko now going to be desuited. No chance to get that one back here. And the Outlaws only really a token resistance in the stall.
And that is about as one-sided of a point as you will see. It goes 18-1 and kills in favor of the Florida Mayhem. So Yaki was getting a much better usage of the May walls, you know, being able to split players off. Time after time, you kind of saw Muma and Meko like on their own, like they're trying to, you know, get everybody stabilized, the Outlaws, but you have like both your tanks at half health. You're not able to heal them up. That's where the benefit of like having the Ana with the Brigitte there. I mean, you have the big healing from the Ana as opposed to running like Brigitte Lucio. So we'll see if any changes come through for the compositions for the Outlaws, at least here at the start. Looks like none. Possibly just a TP here from BQB to push them on forward and then to switch back to McCree.
Houston only got 1 kill last round to the 18 of the Florida Mayhem. It was only hydration.
The Widowmaker here for BQB, so some longer sightlines. Potentially put it to use. It'll be very difficult though, like if the Outlaws like just kind of play well around the shields and just kind of don't give him the line of sight to make big plays.
Now remember, those shields not as durable as they used to be. Only 1600 health on those. Karayan trying to keep his barrier up as much as he can, and BQB, this is where he's looking for a pick. When the fight starts to break down, he gets a glancing blow on Blase, but Blase fires back and finds himself 2 more. The Outlaws try and collapse here on Yaki, and job done. They'll be able to pick him up, and now there's not much BQB can do. He has to back away.
You know, BQB puts down some good damage here at the start, but it was just Meko just zoning him out time after time. Like every time he would get an angle to try and get a pick off on the point, Meko would just fly at him with Defense Matrix. He would have to grapple away, which gives them a huge advantage, the Outlaws, on the point when playing this McCree. Interested to see how long the Mayhem stay on this Widowmaker.
Well, they keep it for the infra site at the very least, and I can see Blase lingering over on that right-hand side of the map. Blase won't be able to do that in secret, and the timing there was just fortuitous for BQB, who've got a headshot on Muma. This forces Muma to keep his barrier up for longer, prevents him from going aggressive. Buys time for the Mayhem now to get to the point. Here's the rally from Raucus, the knockdown there, Muma, and he's slept. Everyone's leveraging CC against the right heart of the Outlaws, and Meko tries to dive the backline, but gets very little. Bardic grenade stunned up. It had to be the Salmara to keep him inside of his mech, but it's worked well so far. Chris is down. Jarjin and Karayan's removed by the micro rockets. Yaki's trying to cut through the remainder of the Outlaws. On the point, he's found another one. Now might have to back away. Hydration got the jump on him when it comes to freezing, but Yake ice blocks. Hydration. It's a standoff between these two Mays here right now. From the backside is Gargoyle. Self-destructive, he needs it, but BQB, this is where he can thrive late in the fight. But that Widow really needs to do more to pay off.
Yeah, I mean, once they start to get some kills, Florida, then the Widowmaker can become effective because you have to have Meko on the point there. In that instance, it's another good Blizzard from Yaki, right? It's like a 3v3 scenario at the time. It's a good Blizzard that flips the point in Florida's favor, but the Outlaws with a Blizzard of their own, a Deadeye as well.
And they're not going to waste any time.
Big biotic grenade.
It's sizable indeed. Especially Hydration, not being able to heal that up. Muma now also needs to be tended to by Jexa. 28-65, the Outlaws get an early lead in the Florida Mayhem.
The infra site here just buys you time, right? They're not going to push directly into this. They're going to wait for the walls to run out. Another good May wall.
Deny from Blase, denied by BQB. Like CQB as Jexa tries to run him down. Hydration has the Blizzard out already, but needs to make sure it's not eaten up by Gargoyle. Timing is very important here. The Mayhem still managed to stay together, even though they've traversed across a lot at this point. Let's see if they can block off this self-destruct. Chris has his own shield, he's fine. Tries to shield bash Muma. The enemy Ryan had his shield up. This isn't 2018. Chris just sitting back. Has a couple of repair packs, needs to be able to see who he's going to distribute those to. Look at that, Muma didn't want to get frozen. He tries to charge away immediately. Now he's making around the wall.
Beautiful from Yaki.
Just hold him up. The Mayhem have been in control from 0 to 72.
And the angles that BQB is taking, you can see on your screen here from the steps, it's so much space for Meko to close, and then the grapple is still up for BQB, so he can reposition, and then you essentially lose Meko for, you know, 5-10 seconds, which is the difference in a fight.
Meko very low here, and it's going to be the play. Muma tries to go for the shadow, gets nothing, then is stunned himself. Charges straight into the pillar, but Raucus is at least caught in the Blizzard. He is taken down. The 2-for-2 trade though now as Karayan holds on to the Nano, goes for the shadow, does knock Meko to the ground, and that'll get him out of his Diva mech. But Gangnam Jin late in the fight is able to get shots from the backline, and Florida look comfortable. They look confident. They look ready to rumble, and they are going to go into overtime here with just Muma trying to drop onto the point. Pile drive there is just going to get completely blocked, and even the adaptive shield is hardly going to keep him up. Taken down now as Gangnam Jin will not be bothered too much. Hydration's Doomfist, we were hoping to see it under some more sunny conditions, but it's not to be, and Meko can't touch the point. He's flailed away. Map 1, handily tied up by the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, maybe it's not just some new colors for Florida. Maybe it's actually a brand new look, as they were very strong here against the Houston Outlaws in Map 1.
Pleased with this one. Houston now back to the drawing board at least. Coordination didn't quite seem to be there, but again, it is control. We get a different map type and another opportunity for them to get on the board. Just a moment.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Oh, let's go. Who's going to be joining us for the Houston Outlaws home match weekend, February 28th and 29th? And we go have like Jonah, Xavier is going to be there, all the Outlaws. Atlanta are also going to be showing up, so check that one out live. Visit HOU.GG/Outlaws tickets to get your tickets. Proto, more Texas homestands. Let's go.
Yeah, Texas will be a ton of fun. I actually don't even think I've been to Houston. I assume Houston's fun. Yeah, I've been to Dallas and Austin. Both of those are all right, so I'll give Houston some credit there. I'm sure they're fine as well.
Yeah, I've not been there yet either, but I know the fans are surely going to be ready to receive and make some noise. I mean, hopefully they're making some noise right now because they need to maybe be getting the message across here that the Outlaws not gelling so well straight out of the gates here, especially in that first round on Busan.
Yeah, I mean, it was not good for the Outlaws there in map number 1. I mean, to put it politely, I mean, you saw Yaki get a lot of nice Maywalls splitting off the Outlaws from each other. I think having the Ana in play for Florida was really big in terms of just like constant biotic grenades, just stalling out the push from Houston, and then obviously not having a ton of healing with the Lucio and the Brigitte. It was difficult to heal all of that up before you went into the point. So I think it was a really good composition from Florida at the start. Looking to see changes on Houston's side.
And there's a reason why Gangnam Jim was so hyped up coming into this lead. In fact, it is that runaway duo that are causing a lot of damage early on. Keeping on that kill feed late in the fight, you'll start to see the Ana really do work. And Saya player comes in for BQB. It starts to make you think, all right, is it now that we see the Widowmaker play?
Yeah, I mean, with the next map coming in, it'll be Havana. There's a lot of good Widowmaker sightlines on Havana, so maybe you see him play the Widowmaker. We know he can play other hit scans like McCree, so I think you probably feel more confident. Like we saw BQB play the Widowmaker, but if you're going to have somebody play Widowmaker for an extended period of time, or it's a crucial part of your strategy, you may as well put Saya player in.
I like the counter pick though, you know, against the team with the McCree, provided the shields aren't in your way, you can really punish McCree at those longer ranges. Saya player is, in my opinion, one of the most impressive counter snipers, or, you know, sort of anti-widows in the league. It's a really roundabout way of putting it, but yeah,
he's one of the best Widowmakers against other Widowmakers.
Yes, and I mean, we got a good example of why that's important when we saw Toronto versus Paris on Havana as well.
Yeah.
But Logic stepped up at the second part of their attacking, you know, half on that map and started to really, you know, push his team across the line. That Widowmaker presence so important. This map especially, very long sight lines, especially in that last stage of the map.
I think as well, you know, if you look at the Outlaws team, Outlaws don't make any subs. The Widowmaker player that you would think of for the Outlaws traditionally is a Linkser. Not in the lineup here for map number 2, so if they want to match it in the Widowmaker, who plays it? It probably is Blase. We haven't seen Hydration play like any Widowmaker thus far, really, throughout his Overwatch League career. Blase plays the hit scan, so you figure probably would be Blase who picks it up.
Blase, there was a player, you know, I feel like he's been around for so long, but we really haven't seen much of him or much variety in terms of his picks. When we saw him play a lot of Brigitte and then a lot of Diva. This guy's a DPS player.
Look, yeah, I mean,
he's always been a DPS player.
I think maybe towards the later half of the year, you got to see what like damage dealers were actually supposed to be doing, right? You know, they were really kind of thinking they were coming into the league playing a ton of Zarya, playing a ton of Brigitte. So I really don't think you got to see their potential towards later in the season. And even then, they weren't playing those heroes for so long that I don't even really think you saw their potential there. So I think now that everybody's had an off season, I know a full long period of time now with Roll Lock, with 2-2-2 in play, I think you're definitely going to see better performances from the damage dealers as time goes on.
As a chronic Carpe apologist, I also say the same excuse about him. You know, I had to watch him play Zarya all last year, and his stonks sort of dropped. But don't worry, looks like the road is clear to come back. Raucus seems to have actually somehow injured himself. Not seriously, just to be clear, but enough to elicit some giggles from the rest of his cohort and to delay the start of the match very slightly.
It's one thing with the Outlaws, like they always look like they have just a fun vibe on stage. Like even run a loss, they definitely are a team that can kind of keep the confidence high, keep the.
Oh, I need healing.
So yeah, it seems like we're getting the paper towels out here.
Oh, the Knights really are out.
Our first. Oh, I think he'll be fine. Looks like you just got to wipe his hands a little bit. I think he's good.
Raucus trying to eat a steak dinner in between maps. Had to eat fast, cut himself.
Excuse me, yeah.
These things happen. He is he's quite a foodie. Raucus is very much into his food. If you check out his Instagram, you probably see a little bit of those escapades there.
He's like, nice job. You've cleaned up. You're ready to go.
Meanwhile, Sire Player had plenty of time to sit down and get himself accustomed to the setup. If you watch this guy, if you've never seen Sire Player before, just be wary if you have motion sickness. He makes very fast corrections to his aim and has very high sensitivity, so it can be hard to follow.
I was going to say, if you've never seen Sire Player before, clearly you haven't been paying attention to the 2 highlight packages we played of Sire Player.
That is true.
You've already seen it. Havana's
but now
up
you
next.
see him in action. Is that what you say to everyone who hasn't watched Apex?
No.
It's going to be Havana for map number 2. Enough blood is spilled on this stage. Now in game is where the rest of it's going to go.
Hey, look, Korean Contenders is on late at night for me, buddy. I'm old. I got to get to sleep early. 9 o'clock's my bedtime.
Matt, I see you go for coffee at 9 p.m. You can't give me that.
That's the downside of living in the same building, I guess. You always know my whereabouts.
All right, here we go. The Florida Mayhem will be on the attack. So this Houston Outlaws composition is what we will see from them on defense. So they go for the McCree again. And look, and there are more vertical sightlines for a Widowmaker on attack here that, you know, definitely should cause the Outlaws some concern. They need to protect Blase and Hydration if there is an Ashe.
I want to see the Ashe. I mean,
no way.
Yeah, you kind of think that Widowmaker is just a better version, so you may as well just play the Widowmaker. So if you're Houston, you got to get really close to this cart and deny space, because if you can give Sire Player a little bit of space, he's going to find an angle.
Yaki comes out on the mate. He was on Doomfist briefly, but it was just a tease. Okay, so 2 players from the Outlaws are actually zoning Sire Player on the right side. Neko has used most of his defense matrix to keep Sire Player from drawing blood, and yet he's already chunked Muma down to half. He's taken strips off Blase. 3 haircuts, anyone?
And you hit a biotic grenade on a Muma, so it just kind of causes a little bit of panic here.
He's in trouble.
He's getting very low.
Karayan, though, keeps his shield up. He got a little bit low himself, but there it is. Eventually, the dominoes start to fall. With Muma and Jexa down, the rest of the Outlaws are essentially dead to rights. They just try and stall for as long as they can. And they have struggled, honestly, Matt, to find eliminations in this series so far.
I think the difference, though, has been Yaki with a fantastic Mei walls, but I also think it's the Ana biotic grenades, right? Playing the Ana against a composition with the Lucio and the Brig, which Brig still has the Inspire passive, and then still has the armor packs, right? But if everyone's biotic grenade, I mean, look at these Mei walls that come in. The Outlaws always have to use their Mei wall pretty much defensively to just try and keep their players alive.
Look at how low Meko is, and that's purely because he's trying to keep tabs on Sire Player.
And look at this space. How are you dealing with the Widowmaker up there?
Oh, man. A double Bionade and that payload at least isn't moving for the time being, but the Outlaws have essentially split themselves a little here. Boom is out of position or has been forced there. Either way, it's not good news for the main tank of the Outlaws. Karayan now gets a lazy swing to deal with Hydration. Houston really need to put it together.
And Meko goes to push out Saya Player during that, because Saya Player has walls.
Yep.
And it's a 2v1. It's Saya Player and Gangnam Jin against Meko. They're able to kill him easily. And then on the cart, you still have your Diva in play and your Mei. You have a really good staying power, even with the Brigitte in that situation, because they have to play on the cart, the Outlaws. As they'll actually come out of the spawn and rally, try and get a defense here.
Yaki doesn't wall straight away. He saves it so he can throw the Blizzard down and then remove the wall. Still the Outlaws unaffected by it. Jackson gets into the back line and he gets rid of Saya Player. That's the job for this Lucio man. With Yaki being removed now, there's not a lot of bite to match the bark of the Florida Mayhem. The self-destruct over the top. Shatter is going to secure the kill for Hydration as he couldn't get back behind Muma's shield. Blase sits here now. Gargoyle descends and covers most of that damage with the defense matrix. Karayan drops to a self-destruct.
Oh, and you may have been able to push that if you didn't lose the main tank there, as now as the players come out to spawn for Florida Mayhem on some different heroes, just trying to get back towards the cart. But you had your main tank up, you're coming back on a Doomfist McCree, you have some open space, maybe you're able to make something happen. Naki will go to Mei, so you get off of the Widowmaker now, you're going to play McCree here for the Florida Mayhem.
Saya Player v Blase. A little bit tougher, I guess, for Widow to get safe, uncontested sightlines. Looks like Meko's doing his job, forcing Saya off that pick. Now only 1 minute. The Mayhem have to find something here, but it's going to be a sound barrier to start the fight. Jaxer is in there like swimwear. Boomer has a nice off angle, but he holds the Earth Shatter for the time being. Meko a little low, though. Hydration also feeling the heat right now.
And this is going to be Florida's best chance. They're going to rally. They have a nano boost, and they're most likely going to get a Deadeye out of this.
Gargoyle wanted to play for the high ground, forced to drop down. Here's the rally from the Outlaws. Deadeye from Saya Player. The wall protects them for the most part, but Muma needs to be careful on that shield. Saya's ultimate doesn't get anything. Muma has no shield right now. He has to play safe. He has to go for the shatter. It works. Yaki and Gargoyle are knocked to the ground, and now the Outlaws kicking into high gear. Karayan gets a nano boost. Blase trying to duel Saya Player on the right-hand side, but thinks better of it. Thinks a bit more about keeping the rest of his team standing up. 7 seconds left in the round, and time is short. Rockus has found 2 kills, and Karayan is stunned up by the flashbang, quickly taken down before Gargoyle could do anything about it. Now in overtime, it's just drips and drabs. Yaki has to try and keep this going, but in a 1v5, it's gonna be tough. Only seconds to go, and the Outlaws, that's a much better looking defense. They looked in disarray early on in that round, but all of a sudden, the Mayhem only had 1 fight left.
You know, it's a slight adjustment that the Outlaws made towards the end of control. Jexay was doing a nice job pushing out the Widowmaker on the Lucio. It's a strong defense there for the Outlaws. Not even a point A take for Florida. See if the Outlaws can even up the series after this.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
And the echoes of the battle that went down at the Wells Fargo Center, the grand finals last year, still ringing through the streets of Philadelphia. And we're back here, now in one of the most iconic buildings in the city. We're here at the Met. All done up recently, looking real nice. Built in 1908. Kind of crazy, Matt. Such a long-standing venue, now hosting an esports competition like this.
Probably didn't expect that when they built the venue.
Probably. No, they probably didn't think that, yeah, when they built this, would be used for this purpose, but...
They weren't big-brained enough at the time, right?
Insufficient wrinkling.
Yeah. So, the Outlaws, they probably won't switch on the... They probably won't play the Torb here on offense. I guess time to switch. Side player, though, going to be playing that Widowmaker on defense. That's why they substitute him in to play Widowmaker. The Outlaws do a nice job adjusting a little bit, right? It wasn't working when Mecco was going at him alone. Jexay just pressuring out the Widowmaker. On the Lucio, just using speed, closing the gap, then getting towards him. Much more effective. Saya player takes Raucous' head off at the start of the game, so have a little bit of a wait here for him to get back to the Outlaws before things start.
Bear in mind, the Outlaws don't even have to get to the first checkpoint on this map. Florida were prevented from even doing that. That's why that first half was so short. They don't have a long way to go, but they need to respect Saya player. Once you start to give him the opportunity, he will break a game wide open. Again, Mecco is trying to deal with him one-to-one. He just got worked in the neutral there. Even the poison mine being used to get rid of the Diva.
But his team is winning the fight on the cart. I mean, that's really all that matters. As long as Mecco just gets in Saya's face and doesn't allow him to just get those like cheat-free kills at range that you can't fight back against, you don't feel bad about giving up the mech, right? So the Outlaws get the cart rolling. They'll push up a little bit. Saya play does get some good damage, right? Getting close to walls, but all that damage is just pumping it into Mecco, right? So once Mecco gets his mech back, you'll probably see the same situation yet again. This actually is a better sightline for Blase, like in close quarters. Like you actually have a chance to contest that Widowmaker.
It puts him a bit more towards McCree's ideal range than Widow's.
You're waiting for a mech here before you get aggressive. For
there's
Houston.
no point.
Yeah.
Push cart, there's been no contest yet from Florida. I mean, Florida have to stay here for 2.5 minutes. It's just an eternity in Overwatch terms. Here's a dead-eye from Blase. Not from the high ground. He dropped down. Doesn't find anything with it, though. The shielding was there for the Mayhem, and Yaki's close to a Blizzard. This could put the cap on this fight awfully fast. 2 minutes, 20 remaining. McCry's already taken down. He gets burst by the Outlaws. The 1-for-1 is there. Mecco is down, which means Saya player has a bit of freedom to work, but there are ice walls and Reinhardt shields in the way, and he needs to find those picks on the Widow. Chris steps up, Raucous is down, shield protecting him from the Earth Shatter, and then the mutual charge. Not ideal for Muma. He was CC'd for much of that fight. And the Outlaws look so close to victory there, Matt.
And they thought that the Shatter from Muma was going to be the thing that pushes them over the line, because they end up taking a Karai, and there's no Rhyme shield there. It gets blocked. I believe it's by Yaki's ice wall there from his May. It's been perfect, really.
Early Blizzard from Yaki in that fight was important, for sure.
But still, I mean, you have 1 minute and 38 seconds to, you know, what, go 6 meters here for the Outlaws, so you still feel pretty good about their chances.
Perhaps the Outlaws would like to bait the Mayhem to drop to the low ground and subject themselves to the freezing cold of Hydration's Blizzard. Karayan will trade a little bit passively, but there's a wall behind him there. No charge, it's eaten. Gargoyle shuts down the Blizzard from Hydration, and that's what Houston was supposed to use to finish the map. Now, that's off the table. Hydration's in trouble. Saya played with a very tight angle with that May wall in play, and it looked like Mecco didn't actually know where Saya was, or he had to back away. Either way, the Widowmaker for Florida is sitting pretty in the back.
Now you're down to 1 minute. They're going to let Mecco exist here in the middle of the street.
Just exist.
Yeah. Man, and this is a pretty, I mean, for like a Diva stall here, there's not a spot where like Mecco can reset and like jump out of the map or jump off the map. So lucky he's not just still alive, just kind of dancing around. You will have sound barrier here. Sound barrier going to go into Blizzard though, potentially Shatter. You can buy time with walls, so this will be the infra sight here that comes from Saya players.
That's so annoying. The Outlaws, this is their fight. This is where they have to win it, and now they're revealed.
And we're going to get this down to the wire here, and you're going to have the Nano Boost Blizzard Shatter combo for Florida. probably a rally during this, as you look like really good to get a hold.
You asked for scrappy, ladies and gentlemen. You're in Philly after all. You're about to get it. Blase goes down. The Outlaws are missing an offensive option here, and it'll be a long time before he's back in the fight. Maybe they try and stall, play it safe, get the McCree in the mix. They're not going to be given a chance, though. Yaki's trying to push forward with the Blizzard now, and it's a high fly and self-destruct that finds nothing. Karayan had the shield to block it off, and Raucus goes down before he could get the sound barrier from Jexa. The Outlaws now pouring through their ultimate options, but they're running out of players. Blase returns to the fight. The Deadeye now gets to be used. Karayan's shield is taken down. It's a mutual charge between the Reinhardts, and Muma has to backstep a little bit. His shatter goes straight into the shield of Karayan. He's felled by the fire strike. Overtime getting low. Meko tries to step up, and he's knocked to the ground as well. Raucus flailing desperately in both senses of the word, with the Mayhem hold off just where it looked like the Outlaws were home free.
What a defense from Florida. The Outlaws as well. I mean, they had a great defense, but their side player on the Widowmaker just opening up that last fight with that to Blase. The infrasight gives him a huge advantage.
Absolutely. Shatter's being blocked as well. Karayan looking really, really good on the Reinhardt against Moomer in the head-to-head. We're heading to half-time now. The Mayhem up 2-0.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now. Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
We're 2 maps in, and Florida is currently rolling. The Houston Outlaws, they're up 2-0 at the break. Hello and welcome back in our Overwatch League studios here in Los Angeles. It's time for a game break, presented by, of course, we all love it, She's It Grooves.
Is it?
Hey.
And if you missed the WATCHPOINT pre-show, I'm still joined by Higgs as well as Costa and Reinforce. Let's dive straight into the action, talk about that first map. Specifically, I think we have to highlight orbital positions. Yeah, it's tough, it's rough, and we didn't really find answers. Why are the Houston Outlaws rolling with that Lucio brick? Go.
I can't give it to you.
Oh.
Like, Lucio Brig, the problem that I see with this comp is that you are so one-dimensional. You have to run at them. Because Brig doesn't really heal other than her armor packs, she has to hit something. So you need to be aggressive so that you can output the healing. My question is, why are they doing it when Raucus is very good at Ana? It's probably his best character. It is the meta. Why are they trying to reinvent the wheel?
It limits the Houston Outlaws so much because Florida Mayhem just now gets to dictate the pace of the game. And it's all up to Florida Mayhem to really just run the game, use ultimates their way, take the fights they want to take. Because Houston Outlaws, they're so one-dimensional in perhaps like running over the Florida Mayhem or just taking point control. And so Florida Mayhem, they can just play around that. And you saw what happened. Florida Mayhem, they just took the fights they wanted. They let Saya player and BQB do their thing. And my God, I am disappointed because I thought we'd see some great Overwatch, but this is just tragic.
You guys think this is a clear case of, look, guys, we practiced this very composition. Now we're just going to stick it out until the end of time?
Change
is this happening?
Change it up, right? Because then you have Saya player and he's swapping onto the Widow. And Florida Mayhem, they're clearly just out-countering Houston Outlaws.
You seem to think Overwatch is a game about adjustments.
It's just
don't be ridiculous, Johnny. Come on, let's calm down.
No, because you're with me.
I know, but
both of us were livid. We were livid in the green room because we didn't get it, and it was so hard to watch.
They're veteran players. They should know better, and they have the adaptability. Please, Houston, I beg of you, do it.
If we can just roll.
We can look at the second map first. Or is that what you wanted?
Yes, I wanted to see this because this is
just for you,
the
Johnny.
prime example of Saya player just taking an off angle, and Houston Outlaws, they're just standing on the cart. They're not doing anything. They're just getting poked down, and Saya player with the Widowmaker is outranging the McCree, and he gets the off angle. And Houston Outlaws, they're not allowed to do anything with their composition because they're not running over Florida Mayhem. So this is just so frustrating.
But
I'm sorry.
To give Houston at least half a thumb up, if that's a thing, it's probably not, but we're making it a thing. They did fully hold them, at least. I mean, is that a glimmer of hope for you, Hex?
Nope.
Okay, well, moving on.
Hey, my thing
I'm
is
trying, guys, I'm trying.
Hey, I'm trying to move us along here. I got nothing to elaborate on that. Nope, it's not.
The issue becomes is like, I think that was on Florida. That was a mistake by Florida. They played super slow. They played straight into Houston's hand. They didn't adapt themselves. Like, you know exactly how Houston's going to try and play. On their attack, I think they only got 3 or 4 actual fights. In 4 minutes, you should get more fights than that, especially on a map like Havana.
Well, you know, guys, what time it is?
Crunch time.
That's exactly right. It is time for Crunch Time presented by Cheesy Grooves. So, who crunched the hardest in this very map?
I think you have to give this one to Gargoyle. He had an incredible May. This was the moment that the Houston hopes and dreams split apart, so they had the full hold. They're walking up with the Mail. They have the advantage. All they have to do is get it down. To Florida's credit, they know because they're playing the Widowmaker that Houston has to go fast. The longer the fight goes on, the more chances side player has of just killing someone. So they try and force the May out. Big props to Gargoyle for eating it, and that's the moment the map ended.
Yeah, you have to give some credit to Florida Mayhem because they really understood their win condition in this match. And I thought that Karyan and Gargoyle, they did a great job. Ping-ponging is a term we use in Overwatch when the main tank and the off tank, they take turns contesting the objective so they can stay alive and they don't get pressured down at once. Florida Mayhem, they did a perfect job of doing that. They let Karyan take a lot of damage, and then Gargoyle came in, he ate the Blizzard, and then he throws up the self-destruct, which creates more space for Florida Mayhem and Saya players. So credit to Florida Mayhem because they played really well.
Okay, so now since you are a beacon of hope and positivity, I want to put you in a driver's seat here. If you were on that Houston Outlaws coaching staff, what's your advice going into the second half?
Yeah, I'll just add this to my resume too, and it goes kind of like what you guys said with the compositions, but I just have very simple coaching advice for Houston. Go! Just go fight, please! You have the Lucio, you have this. The fights that they won on Busan's second point were, hey, let's run them over. Now you've got space for your McCree, but just watching them sit around, mill about, and even take an extra like 3 seconds when everyone's there and everyone's ready. So, very simple coaching advice. Go, for the love of God, go.
I think it's solid. I like it's concise. It's very easy to follow. I don't think there's much work around there. So thanks so much, Hex. And Outlaws, you know, just listen to Hex. It's as simple as that. Let's see how that goes. And for now, we're heading back to Philadelphia for the second half. And then we'll be right back after the match for some Watch Point reset. See you then.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Looking beautiful out here in Philadelphia the last couple of days, but that chill wind has definitely been cutting out on the streets. In here, though, in the hallowed halls of the Met, it's been heating up, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, I wish the Florida Mayhem would have brought some of the Florida weather with them when they decided to come here to Philly, but they look
brutal.
Yeah, I mean, they look tremendous in the first half of the series, up 2-0 here. Potential to close it out in our next map, and I just want to see some signs of life for the Outlaws. Like, I thought, like, the beginning of the control, they win that first fight. They don't win much of anything after that. Good, strong defense on Havana, but you gotta win that map on offense, right? You gotta come back and take it, and they end up not being able to even get the first. I mean, you didn't even have to get the first point. You had to get a little bit less than the first point. They're not able to do that.
It feels like definitely a couple of things went wrong when it came time for those pivotal ultimates to break open team fights. Blase has a dead eye, immediately gets his head taken off in that second to last fight. And then you realize the Outlaws have to go into overtime before he even returns. Let's talk about the team comp we've seen a little bit here, because for the Outlaws, they almost seem like they're trying to recreate GOATs.
I mean, yeah,
they got this Lucio Brig composition.
Yeah, I think when we saw GOATs as a composition in the Overwatch League, just in Overwatch in general, I think it opened up a lot of people's eyes in terms of trying to build comps around sustainability. And I think that's what you're trying to see teams almost recreate here, right? You have May, who's pretty tanky for a damage dealer. You're having Brig come back in the mix, right? The Reinhardt, the Diva. You don't have like a Zen, let's say, because you can't play the Zen, so you play somebody like McCree, you can put down some damage, but you're seeing the effects still of just how dominant that comp was in the overall game. Still have its effect with teams trying to create compositions that can be extremely sustainable and hold points.
It's a race to find the safest composition to play and master it first. We'll keep an eye on that as the season goes, and I'm sure our experts back in LA will be covering it, but we have a substitution with BQB coming back in for Sire player, who, you know, he gets a well-deserved break. Maybe he's in the ice bath already, Matt.
And we talked, well, I talked about it a little bit, but how does a Sire player fit into this roster? Potentially, like, as a Widowmaker specialist. Bring him in when you want to play the Widowmaker. You can also, you know, in a meta like this, you can switch over to McCree. So you bring BQB in for a little bit more flexibility. You can still play a Widowmaker, just not at the same level.
Yaki's going to play your May day and night. He's just going to dominate on that hero. Eichenwald is going to be our third and potentially final map of this series. Now, if you're an Outlaws fan, you're hoping that they can stretch this series out a bit more. I mean, it doesn't feel great coming up here and sort of getting rolled over on Havana like that. A chance here to stay alive in this series, and we'll see that Lucio Brigitte set up from the Florida Mayhem as well, although Gangnam Jin, he looks so deadly on the Ana, and the desk back in LA said they wanted to see Raucus's Ana as well, which was something he was famous for. Maybe not today, though. Houston are locked into this comp.
Yeah, I think Houston really values the speed of the Lucio to close the gap, where Florida, they don't really need that as much as they want to play with the Ana. So figure out what's going on, as we do have a little bit of an issue. Looks like Chris has one of our techs behind him pointing at the screen. Usually means something wrong.
Yeah, he couldn't lock Brigitte for some reason.
It's like, hey, for whatever reason, I'm Brigitte right now.
So we'll see what the word is as soon as we find out what's going down there on stage. We'll be able to relay it to you. But yeah, so we are actually seeing the Mayhem want to play much more of that Ana. Okay, they're going for that Ana Brigitte comp, which wasn't really one we saw tons of last year.
Well, they know that the Outlaws with the Lucio are going to use the speed to try and push in, use the Maywall, split players off. They haven't been able to do that to Florida as well as they like. Florida has actually had the really good Maywalls to split them off, and then plus the Ana Biotic Grenade, the Nano Boost to keep the Reinhardt alive if he does get split off. They've been able to be much more like a defensive team here in Florida, where they want to allow the push to come in, get good value with the biotic grenades as Houston runs at them.
Don't you think, though, that the Mayhem would want some speed if they're trying to engage or trying to get past these chokes? Like, why are they, like, is it worth getting rid of that Lucio?
I mean, you know you have a huge healing advantage when you have the on-end play. If they want to play the Lucio and the Brigitte, they have to be kind of clumped up together with Inspire and then also Lucio's healing aura. Most likely you're not even going to sit on healing aura that much. It's going to be a lot of speed. So you're relying on a lot of the, healing with the armor packs, but then also the Inspire from the Brigitte. And if you can just negate the healing from 1 or 2 players, especially in an AoE type of scenario, that they have to play around those heroes with the AoE healing, you can deny pretty much anything with that Ana.
And this man on your screen probably pretty jealous of Gangnam Jin right now. Would like to show some of that signature Ana play over the years.
I mean, it's not like it's unavailable to. You can play it.
You can definitely lock it in. It's not disabled in lobby. It may as well be though, as far as his coaching staff are concerned, because he has been pretty much stuck on that pick so far today. But his Zenyatta as well. Raucus, quite the aggressive Zen at times. I think we loved a lot of his Ana play, the sleep darts and that stuff. And it's more of a throwback to last year and before. The Outlaws really trying to drill down this specific composition.
Yes, I think as we get from this week into next week, this week we only have the one homestand, right, with 4 games. But I think you're going to see the meta start to solidify a little bit. And then once we get into hero pools, it's going to get all flipped on its head, right? I think each week is just going to create its own little meta, its own adventure.
Yeah, so to keep you guys updated, it's just a cable being replaced at the moment, I believe, on Chris's PC. It's just a monitor cable, so should be sorted out fairly soon. Blase, we've obviously seen him play McCree quite a lot of the time. I don't think, there's been anything hugely impactful there. I think he's struggled to find decent lines of sight.
I don't think he's been bad on the McCree. I think it's just the May walls and then the biotic grenades from Florida has really kind of thrown a lot of what Houston wants to do out the window. Houston probably gets the positioning they want. 2 players get biotic grenaded. They have to kind of back up, then they're split off, they can't get together, and also you get split off, there's no way they can heal like the Outlaws unless you kind of get the line of sight with the Brigitte with the armor pack. That's not a ton, right? So it puts them in a very difficult position.
Man, you got to hand to the Florida Mayhem, right? Changing their colors to runaway colors just to attract runaway players to their team. Kind of like that, kind of clever.
It's a way cooler colorway. I mean, I kind of want a Florida jersey. It looks pretty sweet, but we should be getting right back into game here shortly. Looks like the Outlaws on defense, they won't be running anything too special with what they have locked in. Pretty much same thing they've been running. The McCree May, the Rhine Diva.
All right, we're going to go to a break while we get a monitor replaced. Don't go too far. The action will continue.
Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the feet back foes. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair,
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Muma's making a name for himself as potentially one of the best Western main tanks in the game.
Oh, you're a god! You're a god! Big chungus mode for Muma. This is so good.
Come on!
Muma looking very, very comfortable on that Winston roll when they're playing dive and when he gets to flank. Like this is where he excels at.
Good shatter from Muma. He can just charge back in.
Oh,
Oh no, didn't see that coming.
Come on!
Giannis had the look on with dismay and he realized that his teammate was about to get crushed to a pulp. Oh yeah, that was a great highlight there. You gotta respect a bloke who knows what he needs to do. Yeah, I mean, as you heard our voices over many of those highlights, Muma is delighted as ever since he's set foot on the stage. And I think we heard, in Bren's words, top Western main tank. I think that is a very easy concession to make.
Yeah, I think Muma's been an impact player the first 2 years in the Overwatch League. I fully expect him to be very strong this year as well. The first 2 maps, not ideal for the Outlaws.
No.
They find themselves down 2-0. Like I said, we were going to be close to getting in a game. I was mistaken. We have to have a monitor, seems like replaced on the stage. So Tech's working on that right now.
I mean, yeah, but on the note of Muma, of course, when it really counted, we often saw his Winston step up. He played a bunch of wrecking ball towards the end of last year, and a really important part of the Outlaws actually picking up some of those big wins. I mean, remember, their game against the San Francisco Shock. I mean, that's why we were so surprised they lost to Florida at the end of last year, because they just come off a win against the would-be 2019 Overwatch League champions. So the Outlaws have had these flashes of glory. They've not been able to chain it together, and they're looking for that. With this new roster and this man still at the helm, a franchise main tank for Houston.
Well, what you probably thought for the Outlaws in the offseason was if we surround Muma, with some more damage dealers who have some more flexibility in their hero pools, and then also, bring in some additions to the support core, and then also find a real partner in terms of flex tank, right? Whether you had Cool Matt and Spree on the roster, you still have Spree, but find somebody like Meko, who's like a top tier diva player in the Overwatch League that you could make a run at it. Right now, just with this first 2 maps, doesn't look great, but I mean, still a very long season ahead.
He does have the highest Earth Shatter efficiency in the league, which obviously is closely related to how many people you can hit with that Earth Shatter out of the possible 6, and it takes that rate. So I'm pretty sure I heard reports from seismologists that the San Andreas fault is now twice as wide after him spending 2 years in LA at the Blizzard Arena, so no shock there. Shatters for days.
This is Florida trying to ice themselves, right? Ice the kicker, so to speak.
They're trying to ice their Brigitte player.
We've been way too good this far. Let's all calm down, lose all momentum.
I mean, Yaki's been icing the Outlaws the whole series so far, bro, so got to spread it around a little bit.
Allow Houston to just stumble on back in.
Yeah, some more discussion there. We'll see if that issue is resolved soon enough. Florida, if you're just joining us, 2 maps to 0 in this series, and we play first to 3 here. So if you watched a bunch last year, you would have seen us go to 4 maps in every one of those series. Now that may not be necessary, which is tough for teams that tend to sort of get swept in these series, Matt. They play one less map.
Yeah, every map still does matter because you lose the maps.
But now they really matter.
Yeah, now they actually matter. Is in the past, we just kind of lied to you a little bit. Is we gotta believe there's a wave that's starting directly above me in the upper balcony. I can't see if it's continuing all the way across, but it looks like it's oh no, we were gaining momentum here towards the end, so we got the wave going here on the second floor. Our floor, nobody wants to do the wave over here, but
we got the chillers up here.
Yeah,
these are actually the 5-head, the Apex watchers. They're analyzing, they're writing notebooks, man.
I think the VIP in the bar on this floor, so everybody's using the pause time to get rehydrated.
I think some discussion going on in all chat here for the Outlaws as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's all good fun. Can't see all chat in Overwatch League games. I know you're devastated about that.
I'm extremely devastated. I mean, it definitely doesn't impact me at all.
I vote to have all chat on for the talent takedown if we have that again.
Oh, yeah. Well, why would you want that on? I don't think you've ever won a talent takedown.
No, it wouldn't be because I'm going to win, because of what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I believe that's what you said.
The way I've succeeded in life is by what I've said, not the games I've played. That way, doesn't matter who wins on screen, you're still getting paid.
That's a pretty good technique.
Yeah.
It just seems like it's a lot of propaganda, and you're not really doing anything. You're just telling people you're doing stuff.
Yeah. What's wrong with that? Isn't that what everybody on social media does? Rise and grind, baby. Get that bread. Yeah. Okay, bro. Yeah, cool.
Rise and grind. It's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Just
won't be seeing me rise and grind. I don't wake up till 12. As we finally get back into the game. Philadelphia has no allegiance to Houston or Florida. They just want to see more gameplay.
They want to see blood, man. They want to see blood.
Finally get back in.
Okay, again, Yaki on that May assignment. And look at this, Florida. Oh, wow, they don't need a Lucio to get past this choke. The Outlaws just let them in. Houston just want to group up before they try and push it with a speed boost now. Nice little wall from Yaki to try and prevent all of Houston from getting the jump on them. And the sleep dart on Muma is what lets them get away. Now the Outlaws have kind of lost the impetus, and that speed boost won't be available.
I mean, it's what I was talking about before, right? A wall comes in, the speed boost comes in, then Florida reacts because they're a little bit more reactive as a competition as they get a kill on a Blase here early. The nano boost on a Karian as he goes over the top. But then they use their own May wall, Florida, and then they use the biotic grenade now with a nano boost to break open the point.
The Outlaws are having none of it. They are backing away immediately. They do have Jexa alive, so there is potential that the Lucio could taxi someone back to the point, but yeah, they're going to have a crack at trying to stall this out a little longer. Okay, you don't want that, because now they're going to stagger. Not only have they lost the point, and the Mayhem are spawning closer, but that goes back to spawn.
Because now it doesn't even really give them a great chance to be able to defend here at the gate. Florida, they can push on forward. We'll see what Houston decides to do. Looks like they're trying to back up. Maybe you can taxi Meko back, but...
Because he spawns all the way at the back of the map now.
The payload start to move through the game, through the doors. Big fire strike there connected on the Muma, and then also a 3-player biotic grenade. So got to use some of those armor pack charges to heal up. And the pause.
Well, there you have it. Whilst the Outlaws are in midair, Florida see them coming and think, maybe we need some time to
what's better
deliberate
than a
on this
Maywall? A pause. Let's just, instead of just pausing their push, let's just pause the whole game. Why not?
So we did expect that there was potential as the game restarted. There may be a reason to stop it again, as I think they're trying to tweak things with Chris's monitor.
No, looks like potentially Karian now. So looks like maybe somebody else on Florida. Florida just bringing so much heat that they've overheated themselves.
Yeah, essentially. Karian, I mean, dishing out too many fire strikes. He's fried his graphics card. It's all over. No, he's just got a couple of texts with him now, and they are trying to make sure his audio is working properly. And then he can be heard by his teammates. Does he have the jiggly leg thing going on? Is that why the screen's shaking so much? Maybe.
Yeah, not sure. It's right now, I mean, this is a tough spot to be in for the Outlaws, right? Because they're just about to drop down and like have a big push come through, and then it just kind of like once we get out of this, it's going to be chaos because there's just players just ready to just battle on the cart.
Yeah, I mean, Houston are essentially in midair. I mean, a bit annoying for them as they're trying to make the play. The game gets paused out, but not a whole lot you can do about it. Because obviously, if you just joined us, some of what we saw in our first couple of maps, Florida Mayhem, that first round on Busan was very much one-sided.
I mean, both rounds on Busan were pretty heavy in favor of Florida. Round 1 definitely more in favor of Florida. See all the shatters going down here.
A lot of people falling over.
Yep.
And that's what Overwatch is, I guess, at its core. Cartoon characters chasing each other, making each other fall over. We need a hero that throws down a banana peel, perhaps.
Makes people fall over.
Yes.
Then we went into point number 2, and the Outlaws, they do get control here first, and it takes a while for the Florida Mayhem to break it open using the Widowmaker. But really, it is all Florida, map number 1. Map number 2 is the one that Houston let get away, as Houston puts together a really strong defense. They don't even let Florida get that first point. But then Houston, they answer back with not even that much progress. They barely kind of lose that map. They get very close, within 6 meters of winning the map, but that puts us at a 2-0 lead for the Florida Mayhem.
Now, Houston really trying to play within the confines of those shields, otherwise Sire play would punish them. Didn't quite work out. We're going to take a short pause, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to head over to our friends in Los Angeles to break down what we've seen so far.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Hello and welcome back, Surprise Desk, everyone. It is Zoe, and I'm still joined by the crew. Hex, Costa, as well as Reinforced. Lots of pauses going on. Hex wanted to make a joke. Go.
Oh, you can't say
that. Loves it up.
Whoa. No,
it's
not even a joke. This is dead serious. I
Okay.
think they're just giving the Houston fans time to find that last bit of hope. That very tiny bit that's at the bottom of their
still
shoe.
reverse
The
sweep.
soul. Okay.
Everything's possible in the world of Overwatch.
Before they have to just give it up.
Have you given up on Outlaws yet?
I didn't pick the Outlaws to begin
Okay,
with.
you never actually were on board.
Have you given
However,
up on
this
the
young man over
Outlaws
there.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know why. Well, look, okay, like I don't know why I had faith in the Houston Outlaws, but then again, they're playing against the Florida Mayhem, which was the second all-time worst winning.
That was one.
Yeah, but you know, historically speaking, it's hard because that brand, that tag sticks to them.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about what we saw, though, because I think one of the big talking points for Florida Mayhem has time and time again been players such as Saya Player. We didn't see him up in the roster in the first map. BQB, how did you guys feel he actually did?
I was really impressed. I was one of those people that when I saw the starting rosters and Sire Player wasn't on, I'm like, I feel like this is the meta that Sire Player is going to play. Like McCree, Widow, that seems to be a lot of what's being played these days. But then we saw BQB, so I was like a little questionable about if he's going to perform, but he's been great. He's just doing everything that they need from him. You saw him sub in Sire Player on Havana. He obviously popped off on Widow, so I'm actually liking the DPS lineup of this.
Yeah, I agree with you. They popped off for sure, but I also think that Houston Outlaws is playing into the hands of BQB and Sire Player. So both BQB and Sire Player, they have the room to actually perform and pop off because Houston Outlaws aren't pressuring them as much. So when you look at Spawn here, I mean, Sire Player, he's just taking these off angles and just shooting down the Houston Outlaws one by one. Meko is really the only player that can really contest Sire Player. But over time, I mean, Sire Player is going to win that duel. So I think that side player and BQB, they look great, but also Houston Outlaws is doing a poor job at shutting them down.
Yeah, you had a great call too, even when Meko kind of suicides in there. He did buy a lot of space for his team, and sometimes that's a meme of like, oh, I created space, but no.
Been there.
He did completely distract the Widow from the other side, open up space, and you saw Houston actually had a good push off of it.
Yeah, and we saw a side player getting such crucial pickups towards the end in the fights there to actually allow them to get that map, win that map, get that point. What do we see from the DPS players so far from the Houston Outlaws? Are Hydration and Blase, are they living up to expectations, or are you guys a little bit disappointed looking at you here?
No, look at Costa.
I'm looking at you.
We will look at me.
Okay, all right.
Look at me. I'm the captain now. The thing about, we were looking at the stats of Hydration to Yaki on the May after the first 2 maps. It wasn't even close. Hydration is getting massively outplayed in terms of just raw damage, players frozen, just across the board. So as much as it is hard when your team is losing, I want to see Hydration step up because he is the crux of this sort of meta. He needs good walls. He needs to support Muma. All that kind of stuff needs to come together for them to win.
Nice toss there with the pen. 10 out of 10.
I think Houston Outlaws, and we mentioned this before, I think they just need to be a bit more decisive because that goes with playing the Brig and the Lucio and the May and the Reinhardt. You want to be aggressive and push forward, right? But they've just taken their time and been so slow. And I think when you're a May player, you need to be decisive on those May walls and really capitalize on it. So it's not really helping a Hydration stats that Houston Outlaws are playing so disorganized and pretty poorly. And that goes for Muma as well. We know Muma is a main tank that's capable of doing a lot of plays. He's great at hitting charges and earth shatters, and he's usually pretty aggressive. But this time around, he dies a lot, and he's hesitating a lot, and not really getting the space to shine on the Reinhardt. So I think Houston Outlaws as a team, I think they are struggling because they're indecisive.
Well, let's hope they can change it up on Eichenwalde. Map number 3 is still pending. So we're heading back to Philadelphia. Matt and Mr. X, that's actually both the same person. So let's go with Mitch and Mr. X taking it over in Philadelphia with either the game or more interesting anecdotes from the two of them.
Things still firing up here in Philadelphia. And the crowd still keeping it loud in this pause break. A lot of energy, and you're gonna need more of it over the next couple of days here, especially once the Fusion take to the stage. Currently, we're in a bit of a pause here. Map 3 in this series between the Florida Mayhem and the Houston Outlaws. Eichenwalde is the map, and we're in the first half. Florida Mayhem are on the attacking side.
But I see a countdown under the pause.
Now the game's going to unpause and Houston going to drop down. This is going to jump straight into the action, so get ready. Yeah, fire strike immediately on Yaki. Karayan hits the wall and Muma finds the charge. Houston had so much time to figure out what they were going to do after they dropped on down, but there's still a fight to be had here. Raucus pushing in, finally getting to flex his muscles on this Brig a little bit more, but his shield's busted.
Hey,
Neko follows up.
Instead of trying to sort out the tech with their team, Houston figured out where everybody was and they come back.
You know what they did?
hits a big shatter.
They paused the game. They walked across the stage. They looked at where the Florida Mayhem players were standing, and then they divvied out responsibilities to each player. Here's who you have to go after. Easy.
And they grabbed the snack and then came back.
Yep. Yaki has a blizzard.
For the Outlaws on D with their own blizzard.
Deadeye from Blase, immediate wall and a back away. Nice response. I mean, you're trading a May wall for an ultimate. It's probably worthwhile, especially when you get picked like that. What? Blase goes down. BQB was on the flank. He got onto the ramparts, and now he's starting to deal with Meko. If Meko can't push him off, then no one can in this situation. Double Blizzard goes down. Both Mays using those ultimates here. Gangnam getting rid of Muma, though. Even without the Reinhardt, the Outlaws are still pushing on, though. Jexy got a good late sound barrier in that fight. Now just trying to keep hydration alive, but even his boosted healing couldn't do it. Back onto the payload, attempt to boot, but Raucus is low. He didn't go for the rally. And now it's just going to be stalled from the last vestigial members of the Outlaws. Keep this going. Get Gangnam will be a huge bonus, and they do. Jexa chases Diana down.
Yeah, but you're going to have the May and the McCree come back here. For Florida, Deadeye just displaces some people off of the point. Then you're going to have a self-destruct from Meko that just gets his mech back. So Florida, in the end, will keep the payload moving here. The high ground now, the Outlaws are going to try and jump down and get on this with the rally.
And Meko trying to keep tabs on the rest of the Mayhem. They went through the castle. They tried to gang up on hydration, but a quick ice block keeps the Brazilian national alive. Meko from the high ground, but it's Raucus taken down by Gargoyle, self-destruct, but on the high ground is Blase. He's looking for a bit of action now, but immediately Gargoyle sniffs him out. Great response time from Florida's Diva. And Blase didn't have the sightlines that he was hoping for.
And I was shocked at the beginning of the previous fight, how they were able to get that early pick-off. Because all that they did for the Florida Mayhem is they ran Chris and BQB up to the high ground, and the Outlaws had control of it, and they're just able to get one solid pick-off. But you see this positioning that BQB is. He's going to try and get this high ground.
Blase, Deadeye. Meko busy dealing with BQB, and there's an ice wall thrown in the way. Shadow comes down there, and that was Muma attempting to connect. May have caught Karayan briefly, but it didn't look like it. The Outlaws now have a Blizzard, though, cycling through those ultimates. Can they stop BQB, though? It has to be an ice wall. BQB, he's trying to see Raucus.
Be a big Blizzard, though. I mean, they got everybody packed in this corner.
Yeah. Sound barrier as well. Here comes that Blizzard. Hydration trying to get out of it, but he can't. Muma's also frozen stiff. Ice block for hydration, and his own Blizzard keeps him alive. Blase's able to back around a corner, but a shatter came in, and it was blocked. Great wall from hydration to keep Blase alive, and now they're putting all their eggs in the cowboy basket, trusting Blase with this nano boost. Nice little glancing hit onto the payload there, but doesn't seem like Yaki's too bothered. Blase, can he hide from this one? Yes, but it still trades out. One bomb each. Now Muma, oh man, he could have got behind the payload and broken line of sight, man, but he just got picked off.
Yeah, but I don't think you're going to be able to push it straight away here for Florida. Karayan actually got frozen up there, which ends up taking him out to that self-destruct. Raucus makes the change from the Brigitte over to the Ana, so it's the hero we've wanted to see him on all day. We'll see if this makes the difference. They'll still commit to this Lucio.
Blase is at the front of the pack here. Jexa speed boosting the Outlaws in. They want to control this high ground. There might be a sneaky payload push happening on the bridge right now. The Mayhem have a couple players on it, so the Outlaws need to quickly transition here. They've gotten BQB and Chris. The Mayhem willfully split their team up to try and sneak the payload in. It doesn't work.
I mean, look, they get cart progress, but I mean, there was no way they were going to sneak that one all the way through. I mean, a ton of area still to cover. Now, Jexa will switch over to the Brigittes. They're going to go with a mirror matchup. So this is what I've been looking forward to see the whole series. Like, have the Outlaws finally switch off of the Brigitte-Lucio composition, play with the Ana. Now you have the high ground, right? You have the advantage in terms of landing these biotic grenades.
Again, Houston have looked good defensively. Let's see if they can close the half out with only one checkpoint given to Florida. Deadeye for Blase as he drops down. This will buy a bit of time. Florida inside the castle. They want to go to the bridge. Raucus might have a pretty huge biotic grenade opportunity here if he knows how to play it. But Blase and Jexa have gone down. This has gone completely wrong. The Houston Outlaws were trying to play together. They got pincered essentially by the Florida Mayhem, and now Muma has to make something happen with this nano boost, but there's a Blizzard there. That's two frozen. Hydration was inside his ice block and couldn't contribute to the fight.
Oh, come on.
Florida roll over the top.
Houston had the advantage there. And it's Gargoyle who touches, and they have 3 players on the cart for Houston. And he just is able to take out Blase, and he doesn't even like get deep for it. He ends himself. Oh man, what?
Matt is beside himself.
That was not good. And, I mean, do you have an advantage, an opportunity to get a hold here, like with how like this series has been? You had the opportunity there for Houston. 2-player biotic grenade on both your tanks, so you're gonna have to heal this up before you can engage.
Look at Muma's shield. It's out already, and he was low. I think he was hoping to try and charge to follow up with the self-destruct, but there was no chance that you can get close there. Hydration, trying to be patient, using that shield of Muma's. He has a Blizzard ready to roll.
Rally here as well for the Florida Mayhem. We'll see if they decide to invest this to just try and push the payload on through. They actually are hiding Chris, so he doesn't get caught potentially in this Blizzard.
Or actually, maybe he was trying to shepherd BQB through for a bit of flank. Now they have a crossfire set up. I think Hydration's going to have to pull the trigger pretty darn soon. Karayan frozen up. There's the Blizzard right at his feet. There's no way he's getting away. Muma countercharges to keep Karayan inside the Blizzard. They're trying to catch him. The Nano Boost comes in though. Muma's gone down. Houston's plan was to try and get the enemy Reinhardt frozen up, but it doesn't work out. Florida saw straight through it, and now BQB has the safest sightline he could ask for. Rolling forward now, the Deadeye on the payload, waiting for someone to challenge it. It was Muma trying on the wrecking ball to keep this going. Hydration drops on in a little bit of extra shield, tries to get a rocket punch on the way out now, and Raucus on the Muma in the back right corner, trying to make some healing happen with this Moira, but again, he's just switching towards the end of the round. Yana wasn't enough, Moira unlikely to do much more. Muma knocked to the ground there, and that was sharp from BQB to finish.
That's a map completion for the Florida Mayhem. In a spot where it looked like the Outlaws were going to get a hold before they took checkpoint B. Florida able to break through that. Then they combo the ultimates to complete the map. It puts Houston in a very difficult spot, as now Houston will have to complete the map and go into OT for an opportunity to extend this series.
And then attacking push on Havana really ground to a halt for Houston. They need to overcome the jitters here and make a big attack and keep themselves alive in this series.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the feedback falls. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, feelings are heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, pretending and impending. Crash down. It's dragons descend.
We love ourselves a self-aware game developer in this household, and the Brigitte skin, I mean, what a great way to immortalize one of the most ridiculous periods of competitive Overwatch history.
I mean, I'll get it. I'll switch to the Brigitte goat skin. If my team maybe
you would never
out of the... No,
you won't even queue as support. I don't want having this conversation.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm lying.
But you
I'm going to get
it.
the skin. I'm just never going to use it because I'm never going to play Brig.
If you're not a selfish player and you do play support sometimes, you might better pick that up for yourself. 200 tokens if you still got them. Spend them out there. I got that one straight away.
Yeah, or if you're like me and you want to wait 9 minutes to get a queue potentially, you know, because I'm so high on the DPS charts, you know.
Yeah,
you know
yeah. Yep.
Then you
are high.
But if I do wait, then I don't get to play Brig. So
I
I'm in a good spot.
just queue up for Ana Paintball in the meantime. That's the bonus. Go into game browser, find some stuff. But here we are in this series, and we've seen plenty of Brig. It's been a bit of a resurgence for Brigitte, because the last time we really saw her feature heavily was during that GOATS meta. And as we discussed, it does seem like teams are trying to get her back into play. I think the stun is pretty important for picking off enemy Mays before they can ice block. That's something that teams are looking to try and use as well. The earlier you can get rid of Mei, the much happier your team is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, Mei is just a nuisance, right? The ice wall to split the teams off, you know, the freeze and the slow, it's just a deterrent to try and push on through. Really good damage with her secondary fire with the icicles, right? A self-heal. Mei has a lot of tools that make her very difficult to deal with.
So, Matt, Houston are on the attack here, and they look very good on defense until they let the Mayhem finish the map. They gave them about half the map pretty comfortably.
And now we get an extended look at Raucus on the Ana. So this is what we want to see. The pre-game, Mei wall there from Yaki, trying to split players off. But Cryon will drop first.
Yaki trying to play from the side here. Blase has to back away quickly. Got given a repair pack, though. The Mayhem are trying to make up for this lack of players here by buying a bit of time, but now they're split. Look at them, literally in 4 different directions the Mayhem are trying to play from. Karayan has just returned. There may be a chance for a touch here over the top by Gargoyle. It's going to have to be quick, though. With BQB going down, yep, it has to be Gargoyle and Karayan here, immediately charged by Muma. Very aggressive play, and that might have actually worked against the Outlaws. Gangnam Jin and Karayan doing work. Gangnam Jin getting a lot of healing back onto his Reinhardt now, but Gargoyle was hit by Raucus' Biotic Grenade and goes down. Yaki close to a Blizzard. He could turn the fight around if he gets his ultimate off.
But the rally here from the Outlaws, plus they have a nano boost and things get a little bit crazy. They should be able to hold on. It's just Yaki on the point here. He puts up a wall, gets in an ice block, but he should be dealt with quickly after this. Split second as the Outlaws will take the point with a really fast time, 5 minutes plus on the clock.
A little close for them. I mean, back when it was Yaki, Karayan and Gangnam Jin, there was an opportunity to turn that fight around, but Gargoyle got picked off and Karayan charged aggressively and got frozen.
I think the thing with Florida there is they would have had to make a crazy comeback in that fight because they're not going to invest ultimates there because they'd rather have them here to play far forward, right? So you get the Outlaws to invest a few ultimates, now you feel like you have a good chance on defense here for the Mayhem.
A lot of walls on the payload itself. BQB trying to wait them out, but Deadeye's duration just isn't enough to cover it. Look at this flanking angle. Look how he's being escorted by Chris as well. BQB always has his personal heal bot, and that's the headshot on Jexa. Hydration frozen. Makes a pretty looking statue. Unfortunately, it's awfully vulnerable.
Yeah, they do get a D-mech here, though, so Gargoyle's going to have to earn this D.Va mech back for this next fight. I believe it's with the self-destructive Meko. He's not able to break the line of sight. So you won't have a D.Va mech potentially for the start of the fight. So you'll have a Shatter Nano Boost. Raucus gets really low.
He may not have it for the fight.
Stay alive. Yeah, Gargoyle probably won't.
If you see a minute D.Va here as Houston, do you just go forward now?
Not anymore.
Wow.
The BQB from the high ground will take out Hydration. That's a huge loss. Big Shatter as well.
3-player Shatter from Muma. Is the follow-up going to be there, though? Blase had to back away. He just had the defense matrix of Gargoyle stuffed up his nose, and he couldn't make any shots. And that's frustrating for Muma. It is hard to find those big shatters when there's Mei walls and Reinhardt shields to navigate. You hit a big one, 3 players, and none of your team are really in position to do anything about it. Blase was 5 HP. He wasn't going to run forwards.
I mean, both Ryans getting pretty good usage out of their shatters here. 7 stuns for Kryan and 6 for Muma. So just seems like the Mayhem have been able to capitalize on those shatters a little bit better as they've gotten kills off of half of those stuns.
This is just ridiculous, bro. Well, shout out to the old green wall there as that comes up and blocks the Deadeye. 5 players got hit by that body grenade from Gangnam Jin by the way, and Jexa, not a chance to respond. BQB hits him with the flash and a 1-2 punch before he could respond.
Gangnam Jin up on the high ground. He connects in that biotic grenade, like 4 players. Then Meko goes up to try and deal with him and gets slept. Crazy play there from Florida Mayhem's new addition.
I mean, they look
on the Ana.
I don't know, man. The impact of Yaki and Gangnam Jin coming in here, plus the improvement of the tank line for Florida over the break. They're looking scary.
I mean, look at this. Another 4-player biotic grenade. They're coming on in. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it's just slowing down, right?
It stops
now
them in their tracks.
Now having to heal everybody out, back up.
The only burst healing that Houston have outside of, I guess, a body grenade is repair pack, and it's only a small amount. You need Muma to be healthy because he has to tank some damage. He can't be shielding the whole time. There it is, Hydration taken down again. Charge on a mover in this fight. Not looking good for Houston. They have to bring it back, and they have! Oh my! Mover swinging. Had the nano boost from Raucus there, so he's able to find the Fire Strike finish on BQB. Oh. He may get frozen up here though, Gangnam Jin. Look at him from the side, connecting every one of these darts.
Oh, I'd love to get a replay of that as he actually connects with a sleep on Nemeko when he's demeched after the self-destruct, and he gets him while he's in the Baby Diva, Pilot Diva form, and they're able to get a kill onto him. But he's still controlling the high ground so well on this Ana, becomes such a nuisance.
Man. And you're in a great spot here to play that aggressive angle and find big biotic grenades. That's why Houston has to wrap back here. Yeah, I'm thinking to myself, like, if you're a team that likes to pause the game, do you really want to do it in Philadelphia?
Is that
really what you want to do?
The Outlaws players just threw their hands up like, come on, man, we want to play.
In front of this crowd, really?
Yeah.
All right, so the pause, as far as I understand, actually, I don't see any action on the stage here. So we have timeouts now, apparently? They just added that without telling me?
Usually we know what's going on. This time, we don't. As it looks like potentially maybe an issue with audio. At this point, I'm just kind of going off of what I see on the
so we've
screen.
had, what have we had? We've had audio, we've had video as well. A monitor. Has Raucus accidentally cut himself again?
No. It looks like everything's fine on the stage, but we'll have to see when we get back in the game. The Outlaws, they're about to get the payload like right towards the start of the bridge, and they have 1:37 in the time bank. So coming up on 4 ultimates here, so potentially a fight that the Outlaws could win. Get the payload to that checkpoint B, extend the series potentially.
I mean, they really need the time extension here at this checkpoint. We saw how quickly their attacking time bank just sort of withered away on Havana. BQB is looking really good, playing a lot of these off angles, was able to flank. Now though, with the position that the defenders are in, the only option to flank is to push up onto the bridge, and that really makes you a bit more vulnerable to someone like Meko. So it's like what we've seen from Florida is actually sending Chris on the brig together with BQB, right? There's always going to be burst healing there. She has all the repair packs. They can all be used on the McCree. You can knock back the Diva as well with the flail if she tries to engage, or stun her if that's your poison. So, you know, working that little buddy system between those two allows McCree to become much stronger. We saw a lot of people do this with Widowmaker in the past, but yeah, another break now as we just resolve some issues on stage. When we get back, we hope to see the conclusion of this map.
Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the feedback falls. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against evil they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sides, villains are heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama. Portending and impending, yeah. Rise down. It's dragons, it's dragons, descend.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Met here in Philadelphia. And I agree with Hexagrams on Twitter. If you've ever told your mother or father that you can't pause your game, don't let them see this one. I've had quite a few so far. Couple bumps here and there, but we should be ready to jump back
good.
into.
Who's writing Hex's Twitter material now?
I actually don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if he is paying someone to do it, though.
Yeah, you know that wasn't him.
No. And I stole it. And then people are going to think that I said it. Even though I quoted him, people are still going to think I said it. Get wrecked.
We're back. Version 3.
That
Meko still asleep. It's all right, though. He'll get back up.
Right. So you notice the Mayhem have split themselves a little bit here. They keep Yaki and Karayan. I mean, they can cover so much space with the Ice Wall and with the Blizzard. Blase from long range. Look at the brig. Dutifully, Jexa comes back to him and keeps him shielded. Karayan is so low, trying to keep him alive are Florida, but it's a fire strike that eventually takes him down. Muma very low. Great reaction time with that Ice Wall to keep him alive, and the Outlaws get that second checkpoint. Florida in disarray there.
Yeah, as they try and use their own Deadeye, Florida, to deter Houston from advancing once the Blizzard and the Deadeye come down. Maybe just not allow those 2 kills to go down on the point, just buy their teammates some time. Doesn't work out, but now the Florida Mayhem, they'll have the Nano Boost rally on the inside here. Maybe Karayan could hit a big shatter.
I mean, that time bank extension for Houston is just so big for them here.
They got to close it out, though. I mean,
That's
they're
right.
in this position on Havana.
And they don't have the ultimates ready to work it now, but 2 minutes is enough time to get them. Florida are allowing the payload to get quite close. We want to play around the corner, out of line of sight, and keep Karayan's shield healthy. Both Mays go for walls over the point, a self-destruct over the top. Muma will have the shield ready. It hits the chandelier. No harm, no foul as far as Outlaws are concerned. Muma tries to back up onto the stairs here. That's going to be the shatter. Blase got hit by that one, so did Raucus. 2 very important players, and that's the Blizzard. And Muma can't get out of it. He gets caught, charged away. The Florida Mayhem have to use a lot of ultimates to secure that fight, and the Outlaws are encroaching on some of their own here.
It's the 2-player shatter, right? It just causes a little bit of panic on the side of the Outlaws. You get a Blizzard of your own, and you're in a good spot to put away the fight. How do you keep this going, though, if you're Florida? You use a ton of ultimates there, like you mentioned, and now you're going to have a Deadeye, a Blizzard. Muma will probably get a shatter rather quickly once the fight kicks off.
You need a good May wall. You have to split the Outlaws off.
This is the position we were in Havana, where the Outlaws had an ultimate advantage, and they were not able to break it. Biotic Grenade, that'll slow things up a little bit here, but you gotta see the combos of these ultimates pay off here for Houston.
It's gotta be an Ice Wall to split Muma off from the rest of his team. There it is, that's the Ice Wall. Hydration goes for one of his own. Now it's time for the Blizzard. Muma did get stunned up there with BQB going for a Deadeye. He gets Hydration. A Deadeye from the other side. Blase doesn't find too much, and that's the shatter. Gargoyle and Yaki knocked to the ground. Raucus is able to find one in the meantime, and the rest of the Mayhem peel back, try and regroup. The payload's getting awful close. They need to be careful of Boops. Gargoyle has to come up and challenge with so little health, and Muma's pushed all the way into spawn. There's a chance here for Florida to come back, and they push out in numbers. Nano boost on Gargoyle, because he was the player on the card, and now the Outlaws are down to 9 seconds remaining.
And you're going to have Blase switch to Tracer and Hydration, bring out the Doomfist. Full-on desperation mode here for Houston.
Oh, the Blizzard eaten by Yaki, but still Muma goes down. 5v6, the Outlaws are struggling. One by one, they're falling here in the Florida Mayhem. They just hold out for a little longer. Only 3 players left now for Houston, and with Meko getting de-Meko'd, that'll be all she wrote in this map. For the Florida Mayhem, they're looking confident with a shadow to come in to finish things off. They take their first series of the season, 3-0.
I tell you what, at the end there, Chris, Gargoyle, and Gangnam Jin played that perfectly. Gargoyle is really weak. He rotated all the way to the back, and at that point they were about like 8% to a nano boost. They threw the Brig onto the point. They used a biotic grenade to keep the Brigitte alive, keep Chris up. Then they used the nano boost on the Gargoyle. He rotated back into the point, and at that moment they had enough players coming off the spawn to keep it going.
Now we see Florida come across the stage here in our Coca-Cola victory moment. It's so interesting now to see these teams pairing the Brigittes up, enabling flanks for their McCrees. It's almost as if, you know, the McCree player wants that safety. They don't want to risk getting double tapped and headshot and taken out of the mix. You saw that crucial Deadeye from BQB to find, I believe it was Hydration in the final moments, getting rid of the enemy's May at the drop of a hat. If you can do it, you're absolutely going to want to play that way.
And Gargoyle finishes the map 42-1 with 11 final blows. But enough from us. Let's go to Golden Boy on the stage for an interview.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm here joined by Yaki and Swingchip, the team manager for the Florida Mayhem. And congratulations on your win. Firstly, I want to say, former runaway player, you had a lot of success. How does it feel to finally be playing on an Overwatch League stage?
자, 이제 준기 선수가 이제 컨텐더즈에서 많은 승리를 치르다가 이제 드디어 리그에 올라오게 됐는데 어떤지, 소감이 어떤지 좀 알려주세요.
그냥 뭔가 그냥 좋아요. 그냥 하늘 뭔가 날고 있는 기분. 그리고 이제 안정적이게 데뷔전을 마무리했으니까 그것도 이제 또 한편에 마음 안쪽에 있었는데 뿌듯하고 풀린 것 같아서.
So yeah, it just feels great. It feels like he's like flying, and also he was slightly worried, like in the corner of his mind, about how his debut match was gonna go. But now that it's gone smoothly, he feels great.
Feels pretty good. Feels pretty good. Okay, so Houston Outlaws had some expectations, but the reality is you guys looked very good against them. How did you feel that the meta plays into the Florida Mayhem's hands?
저희가 이제 휴스턴 아웃로즈에 대해서 뭐 잘 아는 거는 없었잖아요. 근데 이제 막상 경기를 치러 보니까 어땠는지, 그리고 지금 현재 리그 메타가 저희한테 어떤 식으로 유리한지 좀 알려주세요.
그냥 일단 휴스턴 팀 자체가 일단 저희가 어웨이고 휴스턴은 홈 팀이기도 해가지고 좀 저희 컨디션이 안 좋거나 했으면 좀 많이 걱정이 좀 됐는데 일단 저희가 컨디션이 좋은 상태로 해서 좋은 경기 치른 것 같고요. 메타에 대해서는 저희 팀이 메타에 맞게 좀 안 맞게 있던 것 같은데 다 잘해줘서 성장할 수 있는 것 같아요.
Okay, so he's saying in terms of like just the location of the match, they were coming from far away, like we came from far away, so he was worried that maybe like if our condition wasn't like at 100%, then maybe we wouldn't have been playing so well. But because, you know, thankfully we felt good going in, so we did well, and he's really grateful for that. And as for the meta, he's just saying like it seems that we might have not have played the most ideal meta for what's strongest, but it still worked out, and for that he's grateful.
Awesome, awesome. And then finally, you're going to be facing the Philadelphia Fusion tomorrow. The fans, clearly Philadelphia fans. Are you ready for the hostility from the crowd?
이제 저번에 말씀드렸듯이 이제 필라델피아 팬들은 약간 이제 상대 팀이 나오면 막 야유 부리고 막 그럴 때 있다고 말했잖아요. 근데 이제 그런 거 맞을 준비가 됐는지 그리고 이제
맞을 준비돼 있고 그보다 더한 건 때릴 준비가 더 많이 돼 있는 것 같아요.
So he says, I'm ready to face the noise and I'm ready to beat the noise.
Whoa! All right, well, thank you so much, Yaki, for your time. Really appreciate it. That's going to do it for us here. Congratulations to the Florida Mayhem. One more time, guys, give it up for the Mayhem. What a great performance from them. That's going to do it from us here from the main stage.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. And yeah, good to get a few words from Yaki on a very successful debut. I feel like his face changed when he realized that they was going to get booed. He's like, wait, they boo you in this country?
Look, I tweeted it last week. I was like, if you're going to get booed, may as well get booed a lot. Doesn't matter, right? I mean, people are going to boo you. It doesn't really matter.
I mean, they don't do things by halves out here in Philadelphia anyway.
Nah, so you may as well come out here, fire some shots, see what happens, right?
See if any come back at you. I mean, that's part of the fun of it. Hey, let's have a look at our player of the match here. I think this one was pretty unanimous and easier. We give it to Yaki here because straight out of the gates, Matt, he was impact player. Now, we didn't start the match on Doomfist. It was actually just a brief stint on it here, but the May was pretty crisp and clean across the series.
Yeah, I thought him and Gangnam Jin were both phenomenal today for the Florida Mayhem. I think his May walls early on in the series were really the decider in a lot of the fights in terms of what went on in control, and then even Havana. So gave the player of the match. So, even a little tactical crouch. All right. He's already used to the Overwatch League.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think he's going to be surprised by any sort of fan booing or anything like that. But again, you know, look at the stats. We don't expect Mays generally to have a huge number of final blows per 10 minutes. A lot of what they're providing is utility and, of course, that crowd control that makes them so deadly. Also, just putting walls up every time someone tries to shatter.
Yes.
Deadeye, shoot, blink, breathe.
Blocking line of sight.
Wake,
pretty good ability to have, right?
Yeah.
You know, block damage, block the shatters, a lot of uses of that May wall.
Yeah, especially with McCree in the mix and him being such an important source of damage for many of these teams, you need to be able to be a factor. And I have to say, I think the crowd here has had a good little taste test of Overwatch action for the day. But coming up next, it is a homecoming. No doubt about it. The Philadelphia Fusion will take on the Washington Justice here on the main stage in the Met. So don't go too far. More action from the Battle of Brotherly Love coming right up.
Is this the end? Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the feedback falls. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against evil they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, feeling our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama. Pretending and impending, yeah. Rise down. It's dragons and giants descend.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
This is WatchPoint Reset, your destination between matches. My name is Zoe Schmidt, and I'm joined here on our Overwatch League desk in LA by Hex Costa, as well as Reinforced. So that was a match, or some of it was a match, a lot of it was a pause. And yeah, coming up, we do have the second match of the day. But before this is happening, I want to quickly dissect once again what we have seen from the Outlaws as well as from their opponents, the Mayhem. So yeah, where do you want to start? We're starting with Houston. Let's get that one out of the way, I guess.
Just immediately though, I picked Florida. Just
okay, yeah,
so did I. 1-0 so far. 1-0.
Okay, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Let's go all the way back to the first two maps we've seen. There were moments for the Houston Outlaws where it looked like, oh, maybe they have something they can throw.
Well, not in map
Florida
1.
Mayhem. No, in map 2 though. Like,
not in map 2 either, really.
They had a decent defense.
Yeah, they had a good defense. I think the team, when they switched to map 3, I guess I'm going to jump straight there. They got off this Brig Lucio thing that we complained a lot about. They went towards the Ana Brig. Maybe something they're more comfortable with. Maybe they were just mirroring what the Mayhem was doing. We don't really know. But it looked somewhat closer, I guess.
Yeah, but that was mainly due to the composition as well. I think when they came out with Brig Lucio, I think both you and me, we were kind of questioning the Houston Outlaws, what they were doing. And then just the reluctance of swapping off that composition just let Florida Mayhem just dominate the game, quite honestly. And we saw a lot of players on the Florida Mayhem just perform really well because Houston Outlaws didn't really put up a fight at all, in my opinion.
I think there were some really nice spots for Florida though as we look forward for this team as some of the new additions. I was pretty impressed with the tank and support synergy from Carry On and Gangnam Jim. I think I got that.
You nailed those.
Yeah, I'm trying my best. But I thought they played really well. There were a lot of times where I'm thinking this Reinhardt's dead to rights, and I'm just watching his health bar go down and down and down. He's getting healed up, and then here comes a nano. They keep him alive, and they swing fights that way. So there's not only look, Houston's bad. That's enough said. Florida has some good pieces here, but it's beyond just their DPS duo.
Well, I did ask you for coaching advice, but also midway through the match, we had some other pro players. You're not a pro player.
No, I'm not.
But we had some other people chiming in. So let's take a look at one of the selected tweets.
Yeah, here we have Neptuno throwing some more fire on the Twitter. As he says, maybe I'm wrong, but the best win condition in the Lucio Brig comp is actually switching to Ana. We have other pro players agreeing with us. I think Reddit agrees with us. Everyone agrees with us. Please, Houston Outlaws in the future, play more Ana. You can play it.
Well, I mean, it didn't work out this time because it's a different opponent.
I love your optimism.
I'm trying. Someone has to. No, actually, no one has to. I don't know why I'm trying. Anyway, Reinforced, you and I both picked Outlaws. Do you have any good excuse on why this has happened?
Well, I thought this would be a pretty well-rounded team, to be honest. I think that they would perform well on the DPS heroes this meta. I think that they would have an appropriately good May player as well as a McCree player, and I thought actually Rappel and Jackson would be pretty good. But in the end, you know, the community let me down because I asked the community 51%, and the fans were wrong. So I blame the fans on this one. They didn't really help me out. 49%. I expect more Florida Mayhem votes in the future. So I'm still in the lead. Okay, I'm still in the lead. I'm 7-2. All of you are 6-3. So I'm still in the lead. I got chance for redemption. But overall, yeah.
Throwing the public under the bus when...
Look, man, we were all wrong as a collective.
No.
51% and me were wrong.
Yeah, crunching the numbers. That's exactly how it works.
It's not how it works. Math. Right? No?
God.
Never do math on stream. That's a hard rule.
It's tough. It's tough. You know what also was tough? Watching the entirety of this map as well. No, I'm so disappointed.
But are you surprised? Well, I
No,
guess
but
you like
that's the
Houston
thing,
too. Any
like-
excuses on your end?
Yeah, no, it was literally because of their new pickups. Because I do think that the players they added, Hydration, Blase, I think Meko, individually, those are fantastic players. It didn't look like it all came together. It looked very disconnected. It looked like they had one strat coming into this match, and that's just kind of what they rolled with, and they didn't really switch off. So are we expecting to see more adaptations, at least in their strategic approach?
I mean, I would have liked to see Linkser on the McCree, or Dante for that matter, because Blase, well, I respect Blase a lot, and I think he's a great flex player. I don't think McCree is his forte, and that's when you maybe need Jiri.
Looks better.
Finland's gift to esports.
Looks better on Eichenwald. Yeah, we need Finland's gift to esports back. And at least for a map, I mean, especially in Eichenwald, where you can kind of rotate between like a Widow and a McCree, just something. But they needed to switch up something. Blase wasn't getting it done on the first two maps, especially. Came alive and maybe padded his stats a little bit on Eichenwalde, but overall it was a little lackluster.
Let's give some credit to Florida. They played well.
Definitely.
Good job, Florida.
Well, and on that note, we're going to move on to our second match of the day. We have another big one coming your way. It's going to be the Washington Justice taking on the hosting team, the Philadelphia Fusion. So let's take a quick look at their starting rosters to see who will be fielded on that stage first. Any expectations from your side?
This is a team that a lot of people are very different on. Some people think this team is going to be very strong. Others don't have high expectations. Corey, I think, is a very good player. I think he's the person that you sort of need to piggyback on for this next match. But going on to the Philly Fusion, they have so much talent coming in for this roster. The big underlining thing for me is Poco playing over Fury.
Yeah.
You know, Fury's obviously an incredible player. Why is Poco in the roster? Obviously a very strong player, but didn't expect him.
We got to keep an eye on these rookie supports too. Of course, high hopes for both of them, but I really expect great things out of them. But they're rookies. You may have done it in contenders, but to me, if you haven't done it now, it doesn't mean really much yet.
And I just hope for a return of the Carpe, because he had a pretty disappointing year last year, and you know, Goats wasn't the most exciting, especially he was playing a lot of Zarya, but hopefully Carpe bring in the hit scan today.
Well, we'll see if they're going to give in to your wishes. Didn't work out with the Outlaws so far. But, you know, the day isn't over yet. We're heading over back to the East Coast, where after a short break, it is time for the Washington Justice to take down or make an attempt and taking down the home team, the Philadelphia Fusion. Don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the moment that you have been waiting for here in Philadelphia. The Fusion getting ready to take to the stage versus the Washington Justice. I am Achilles, joined as always by Wolf. It is good to be back, not only in the Overwatch League, but here in Philadelphia.
And we've got a full crowd of fans here as well. This is a moment I've been waiting for ever since we knew that in 2020 we would have this homestand model, because I know the Philadelphia fans are excited, they are active, they're really loud, as we saw even in a Philly-less series that we just watched previously. So excited to see how their energy affects the upcoming match.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we don't have a South Jersey team, so this is the closest that I get to a game here at home. Taking a look, though, we did just see the Florida Mayhem on their debut here in the 2020 season take down the Houston Outlaws quite handedly with that 3-0. Some close moments for sure on Havana and Eichenwald, but still Mayhem looking good. But it's the beginning of a very long season. But now it's time to go ahead and take a look at the Philadelphia Fusion, the home team coming into their first homestand match live at the Met in Philadelphia, and seeing how these guys are going to develop, because there have been some additions on this lineup, but there's also, of course, some familiar faces as well.
Yeah, this roster has so much depth going into the 2020 season right now. It's absolutely insane. Everybody knows Carpe, though. Carpe is the most famous player on this roster, and he's made quite a name for himself on the Widowmaker. We've seen quite a bit of Widow already this season, but it's really McCree that's leading up in terms of hit scan right now in this meta. We'll see if Carpe's insane accuracy can carry his team to a more successful year in 2020 than what we saw last year. But I think the fans should have, rightfully so, high hopes for this player.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Saw some slumps from him a little bit from time to time in Season 2, but when it really did matter, he got back into his form. But there's that other addition coming through, Alarm, in the support role. This guy had so much hype around him.
This is the story of this weekend, absolutely. One of the most hyped up players actually comes from the North American scene, despite being a Korean player, played for Fusion University in North America, has hoisted several titles, 4 in contenders alone. And this guy is one of the biggest pickups. He's finally 18. He's finally able to play here in the Overwatch League. He's going to be a huge boon for this roster, and he's the player to watch heading into this next series.
Yeah, gonna have to see how he can perform here as he makes his debut on the Overwatch League stage. We got to hear from Yaki at the end of that. He was feeling pretty good. Maybe by the end of this set, Alarm is gonna be feeling pretty good as well. On the other side, though, their opponents, the Washington Justice, some slumps at the start, struggled in the GOATS meta. Yeah, I got you guys. Struggled in the GOATS meta, but by the end of the 2019 season, looked very good, and a lot of it was on the back of Corey.
That's right, Corey and Stratus together especially, they make such a great team, and his Widowmaker is phenomenal, but we know that he can play Hanzo. We know he can pick the McCree out of the bunch as well, which is going to be very important going into this meta. So that matchup between Corey and Carpe is one of the things to look out for going into this series. I think the Washington Justice have a much brighter season ahead of themselves than what we saw from them last season, because this is a meta that suits their DPS frontline. And I say DPS frontline because they are the players that really define how successful the Justice are. Lozis is not eligible for play today because of visa issues, so that's why he's grayed out. But you can see this new built-up roster with Elevote coming from Europe, as well as Tuba, one of the big pickups coming from contenders, and AimGod, one of the stronger support players that we saw on the Boston Uprising.
Yeah, didn't get to see too much of him, but maybe we'll have him be fielded here as a starter for the side of the Washington Justice and see what he can bring to the table for that squad, and whether or not it'll be enough to take down the home team of the Philadelphia Fusion. We already know which team the crowd is backing, been hearing them. But let's go ahead and get ready to bring out the teams. Are you guys ready?
I think so.
Despite him not being a local to Philadelphia, there's only one man qualified enough to bring out the teams, and that is Golden Boy, so we'll throw to him down on the stage.
All right, folks, here we go. The moment you have been waiting for. It's going to be a good one. But first, before we bring out the guys you're all here to see, I say let's give a nice, warm Philadelphia welcome to the Washington Justice. Feel that brotherly love. All right. You guys let them know how you feel. You guys excited to see your team come out here and take the stage? I need a little bit more, Philadelphia. Come on. I think it's time to bring out your Philadelphia Fusion. Leading the charge for the Fusion, it's the one, the only, Gritty. One of the Overwatch greats, this champion has a new squad in 2020. Philly, give a warm welcome to Fury! He's number 3 in all time, healing, a 3-time World Cup rep, and helped write the book on Flex supports. It could only be Boombox. You love him or you fear him, depending on what side you're on. Make some noise for EQO! The man, the myth, the Doomfist legend. It's time for Chipsa! This 3-time Contenders winner is here to make his mark. Foes run far and wide from Hisu. Find a wall or a shield because there's no escaping his diva bombs. Here comes your self-destruct specialist, Poco. Philadelphia, he will be your shield. Huge round of applause for your main tank, Sato. He's won contenders in EU and NA and seen the World Cup stage. Let's see what's next for Funny Astro. After making a splash in 2019, he's bringing his talents to Philly. Give a warm welcome to Ivy. After 4 contenders titles, he's hoping OWL is a challenge. Give it up for Alarm. When this superstar is around, everything is winnable. Welcome to Philly, Carpe. Ladies and gentlemen, your Philadelphia Fusion! Starting 6, take your seats. All right, folks. All right. I'm gonna take this earpiece off because I wanna hear you guys right now. I wanna hear you guys with me because this is your moment. You're gonna have your Philadelphia Fusion playing right here in Philadelphia. One more time, let me hear you. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. What a warm welcome for the Philadelphia Fusion players. I'm sure feeling quite jazzed up now that they are on the stage. Taking a look at our starting 6.
Taking a look at this, surprisingly, we'll see Poco starting over Fury, and no surprise, we'll see the new support lineup, Funny Astro and Alarm in this mix. So
despite Fury being one of the most consistent off-tanks and perhaps the best diva last year outside of Choi Ho-bin, Poco is starting over him here in our first match for the Philadelphia Fusion. A lot of pressure on Alarm, coming in as one of the biggest pickups, turning 18 into the 2020 season, but he's starting off in game number 1 right away. This is sure to be an exciting one, Achilleos, as we're going to have DPS stars collide, new faces here in the Overwatch League. That's all happened here in Philadelphia.
Oh, absolutely. Corey versus Carpe. The Justice versus the Fusion. This one has been building. Atlantic rivals now clashing here in the city of brotherly love. I think the love is going to be thrown to the wayside. Valentine's Day is behind us. It is time for battle.
It's time for blood.
And these guys are getting ready.
And the crowd is with them. They've had a lot of home crowd advantages here in the Overwatch League with all the homestands we've had so far, including the 2019 Overwatch League homestands. And this is definitely a matchup that most analysts predict to go Fusion's way from the outset, with much better results over 2 seasons that Washington was able to gain. But it looks like it's not going to faze Corey too much.
He's jiving with it. You saw all of them saying, "I can't hear you," as they walked out onto the stage. They knew exactly what to expect. Anybody who went to YouTube and just looked up Philadelphia sports cheering, they know exactly what's going to happen. Taking a look at our map set, though, we will be kicking things off on Nepal for Control. See who can draw first blood.
Indeed, and this is a map we've seen a ton of Symmetra on, especially in terms of Village. A lot of the teams we saw in week 1 sticking with the Symmetra after the teleports here. And it looks like that's going to be the case for Philadelphia Fusion. Corey going to his trademark Reaper instead, with Stratus on that Doomfist.
Yep, speed boost straight in here onto the low ground. That a reset barrier set up. Try and protect. Stratus, of course, is going to be on that Doomfist, something that he really made a name for himself with. But can he find an entry with all of these turrets coming through from the Symmetra? Carpe nearly getting taken down, but that's going to be the field coming through to help keep them alive. But Funny Astro was not in it. Ivy gets punched out. Stratus finding the second kill. So far, Washington Justice looking good as the point becomes unlocked. Charge to the side from Sato will lead to nothing but his own demise. He'll be taken down, and for the first volley, it seems like the Washington Justice will come out on top.
And this is huge. It's extremely rare to see a team get set up on Village first with a Symmetra comp, but to be broken in neutral ultless. Not only were they able to take it back, but they did it decisively and early, making sure that Fusion could not cap the point first. So they have ult advantage here, composition advantage, and that control meter percent already at 20. And they've got the high ground for the approach.
Roar getting a nice fire strike in, nearly has that Earth Shatter online. Here, wall going to be coming through from Alarm. Carpe finds one pick. Stratus going to be taken down. That's a huge amount of damage eliminated now from the side of the Washington Justice, but Corey does find Ivy, getting rid of that May. Shatter going to be dropped in, knocked to the ground. The Immortality Field tossed in by Alarm. They will stay safe here for the moment. They might have to reroute. They still will push forward, breaking down the barrier of Roar. And advancing with those Orisa shields as best as they possibly can. They're back in on the point, and it's the Justice who have to come to them yet again. They have the Doomfist. Stratus goes in for a punch, nearly has the Meteor Strike for a quick get out. Good halt, pulls them together. Ellieboat going to be knocked out. You see the Meteor Strike will be dropped in. Sound barrier in response now from Funny Astro. Doesn't have any prime targets. Will just drop in, and likely will get taken down. Gets a little bit of extra damage. Nearly finds a Lucio, but it will not do it. The flip is there. Fusion on the board.
It's time to swap composition for the Justice, you have to think. Corey's got a Death Blossom, but closing the distance here and making that work against double shield tank here. 2 main tanks for the Fusion in this enclosed space is going to be so difficult. He's sticking with it, though. He wants to make that Death Blossom happen. They're going to have so much with the support ultimates to get him into place to use it, but even still, position advantage to Fusion.
That wall going to be coming up. Stratus taken down. Carpe finds that first one, the headshot to find the elimination. Both DPS members eliminated from the side of the Washington Justice. Shot Sato, however, charge taken down. Will be taken out, but Roar manages to be eliminated as well. Funny Astro making up for that one. Fusion will maintain control, getting closer to tying this.
Quick retreat here for Justice. They got out. They didn't waste too much time with this, but again, it's so predictable. It's so obvious to the Fusion. You're going to try to break through with a speed boost, set up for that Death Blossom. You know that they have the sound barrier, so the Fusion are just sitting back, poking them down. They have Immortality Field. Here comes the teleport here from Corey. He's trying to go for the flank. This is a better approach than last time.
Trying to work his way through the wall, buying him some extra stealthiness. Carpe is on the flank, however, gets a flashbang, but cannot take him down. Stratus with a slurry of HP will be eliminated. Carpe finds him. That's going to be the shatter. Jump in. Sato knocks him to the ground and now frozen up. Corey cannot move at all. Philadelphia Fusion wipe the floor with the Washington Justice. They are in the lead.
When you talk about poke damage, you talk about range damage from McCree, it's all there, but it's also the ability to stun an approaching Doomfist. Stratus is supposed to come and disrupt when the speed boost comes through so Corey can get in position, but if Carpe blows him up instantly every time, it just doesn't matter. You can see the Solder Shatter just helps set it all up.
Carpe just clicking heads. Nice flick in the back to find Arc. And now we are here above 90% for the Philadelphia Fusion. Just going to be sitting on that Deadeye for now. Sound barrier on the way. Washington Justice with the Death Blossom. Can they get something done? They force out the OT and start capping.
Stratus is trying to flank here. It would be huge. If he gets Carpe,
doesn't find him. Has to go up to escape to make sure he doesn't get taken down. Has a healing coming out from the Coalescence. Mortality Field already going to be used. The Shadow gets dropped in, but only finds Ivy. And the Sound barrier is there from Funny Astro to try to keep them alive. Sato, however, going to be taken out. Corey finds that first kill. Stratus under fire, falls low, will be eliminated. The flip is there for the Washington Justice, and now with Funny Astro and Poco falling, the Fusion are going to have to let this one go and reapproach.
And after 3 failed pushes, Corey finally gets that Death Blossom off. He finally gets into position. That disruption from Stratus allowed them to break through despite missing that rocket punch there onto Carpe. That opening pick would have made it so easy to save ultimates, but now they really only have that Doomfist ultimate here when Fusion comes in for this final assault.
They're still getting closer and closer. Some of those other ones, though, they have the Doomfist off, but the Shatter is nearly there as well. Punch into the back! Alarm is going to be taken out! No chance to keep himself alive! Meteor strike down, Ivy going to be eliminated. Sato does manage to find the pin, but can they turn this around? It's at 90%. They have to get somebody over onto the point right now, but Funny Astro again is going to be taken down. The pin from Roar gets rid of him, and that's their best delay tactic. It seems like the Justice might just be able to tick up to 99%, now 100, and they will go ahead and secure round 1, a dangerously close one.
And you can see the desks shake and the chairs shake with this DPS duo. Stratus and Corey made a name for themselves in stage 4. As Stratus yells back at the boos in the crowd, they take first point, and it's more consistent damage we saw in those last few fights from Corey's Reaper versus Carpe's range damage. If you get into position to where the Reaper can do that damage, can burst through, get those heals, you're going to set yourself up for success.
That's a bold move right now, showing up to a Philly game with a Washington jersey on, but I respect it.
Always got to respect that.
But a solid start, but still very close for both of these teams. So
99-99.
Potentially 2 more rounds to go. Not really certain who is going to be able to come out on top.
Now this is where we see the Symmetra fade away, and it's all about the range damage here. No option to run double shield tank here. Realistically, you've got to go with the McCree May, and it's going to be all about flanking and positional advantages here for Corey versus Carpe, the matchup we've been waiting for. This time more directly a mirror in terms of that hit scan.
Yep, both teams just going to be splitting off their respective right side approaches. Shift damage coming through as they just try to find some picks with the icicles with the McCree shots, but a little bit of chip damage, but otherwise no kills to be found. They push forward. Stratus nearly goes low. Flashbang in. Corey, he'll get the headshot, taking down Alarm. Flashbang in response. Corey, however, dips around the corner, and Arc is there to support, so Carpe will fall. Push up, gets the reload, tries to get the kill there on a Funny Astro. Is unable to do so. Ivy will finally take Corey's head off, but at what cost? So many members on the side of the Fusion have been taken down, and this is going to be the Washington Justice capping the point first.
And look at the healing difference between Aim God and Alarm. He more than triples him, gets the first nano boost. Corey's able to survive that flashbang exchange, which is really a mistake on Carpe's part. Then see Arc get that cleanup. This is a massive advantage now for the Justice. They have that positional advantage, and it's when you're ranged versus ranged, the defender always has a massive advantage. And when they have a nano boost to keep Roar alive, that staying power is there as well. You can even boost Stratus, make sure he gets the Blizzard off.
Well, pushing forward, Ivy going to be taken down, and again, Alarm. Corey just having his number, lines up that reticle right on his head. So clean up push coming through. Nano boost expelled there from the side of the Washington Justice. Fusion going to have to reapproach yet again. Getting closer and closer to 6 ultimates.
Yeah, and they even out the ultimates a little bit this way, but I think Poco is going to have to eat a Blizzard here if they're going to want to try to get this exchange sub 65-70%, and even then, it's going to be difficult. The Washington Justice get to defend, they get to sit back and let Philadelphia Fusion make the first move here. And it's going to have to revolve around this Blizzard, so absorbs are huge.
Deadeye's out from Corey right now, just fishing. Ball goes up, looking for the approach.
Just buying time right now.
Doesn't find much of anything with that one. 60% now for the Justice as Fusion makes their way over onto the point. Wall coming up, looking for a cutoff, unable to find it. Blizzard coming in, Poco! He gets the E, takes it away from Stratus, but will it be enough? Sound barrier is going to be out from both of these teams, and now Stratus will be taken down. Ivy finding the headshot. claims the enemy May's life. Looking for a bit more though. Walls off, denying entry from the Reinhardt. Gets the freeze here onto Elivote. They'll knock him out of the mech, and it seems like the Fusion may very well just have done it here as Ivy continues to clean up house.
And it's not just that absorb there on the Blizzard that helped Fusion take this. Alarm sneakily got a sleep dart onto Elivote, who's then walled off, so Ivy could get a Blizzard up 100% with no fear of that defense matrix taking it away. So huge play by Alarm. Not easy to do that against a D.Va who's got that Mei wall support as well, but he still threads the needle, finds that sleep. Now they have an ult advantage on the point taken back. The pendulum swings into the favor of the Fusion here. They've got their Deadeye advantage. They've got a D.Va bomb. They should be able to outlast this first push at least with the advantage they have in ultimates.
That's the thing, the first push, but there's still many more to come from the side of the Washington Justice. Fusion just now getting ready to crest past 30%. Need to take that all the way up to 100 if they want to get us the third round. Nano here onto the Electric Cowboy, but will not find anything with a flashbang. Shatter comes down, Roar hits the ground. He will be eliminated by Carpe, but it's at the cost of Alarm yet again, taken down first in the fight. Fusion, however, still holding on. The Stratus falls low, Arc under some fire as well. With the wall off, it's just going to be a regroup. Cannot approach without their Reinhardt, so he will be rejoining in here momentarily. And then the Justice will take another crack at it. Corey has the Deadeye up. Sound barriers available from Astro. Holding onto that one for now as they kite back. They're surrendering the point. Push back into the last second. Flashbang not going to connect, but there's so much pressure being applied. Carpe right now, can he make it out alive? Seems that the answer is going to be yes. Masato is going to be dangerously low as they try to survive. Nano boost nearly there for Alarm. Gets the last few percentage, and Ivy's going to be taken down right as he gets a Blizzard.
Corey flanked.
On the shot, wall coming up, trying to give some protection here to the McCree. Gets a double tap going through, looking for Funny Astro, can't quite take him down, however. Nano boost used on Roar as he pushes forward, trying to take down Sato. The flip is there. Justice gaining percentage yet again, and Stratus will fall. Carpe with a flank. The cheeky one pokes around the corner. Manages to get rid of the Mei, but is that going to be enough? He'll pop the Deadeye, they push forward, they're trying to take him down, there's not enough peel, he'll just be eliminated. Ivy manages to use the Blizzard, Sato going to be slept. They need to follow up onto some kills here, however. Sato eliminated by that self-destruct, Poco going to be using his own on the point. No one in range to be taken down by that one, but he manages to pistol aim God. It's the headshot to finish him off, and Stratus returns with the Doom Fist, instantly taking down Funny Astro. Under fire, however, will be hounded down. Ivy finds the kill. Fusion finds the flip. 83% to 99.
Risky moves by the Justice to commit the sound barrier in that last fight. Commit in instead of taking the 99 to 80 fight for one more.
This is brutal.
This is brutal indeed. It's going to be a delay. This almost guarantees Fusion a third round here on the Paul. Elivote's out now late.
We never say never. Shatter is available for Roar if he can line one up. He's currently caught off. They all dogpile on top of him, and he is out of the fight. No chance to use that ult. It will bleed down. And we are going to a third round of Nepal.
You can't use that Deadeye on the approach without a sound barrier. There's Stratus with a late death there. Then you see that Elivote stagger. They had to touch the point. They had to take a 5v6 fight while split. And it's, you know, ultimates they held there no longer useful. They took a risk. They tried the sound barrier on the point to close it out 2-0. A gamble that doesn't pay off, but they knew they had that guaranteed third round if they failed. And it's been pretty back and forth, 99 to 99 across the board here on our first map in Nepal. And Washington Justice coming up stronger than I think a lot of people would have expected going into this series. And a lot of that is just on the back of this DPS duel we knew would do well given the opportunity in a non-GOATS meta. And it will be once again the Mei and the McCree, the range damage here. But it's double shield tank on the Fusion. They're going to try to hunker down on the point. They have to get there first to make that happen.
If they can get the setup, then it'll be very good for them potentially. Wall coming through, the Hulk in. Looking for the kill, tries to get the knockoff. Does Arc, but is unable to find it. Immortality Field is going to be used, keeping Sato and Poco alive for the moment as Funny Astro tries to poop somebody off the side of the map. He's unable to do so, but Arc was locked out away from the rest of his squad. Does get taken down, but answered back by Roar's Fire Strike. No Lucio's in the mix now, as the Mei walls just create a maze that people have to zigzag around, but Sato, he manages to punch through.
There's just a lot more damage output with an Orisa that's protected like that. The armor that comes through for Poco. They're able to fight in these corridors with the Immortality Fields, with that extra healing coming through from Alarm. Ana's got great sustained solo target healing, but Batiste actually has the ability to AoE heal in those corridors as well. So it's a composition that suits fighting in those chokes. Fusion are utilizing it very well here. They do have this ult here that Alarm could toss down to try to poke down one single target to break a shield. But they're staying back. They're not fighting on the point, but rather in these chokes. because I know Justice can't really break through their barriers with range damage.
Making their way over to the point. Ellieboat is causing a bit of a distraction, but takes so much damage. I mean, you even have to respect Alarm now with the Batiste. Still does a significant amount of damage despite the slight nerfs.
Huge fire strike there from Roar. It's going to give Funny Astro a lot of ult charge, though, because they can't follow up.
Nearly Shatter for Shatter right now. That's going to be the Ant Matrix coming through. Shatter going to be dropped in. Ivy hits the ground. Stratus manages to find Carpe, but will be the Justice losing out on their main tank. Answering Shatter now out from Sato. That was going to have to be used onto Ellieboat to try to keep him alive, but this isn't a delay. They aren't able to make their way over to the point, and Funny Astro sends him off the sides. 3-second boosters, still not short enough to save his life.
Not short enough indeed, and this is a composition that the Justice are running, or rather the Fusion are running, that they've mastered, and they're not taking the fight to the point like most teams would have previously in a Ryan Orisa type situation, or a Sigma Orisa. They're fighting in this choke where they can get the full value out of Batiste. They can both poke at range, but also hard engage when the Washington Justice try to step in. And it's Alarm who's keeping those Divas at bay when they try to tag the point. Ellieboat in this case.
Pushing forward. They have this Blizzard ready to go, as does Ivy. Supercharger going to be used for Poco at the beginning, and you can see just how awkward it is for the Justice to try to make their way over onto the point. It's already 92% built up for the Fusion, looking to close this out 2-1 on Nepal to start the series with a map win. Funny Astro
is trying to stop them from collapsing in and pinstering. It's just
he
not
wants
easy.
to move for it. He wants to get that knock off the side of the map, but knows that he can't because the McCree is there. Blizzard going to be tossed down.
Dodge.
He manages to exit safely. Ivy cut out on the side. Stratus, however, does manage to find Poco. Now comes in behind Sato to help take down the Reinhardt. Immortality Field keeps him alive a little bit longer. Stratus with a sliver of HP there. Will be able to survive as Corey goes on the flank well into the back lines. Take down the remaining members.
Fusion realized they were getting collapsed on there. They saw Stratus commit the Blizzard, and it's a quick shot call from the Fusion side to hold ultimates. You can see just shown on screen here, Fusion have the advantage in that regard. Sure, we do have Nano Boost coming up here. We do have the Deadeye, but breaking through double barrier with that Deadeye is just something that's incredibly difficult to do, if not impossible. They have positional advantage, and they need to utilize it well, as the Fusion are just going to continue to operate around this corner. The wall's good.
Yep, Nano Boost going to be coming down. Bionade goes forward onto 2. Blizzard going to be invested from Ivy, but Ellieboat says nope. Takes that one away with the defense matrix. 37% ticking up. Corey will find Ivy with that Deadeye as they try to get a desperate hold off the side of the map. Will not be able to lead to anything here as Carpe gets set up perfectly by Sato with the pin. Knocks Schwartz to the ground. They find the kill, but the bomb from Ellieboat will take down Poco. It's a bit too slow to get out of range of that one. 52% now accrued for the Washington Justice. Stratus nearly with another Blizzard.
Elevate has to go and rejoin his squad. They're a little bit split up.
Falling low, dangerously so, but will be sustained by the rest of his squad.
Philadelphia Fusion need to commit one way or the other, either break through this choke or step onto the point. The wall is dangerous here if they try to commit straight in. That's why they're being so hesitant. They're going to the point. Poco's on the point.
Part of them are, yeah, that's going to be the Blizzard coming down. Shatter going to be tossed out. Doesn't find anything for Sato. Immortality Field will buy a little bit more time. The Bionade is thrown in for good measure to make sure that the Reinhardt does fall. Ivy stunned up. Going to be eliminated. Carpe doing some work, however. Manages to find 2. Point going to be flipped back over. Suddenly, we're into overtime. Ellieboat's going to be knocked out of the mech here over onto the point. And Roar has half HP. Still manages to clean up 2, though. As Alarm and Funny Astro will both be taken down. He looks for the Hulk, does Poco, but cannot find it. And the flip is right back into the hands of the Washington Justice.
Have to rush.
Still 3 members down.
They're gonna have to rush back in. Carpe's trying to stick with his McCree here. It might be better fit.
Widowmaker.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I think he needs to go on Doom.
Desperate times calls for desperate measures.
They have no time here.
Philly, you better be crossing your fingers right now because here comes Carpe. He's got the Widowmaker drawn out. They're on the point right now. Sato with a wrecking ball. Gonna be trying to buy some time. Jump back over with the grapple hook. They're chasing in deep. The flip is there. Alarm, however, gonna be taken down. Wrapping back around Corey, pushes forward, gets the body shot, tries to take him out, but Carpe will manage to find the kill. Poco alone on the point, dangerously low, will be melted down. Roar finds the kill. Carpe looking for a shot, takes one, finds Stratus, looks him in the head. Now he's looking for the supports. Can't quite line it up, gets sunk in midair, over top of the pit. Carpe, can he do this? Bring it back from the brink, jumps out, but Sato has already taken care of Aim God. Roar finds a pin, Funny Astro gone, he's got a sliver of HP, he is dead, and it worked! Carpe comes back with the Widowmaker, takes them in the skulls, and map 1 goes to the Fusion.
Such a sick combination of great preparation for the map of Nepal. They ran strategies they were well prepared at. They controlled chokes, ran the double barrier, and we start to understand why Poco's in over Fury, but it's Carpe who comes up clutch when that plan crumbles.
Such a bold call to go for the. It's one of those things where he says, you know what, trust me guys. The Fusion trusted him and it paid off, but this is still looking to be a very close series.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now. Legend of Soul Guard. Download now. Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Raucus gets there with the aforementioned Transcendent, finally gets to use it, but no one's there to see how fabulous he looks. There it is, the Fusion get it done. Welcome to the Overwatch League. We're lucky to have you.
And going into this series without a single map win against London, Philly in the semifinals will take it.
Striker though, lands a big triple on the barrage there. The Graviton helping both supports are caught together. That's what they needed, but Carpe strikes in again. Striking down. Kellex also being removed. Carpe, what are you doing? This is unbelievable. He turns around and gets on the point. Inquo follows it up. How have they redone this? How do you retake a point like that, Philadelphia?
And Philadelphia Fusion, 3-1 victory over the Boston Uprising. They will move on to the semifinals.
And Philadelphia Fusion, have they done it? Have they set themselves to the Overwatch League Grand Finals? That's it! Philadelphia Fusion is going to the Grand Finals!
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Philadelphia Fusion able to start off this series with 1-0. Obviously, only one map in. But man, what a very close Nepal. We saw, Mitch talking about it in that clip. Carpe, how can you do that? How can you retake a point that way? He just did it again.
Yeah,
Pulls out the Widowmaker. It just always works.
The guy is really clutch, and what we mean by that obviously is someone who can come in the face of really stressful situations and still hit those perfect headshots. Not be afraid to come back on Widow, where a lot of other DPS players would have just picked the Doomfist there.
Yeah.
Their safety of approaching the point and having that ability to just burst, get a single kill, maybe a double, Stratus style. Ironic to mention in this series, but Carpe just said, no, I'm going to have sustained damage. I'm going to play this extremely risky style, and if it pays off, we win. If it doesn't, you know, that's my style. I'd rather lose playing Widow and trying than try to go for the Doomfist safety play, which is a lot more, it's safer in a lot of ways, but if you play the Widow perfectly, the Widow is better, and he did. And I really appreciate how well Philly has prepared going into Nepal specifically, because they had a lot of compositions that they were running, especially there on that last round of Sanctum, that they played very differently from the Justice, but you could tell how much they practiced positioning and how they stopped, for example, Elevote tagging onto the point, because they weren't, they had the point control, but they weren't standing on it, and they were preventing the tags. It was really awesome to see. Justice are on camera, so that's what happens.
Yeah, just having some fun with the Justice players on the Philly crowd here. But I mean, a little bit of some minor struggles from time to time for the Fusion. Alarm in particular, early on in those first 2 rounds, seems like he was consistently getting picked off first. Hard to say if that's any fault of his own or if that was just Corey actually positioning so well and predicting exactly where that Ana was going to be. But I think he got a very warm welcome from Corey to the stage in his debut Overwatch League match. But overall, looked quite good.
Yeah, I mean, I think Alarm is getting caught by a lot of these Corey flanks, but Corey is just taking these crazy routes that no one really expects right now. So, I mean, you can't really blame him, but, you know, Corey is finding these weird angles. I don't think that's going to work in a longer series, but I think it's something that's kind of Nepal specific, where you have a point that's circular, and we're just watching the exchange behind
It's just a seesaw back and forth of boos and woos, just over and over again, depending on who is on screen.
But yeah, I mean,
we can go ahead and talk about, though, that there are no substitutions for either of these teams.
That's right. So Poco's going to stay in here. We won't see Fury coming off the bench just yet. And, you know, you got to appreciate a team that picks up a world-class off-tank player and still sticks with Poco here, who's the veteran, who's been on the squad for so long. And as we head into Havana, it's a map we can certainly see that double shield style come through. Widowmaker also, this is the best map for that in the pool right now. So we will very likely see that Corey versus Carpe Widow v Widow duel. And I'm excited for that.
Especially if we can make it through towards the B2C stretch. That's where we've been seeing a lot of Widowmaker coming through. So we'll have to see exactly what does happen here and how far teams can make it. Obviously, we didn't go too far on Havana in our first series, as Mayhem were unable to make it to point A, but then Houston were a little bit more unable to make it.
The Fuller hold.
The Fuller hold.
Yeah. Well, coming into this defensive setup here, we do have Corey and Stratus on the McCree May once again. Elevote sticking with the Diva. That's his, you know, most famous hero back in the day from his time in European contenders. Philadelphia Fusion gonna match compositions here. Poco on the Diva. And it's much more difficult to run the Orisa on the breakout here.
Oh, very bold defensive strat here. Elevote already gonna be broken up by a Bionade. Rude awakening if you ask me. And Ivy will be able to punch through, taking down 2. As Corey and AimGod will both fall. And that is just going to be the extended ace coming through. The team kill as Philadelphia Fusion are not getting locked inside the gas station. They punch straight through the Justice.
That sort of hold attempt by the Justice is very all in. If you get the wall off, get a double, perhaps a triple, you get the massive ult lead, you buy a ton of time. But if you fail, especially on the first push, you overcommit your resources, then they are able to win that exchange. Then you give so much free push. Look at the cart moving for free. They also get this positional advantage here. Stop the high ground from being taken for Corey. And it's an amazing position for Fusion. The risk does not pay off for the Justice.
Well, it does not now have to reset.
Corey just can't get up there where he wants to be now.
To try to get Stratus caught up as well, as Ivy is at 73% towards that Blizzard.
He's here, but he can't find those shots because they've already gotten around the corner.
Alarm taking a minor chip there. Coming through, but you can see Poco just applying that pressure, making sure the McCree has some denied sightlines. Elevote already going to be knocked out of that mag. And a boost going to be tossed in here for the side of the Philadelphia Fusion, but Freeze is coming in. Members falling low. Seems like Justice might just be able to hold this one off, and as Masato is left out on his lonesome, will get taken down. So familiar territory from our first series. Cart going to be halted just in front of point A.
Yep. Very decisive too, as we see the stagger here onto Poco. But you got to say, I mean, the jump down there to collapse to punish Poco's boost to go onto the high ground was very well executed, very quickly executed there by the Justice. And this is where you want to make your last stand. This is the most defensible position on A. They finally retook this corner that they lost after that attempted all-in at the front. so much more room to move with here for the Justice now, as Fusion has to actually make this turn around the corner.
Deadeye drawn out. They
Boosted.
try to boost him and isolate him to be able to get a shot or a sleep dart through, but unable to find that, but won't get anything. So just buying some time, zoning them back.
Exactly. It's not always about the kills with those. You buy a lot of time, you get that position back.
90% of the time, it's not about the kills with the Deadeye.
Sure.
Speaking of which, though, we'll hear another one called out by Carpe. He's just going to cancel that one. Funny Astro under fire. Nearly gets eliminated, has to retreat. Poco going to be taking a nap now. As Ivy takes some pot shots here from behind the cart. Follow comes through, they have the cutoff. That's going to be the clean up. Washington Justice maintaining control.
If you go back and look at that too, Sato panics when the Blizzard comes out. He charges the wrong way. He gets himself caught off from the rest of the team, so he can't back off and shield everybody else off so they could re-engage after the Blizzard. He charged to the right of where Roar stands now, finds himself locked in the corner there, and is just unable to re-engage. He had a shatter, so perhaps the idea is he's going to set up a flank shatter, but too greedy, too risky. And Fusion's running out of time here.
That down now to a minute. Running away, the crowd trying to give Fusion their energy and push them through to point A. 4 ults to 3. Ivy getting close, 30% away from that next Blizzard. Alarm nearly taken down, but with the help of Poco. Completely surprised Corey and managed to find the elimination. Poco going to be taking a nap as the beat gets dropped by Funny Astro. Answered by Arc, but Aim God eliminated. Carpe finds a headshot and the wall cuts off Roar, guaranteeing the kill. Looking for the charges, Sato cannot quite find it, but they get the freeze onto Ellie Boat and pop him out of that neck directly on top of the cart. And it seems like today we will in fact be able to see a second stretch of Havana.
That's right. Corey in the same spot as he was previously, where they were able to collapse down after Poco failed to kill him, but this time Alarm focused in tandem with him, and Corey wasn't able to escape when Poco came up. Too much damage there to keep him alive. A stark difference from what we saw from the teams earlier. No Brigida with this McCree to keep that extra armor pack on him so he's not easily dove like that. And you know, you can see that D.Va's much more potent when there is no armor pack in play.
That eye out from Corey again. Wall comes up. Carpe going to be matching, but both should be canceling. Corey holds it to the end, but either way, Cart is going to be sliding along for free for now. Roar will finally drop down, try to halt this one up. Wall comes in, cuts off a few. Shatter going to be dropped in. Doesn't lead to anything though for Sato. Poorly timed, but Carpe finds another pick as Arc will be eliminated. Fire strike through, weakens up Roar, and he will be finished off by the Blizzard, tossed in by Ivy. Flashbang from Carpe, not going to connect. Still trying to find the kill there on the Stratus, who will be staying alive for a little bit longer, but in the end, this will very much be the Fusion coming up with another team fight victory and advancing that cart closer to point B.
They need that speed boost. They need a Blizzard fight here. Elevote's probably going to have to tag the point first. It's going to be close. I mean, they can try to get Roar onto it.
They've got so many tools right now to the Justice.
Yeah, they just need to get one team fight here. They'll have the high ground around this corner. Poco's going to really struggle to get up there and eat that Blizzard, so the Blizzard should go off no matter what. But Carpe!
Oh! Flashbang for Flashbang. Pokes around the corner. The shield is up. Carpe, 7 HP. Somebody heal this man! He desperately needs it. He's still at 5 HP. No one is taking him down. He's just sitting in the corner. Fire strike not going to connect, but still no heals for Carpe. They finally will start streaming through. A monk-ass moment if I've ever seen one here. The Carpe does manage to stay alive, and now in fact will receive the nano boost for the shots. The next one, now the push-up coming through. Boat tries to zone him back. Couple shots onto Aim God, can't get the kill. Carpe under fire. The eat on the flashbang, and Boat will be able to take him down.
The back cap.
Tom's gonna be out. The wall comes up, and they're just rolling this cart through. No one able to touch Fusion. It's so very close, pin for pin. Now the Blizzard gonna be tossed in by Stratus. Will freeze up Sato and take him down. Shatter gonna be used by Roar for good measure as Stratus will clean him up. 40 seconds remaining. Fusion so dangerously close now to rolling into point B.
That was definitely a bit of a clown fiesta there in terms of the back cap going on. Philadelphia Fusion splitting themselves in half, which allowed Justice to win the fight in the end, but they should have been a little bit more aware of the cart. They do save it in the end with just 2 meters to go, but that's important. That's all you need. No ults across the board on the side of the Justice. They're gonna have to take this fight ultless. The sound barrier being the only exception. They will have that online once the fight ensues. Carpe's got high ground. And they're playing it slow.
There it is. That angle. Deadeye going to be coming through. Wall burned by Ivy. Blizzard now going to be online. Boat needs to get an eat on this if they want to stop them from pushing through. Poco going to be knocked down to half HP, nearly taken down. Actually will get knocked out of the mech. Blizzard will come in. Sound barrier in response now from Arc. They're trying to keep his team alive, and Corey finds the first kill as Carpe will be eliminated. Sato going to be taken down. Funny Astro manages to find one, but it's a 4-for-1 here. in favor of the Washington Justice. The Blizzard thrown in, and the OT will bleed away. They get so damn close to rolling into point B, but that is where it stops.
Very close calls there on both sides. Really good focus fire onto Poco to ensure those Blizzards were going off through the push, and Stratus, he wants to tie this one up.
He is loving it. I love these guys. These guys are always good sports, but Fusion still poised to potentially take this one. Washington Justice, let's see if they can give us a 1-to-1 scoreline as we get ready to go to a quick commercial break.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Now, Fusion fans, I know how you feel about the Justice right now, but their homestand, the tickets are on sale, and you should definitely pick them up. It's going to be on February 22nd and 23rd. These guys have 5 homestands throughout the season, and obviously, based on the way that they're playing, I think that they're going to be delivering some excellent matches throughout the season, so you should absolutely show some brotherly love and go pick up some tickets.
That's not too far away. Not too far away.
Yeah, you can take the train down.
Well, you know, I think some of them might. Sounds like most people in this crowd are not. But that's okay. We're heading into now another round of Habana here. And this is where Washington Justice can pick up the draw in terms of score standings, you know, take that 1-1.
Yep.
Heading into a third map, bring us potentially a longer series. They played very greedy on their defense. On the attack here, it's going to have to be a little bit safer. And notice how Philadelphia Fusion are not going to stand at the gates. They're not going to look for that cheap ice wall off. They're going to play safer. I mean, they're going to look for an ice wall, sure, but not right at the door. They're going to play a lot safer. They're not going to go for that all-in. They're going to sit back, use their shields, and try to take control of the cart in the neutral rather than trying to get a cheap kill.
See Elivone and Arc thinking about going over onto that flank, but too risky. They know that the May is there. Their exit could be cut off, and that could lead to their elimination. So we'll just go ahead and kite back. So Fusion giving up a lot of ground, not willing to lose a fight early on and hand over some extra ult charge. So just want to try to fight in a more neutral position around this curve.
Elivote's taking the high ground here, so he's going to dual Poco up there. While you can see, meanwhile, the DPSs of the Washington Justice are trying to flank on that high ground with the help of Arc. He's trying to speed boost them around. Only a Reinhardt on the cart, though. Philadelphia Fusion could certainly punish this. Nice sleep dart there from
Sato
AimGod.
taking a nap, making sure they can't go for any kind of pin shenanigans there. Not that I think Roar would go for it, a bit too risky. As the right-click spam will just keep coming through from Stratus, trying to find a stray headshot and pick off one of the members of the Fusion. Cart rolling in quite close now. As the Bionade not going to be able to find anything other than boosting the members of the Justice. Electric Cowboy will be coming through. Corey around the side, looking for some kills. Well, not quite the angle that they potentially wanted, but he doesn't get too much damage dealt. Charge out, Roar gonna be matching, Nano Boost is in, and now the freeze is through, and Roar will be taken down. Carpe, however, will be eliminated off to the flank by Elite Vote, but Funny Astro asserts his dominance over Arc, punching him square in the jaw.
Great charge there by Sato to kind of lock Roar in place, the follow-up sleep there. Everything gets chained together. Everyone hates to be that Rhine who's just permanently caught, so Roar is just perma-stunned there and does end up getting taken out, thus removing that flankability that Corey had. He was on the side there and the high ground. He's going to have to fight for that once again. We'll see if Elivote takes that same approach. He's already spotted, he's already taken some chip damage, so getting up there is going to be a lot tougher. And they're probably just going to have to go by ground now, but they're losing so much valuable time.
Deadeye going to be started out from Corey, trying to send them back. The wall will come up in response. Cart advancing yet again, but Sato will put a halt to that one. Nearly 6 ultimates for the Fusion.
Look at Corey, another flank.
Not that far behind. Tries to go for the flashbang. Does manage to find the stun. The sleep dart connects on the Carpe. They get the Bionade. They will be able to take him down. The pin lined up as well as Roar. They'll just smash Sato into pieces. Cart's still going to be halted for now, but how much longer can they hold out? It doesn't seem like very long, as they will lose out on Poco's mech, and the Cart will advance through into A.
And Achilles, it's a 1-2 punch. We saw, you know, the Fusion unable to use ultimates. They were trying to put all their eggs on the Carpe basket. The commitment there from Resources for Justice to collapse on the Carpe pulls Poco away from where Stratus is dropping the Blizzard, so he gets a free Blizzard on the point. Carpe is blown up in that extremely heavy commitment there to dive him. And they actually get a pretty ult-efficient fight out of this. Sure, Fusion's got 5 and the high ground here, but this is a great starting time here for the Justice comparatively as they roll around this corner.
3.5 minutes just about. And 4 ultimates of their own, so that's still nothing to shake a stick at. Nanabu's going to be tossed in, Sato going to be dropping down, but the Shatter is waiting for him. Roar barely survives. The sound barrier from Arc keeps him alive despite that Bionade, but the fire strike from Sato will finally claim his life. Elivote taken down by the self-destruct from Poco. Sato will fall as a consequence, but the fight is very much wildly won by the Philly Fusion, who can now try and gain control of this Cart. We'll just see if they are going to be able to keep it, because they have to maintain it for 3 minutes if they want to win Havana and move up 2-0.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to do so. You could see, if you're wondering what Funny Astro is doing going back, he's doing what we call Lucio Taxi, where you bring some of your dead teammates back to the point as fast as possible, because it's a pretty long walk back. So Corey is able to get this high ground, see if he can hold on to it here. Deadeye's out. He's boosted up, but look at the positioning, he's too safe.
Flashbangs in, gets some nice damage there onto Poco, but it's not nearly enough to get him out of that mech.
He has to leave because Roar's shield was broken. Yep. Extremely risky situation there.
And answering Deadeye there from Carpe. Bomb up over the top. Block will come through, buys him a little bit of space. The Cart starting now to inch through. Sato playing forward. He's got the Shatter available. He's waiting for his opportunity. Fire Strike going to be eaten. You can see the pressure being applied from both sides. The Stratus tries to clip up onto the top's left side.
Shatter potential here if he could loop around on those stairs, but he's alone, very risky.
Corey taken low. Cart now advancing. Blizzard coming through from Stratus. No chance of an eat there from Poco. Sato makes his way out. Shield raised. No one on the Cart exactly at the moment. Elivote will get knocked out of the mech, and Alarm will be taken down. Is that going to be enough, though, here for the Justice? Shatter going to be coming through. Doesn't find anything. Roar raises the shield, keeps his team alive, and still has the Nano Boost for a little bit longer. So that barrier has to come through from Funny Astro to try to keep them all alive. Deadeye in the back. He's looking to line it up. Corey nearly eliminated by Carpe, just shooting through the cracks. We will have a pause.
We do indeed, and you know, it's one of those moments where you could see Carpe is not even afraid of Corey's Deadeye there, because he knows he has the high ground advantage, can clip in and out there where the platform protects him. And it was a very valiant attempt there to try to utilize the Deadeye, get into position to grab just one single kill on Carpe. If they do kill Carpe, if he makes one mistake positionally, if he steps into that line, gets the skull on his head, then the push is over and the map is over. We're at a tie series. A lot of resources committed there on the side of the Washington Justice, but Carpe survives. He has no fear in that moment. And at the end of the day, it's still a positive situation here for the Fusion as we head into another pause.
A positive situation? Yeah. What you said?
Well, I mean, that's what I meant.
I thought you did that intentionally.
No.
Okay, well, I have respect gained for you again.
Sure. I mean, you know, I'm just trying to keep things positive here myself.
Oh, no. All right. Well, we just had a minor issue here on stage, but we should have things taken care of quickly so we can resume the action. Here
There
we go.
it is.
Straight back into it. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Funny Astro under some fire.
Huge
Will be
pick.
taken down. Stratus finding that kill. Now Corey gets rid of Carpe. Pin for pin. Both Ryans hit the ground. Freeze is there on the Roar with the bio nade. They will be able to take him out. Using that one defensively, very much so is Ivy, but now hounded down by the enemy D.Va will fall, as does Alarm and Sato. Few members left. Funny Astro can't quite tag in, and we do have a tied series 1-1. Washington Justice will be able to roll it through.
I mentioned you get that kill on Carpet, that's all it takes. Lightning fast off the pause, they clip him out there. Elevo goes onto the high ground, they blow him up, and that's the point.
Well, we have a series on our hand. That's the most exciting thing here. No 3 Overwatch here today. We'll see who can take a lead when we come back for the next map.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now. Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
The Washington Justice are trying to play spoiler for the Philadelphia's home opener, but there's still a lot more Overwatch to be played. We're back here in the desk in LA. I am joined by Hex Costa as well as Reinforce. And I dare say, let's jump straight into the action. Talk about that first map. Reinforce, I know you liked what we saw from the Justice. They came in aggressive, and it worked pretty well for them.
Yeah, well, what I like about Washington Justice is that they have established like a team identity. We look at a lot of teams in the Overwatch League, and they haven't really figured out what they want to accomplish. I like the Washington Justice. They got booed when they came out, but they came in aggressive, decisive. They decided to dive with the Doomfist, the Lucio, and the Moira. And I just loved what I saw coming out from them. Instead of waiting back and feeling things out, you know, it's the first match of the 2020 season for them. They just came out in full force, getting booed and all. So I love what I saw from them coming out. And it was a really even Nepal game, you have to say.
Yeah, definitely. They played it very, very close. Costa, what did you like?
I really liked the third round. I think we saw a lot of different things. We saw Philly playing the double main tank on that point. And then, you know, everyone's going to talk about the Carpe, switch to Widow, just doing Carpe things, clicking heads.
Yeah, I mean, I was keeping my eye on the support line of this Philadelphia squad because they had iconic players. It was Boombox and Neptuno, of course, had great success outside the league. And then they added a couple rookies. And for the most part, they've kind of, held their own at the very least. Like, Alarm got cheesed out on a Doomfist fingertip punch, blind punch in the hallway. Let's not get started there.
Just Doomfist things.
Yeah, Funny Astro got a couple kills on Sanctum, which you always want from your Lucio to be able to get those environmental kills. And so far, I always of the mind that if you don't really say the supports' names, they're probably doing their job.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, Costa, you just touched on it very briefly. Carpe, he's rocking up on that Widowmaker right at the end in round 3 on Nepal. However, on a second map, we did see their opponents kind of trying to shut him down and actually doing a really good job at that.
I think the Washington Justice is doing a really good job of shutting down Carpe right now. They're giving Corey a ton of space to pop off, but you're seeing Elivo do an incredible job of just applying constant pressure, rotating Corey around the map, and Carpe just hasn't really been able to do anything at all. And you really got to credit like all of Washington Justice. I don't know how many times I'm just watching Carpe as like he's getting lower, he's losing positioning, and then he eventually just goes down and they win the fight.
There's something about Swedish off-tanks, man.
Like
Nevix, Elivot. Oh my god, man, they're so incredible. And I questioned the tank line going into this match today in the pre-show, but so far, Washington Justice, they have impressed me because a lot of people were down on the Washington Justice, but they have actually impressed me, and I'm actually looking forward to see more of them.
To Cuss's point, though, real quick, just so it'd make a sports ball mention for all my fans.
Sports ball!
But it's why you double team LeBron, it's why you double team Randy Moss, you just take away their best player. This guy's not going to beat us. One of the other 5 guys is going to have to step up and do something, because right now what Washington's saying is we are not going to let Carpe be the one who makes us lose this match.
I mean, it is a double-edged sword, though. If you're devoting too many resources and shutting down one player, you do allow the rest of the team a lot of space to trying to make that work against you. However, we do want to head out of it is time for Crunch Time. That's what I actually like to say. And it is, of course, presented by Cheez-It Grooves. Now, Costa, we talked about Carpe getting it done for his team, and there's a good reason why the opponents need to shut him down.
Yeah, and you see right here, this was actually like a clutch play by Philly Fusion. They're coming into this round, and they're hitting a 99. They go, Carpe, let's switch to Widow. And you actually saw in this entire clip, Washington Justice engaged their entire team into Philly's backline just to deal with Carpe. Fortunately, didn't get him. Carpe gets the space here, then wins the 1v1 versus Corey, then almost wins the 1v1 versus Arc, and then comes back, just clicks head.
I love how you give credit to Fusion as a team. Just like, good job, team. Because it was just Carpe. It's like, oh, it's overtime. Carpe's going Widow, hitting shots. That's why we love him. Star power potential, just incredible playmaking ability. But good job, Philly Fusion. Team effort.
Team effort of letting Carpe do his thing.
It is a team game for us, all right.
He just hit shots for it.
But his team peeled so well. Did you see Alarm die at the start just so Carpe wouldn't? What a true rookie.
Great. Love it.
All right, reinforce. Anyway, let's talk about the upcoming second half. Any word of advice for either of those teams? Do you feel like one team really needs to adjust anything they're doing? Because they are playing each other very close at the moment.
I think you commit to the peel on Carpe. It seems like they're trying to get in there and support him, but then they just back out, and then Carpe's left all alone, thinking he has support where he doesn't.
I actually liked what I saw coming out on map 1 because they played the double main tank. The Reinhardt and the Orisa, and then they also played Bap Lucio. So they did actually peel a lot for Carpe, and it seems like Philly know their win condition as well.
Well, that was our game break presented by Cheez-It Grooves. Let's get back to the rest of the match and see if Washington can bring some justice to Philadelphia.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
my mind, he is the boy wonder of Overwatch right now. This guy, Carpe is ridiculous.
Carpe, again, so many finishing blows for this guy right now. Carpe, what are you doing? This is unbelievable! Oh, Carpe! Wow, you got too close to Carpe, and that's what happens.
And welcome back. I think we have a few more highlights to add to that frag video then after that Nepal round of Carpe, just saving them with the Widowmaker. But man, this is a very close series. We have this all tied up 1-1 after Havana. Washington Justice able to move up, but it's getting very close at the end. These guys have been neck and neck this entire way through.
And they certainly have, and I think it's surprising to most that Philly are struggling so much against the Justice. But I think we just have to remember Stage 4 of 2019, where we saw this DPS duo on the Justice look really good in a non-GOATS meta, now bolstered by AimGod, who's doing a lot of work for the team, as well as Elevote, who's actually really helping Corey control these high and low grounds. Poco has been doing, you know, on the other side of things, a great job too, but it feels like Elevote is, especially on Havana, getting the better of those exchanges, the better of those trades. And Washington Justice are not letting the crowd get them down, bouncing back after a close series.
I had
Hornet's Nest.
I had actually run into the Justice in Chinatown just a couple nights ago, and I asked them if they were ready to sit in front of this Philly crowd, and they said, oh yeah, like absolutely. They've done their research, they knew exactly what to expect, and I think they're feeding off of it a little bit, much like the Fusion are feeding off of the support that they've been receiving from the fans here in the audience. So it's been a fantastic start to the series, and I can only hope that this goes the distance. Currently tied up 1-1, so guaranteed at least 2 more maps. Kings Row will be map number 3.
Kings Row, one of my favorite maps all time.
A classic.
Overwatch, a classic. And even though this is arguably Reaper's best map in this meta, Reaper's kind of fallen by the wayside in the, you know, in just the few first matches we've had in the Overwatch League, in favor of the McCree, in favor of that range damage and poke. You can keep the Reaper at bay, do that extra damage from range with McCree. McCree ends up being the better option despite these narrow choke points. But notice that because of those choke points, very similar to what we saw in Sanctum, Sato and Poco are going to be running that double shield tank, Reinhardt, Orisa here. So they're going to try to control those chokes, the same Alarm Batiste that we saw on Sanctum, whereas the Justice are looking for that standard Diva comp here.
Looks to be Fire Strike through, but taken away instantly, so not going to find any extra percentage here with Sato. And now the barrier spam comes through, significantly shorter after the nerfs that we saw to the shields. So it doesn't take too long to break those down. You can already see the Orisa one getting taken away. Hulk forward with that Fire Strike does set up Sato for a pretty meaty Fire Strike, so now going to be at 40%.
Carpe looking for a flank here onto the supports.
Trying to make his way into the back.
Too risky.
Uncertain if he had been spotted. Arc was hovering up around the top of the statue.
If you die there, you lose A, so he just decides to play it safe.
Pretty much. Barrier down, wall coming out. They're trying to cut off Roar. They save him a little bit with that defense matrix. Bionade comes out. Fusion dangerously low. Carpe finds the shot, but Stratus is there to follow up. You'd think that they were brothers, basically attached to the hip. Stratus finds some vengeance for him, but it will be a halt on the push for now. There's Fusion. Just going to be playing this one safely, waiting for Carpe to rejoin them.
There's a huge window here before Carpe gets to the point, and they're going to commit.
Coming back now, Nano Boost again. They throw up the wall, try to cut them back off. Keep Roar protected, the barriers coming in. By a little bit more time, Maywall helping to mitigate a lot of damage that would have been attained with that Amp Matrix for the Fusion. But for now, they still are able to re-aggress, to reclaim some territory here on this back corner of the point. Carpe just going to be maintaining the flank. Starts wrapping around. AimGod is not looking in the back. The wall comes up, flashbang in, but there's too many members, so Carpe has got to dip out of there. Blizzard comes through, Stratus going to be taken down. Funny Astro managing to find the kill. The rest of them dip off the point, but Fusion have to get back over here as 2 ticks are going to be grabbed for the Washington Justice with the Deadeye rolling from Corey. Safely protected behind the Rhine shield, but now that's going to be expiring. Shatter comes down! 5-man, I do believe, from Sato. Either way, it was a big one. They were worried about the flank, but they were not worried about that Rhine right up in their face.
Sato, he saves the day here, and it's extremely composed defense here for Fusion, despite the fact that Carpe was forced out of that fight not only by a Mei wall, but a Mei blizzard, and they still were able to hold on to ultimates. We're gonna take a look at Sato here. The wall keeps him hidden, and as you can see, barrier's broken, he commits.
Yep.
That's all it takes. A little bit of help from Funny Astro there. It's a wipe. And now Philadelphia Fusion still with that ult advantage. It's that kind of composure on Kings Row you really need with a comp like this.
Blizzard coming out. It's going to be Fusion going on the aggressive side of things. Nanobu's thrown forward onto Corey. Electric Cowboy coming in, but Stratus going to be taken down. And the Funny Astro finds the kill onto Arc. Roar in desperation drops the hammer, but likely should have held on to that. It's now 1 minute and 8 seconds remaining on the attack for the Washington Justice.
They're going to have to win a sustain war here in this next fight using that sound barrier. Elevote's going to get staggered a little bit further here. But does he stick with the Diva? I mean, they've got a bomb, but no real setup for it. Arc sound barrier, they don't want to lead with it, but I don't think they have much of a choice here. If Corey can somehow get a flank, that would be a great opportunity to get a single pick. But otherwise, again, Philadelphia Fusion has that positional advantage. Barrier just replaced here, and the poke is so hard at range against double shield.
That it is. They have the sound barrier for the elongated fight.
Look at Carpe
Perhaps
on the
Elevote
flank.
can find some kills with this bomb. Carpe's up top. He's revealed his position. Set that eye ready to go. Elevote's up to the top side. Now drops back down. Has those faster boosters, so can get on top of Carpe if the Deadeye comes through. Sato, however, going to be frozen, taken down. They could not get the Immortality field on top of him. So does fall. Carpe with a Deadeye rolling, finds Aim God. The barrier comes in on the back end. Fusion trying to win this one out. Carpe finds the second kill as Corey will fall. Gets jumped on. The Diva pushing forward. The Rocket's coming through. He can't quite pop him out of the mech. Chase forward from Ivy. Is a dangerously low roar. OG going to be forced out as he get up to 90.7%, but Elevote's going to be taken down. And now they have the Ant Matrix in the backside of the point. Blizzard thrown down. They buy a little bit of space, but they have to play forward onto the point yet again. Push their way up. Nanobu's going to be tossed in. Roar swinging away. Shatter comes down. Manages to find both supports in the back line, but the kills are not there. Aim down an Arc. Both still alive somehow. Fire strike through, takes Funny Astro low, Stratus finishes him off. Carpe comes back in with the Tracer, manages to find one, but will be taken down. A war of attrition, but one that is won by the Washington Justice. They take it in OT, 2.5 minutes in the time bank.
All it takes when you're having this scrappy trade fight, you know, Carpe nearly saved them with that double kill after the second sound barrier when the fight really broke out. But all it takes is a scrappy fight when you're the attacker on Kings Row. You have way faster respawns, you can get back onto that point and keep fighting, especially when you've got a Lucio in your composition. It's going to take the Fusion way longer to rejoin the fight on A. So when you're trading even, it's a trade that favors the attacker on Kings Row A. This is a very weak time bank though. Going into these choke points where this composition the Fusion have built is meant to thrive, especially when Corey's on this Tracer. He's going to have a really tough time controlling these chokes, even if it gets on the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, you got to expect going up against Carpe's McCree. This is an extremely dangerous situation to be in if you're Corey.
Unfavorable matchup for sure.
Yeah. You know that if that flashbang connects, then you are absolutely going to be dead. An extremely rare botch from Carpe to not have that headshot. Walls coming up, denying a lot of vision here as the supercharger is used. And the fire strike will help take that one down to half. You can see them just buying time. It's Funny Astro will have to dip out. So wraparound comes through the side. Corey in the back. Just looking for that approach. Still a ways away from the pulse bomb. Wall buys them some time as the Nanobu's gets tossed in onto Rory. Pushes up around the corner, swinging away. Can't quite find a target though. Looking for a chance to line up with a Shatter. The boot back comes through. Fire strike in. Drops the hammer, comes around the corner, the May wall comes up, and he does not get anything. Fantastic defense from the Fusion, keeping their teammates safe. Deadeye from Carpe doesn't find anything. Corey hounds him down, finds the kill, getting rid of the McCree. Wall coming up yet again. Wall answered by Ivy, and Ellie, but finds the eat, breaks through, and takes away the Blizzard. One of Fusion's biggest defensive ults now going to be eliminated. Funny Astro dropping in with a sound barrier. Two members going to be biled out on the side of the Fusion. The bomb up into the air from Elevote looking for the pick. The shield comes down, but Alarm cannot duck behind it. Will be taken out. Freeze there on the Funny Astro, but he manages to make it out safely. Sato charging away, trying to buy some time. Has that Shatter nearly available, but I don't know if they can keep fighting this one. Sato would have to hit everybody with this Shatter, and he just does not have the support. Funny Astro will die on the cart, and that will be point B gained for the Washington Justice. A minute and a half going to be added to the time bank.
Really great plays by the Justice all around the board. Philadelphia Fusion are running what is basically as close to GOATs as you can get with this composition, and somehow, some way, the Justice with Tracer circumvented it, using high ground, wrapping around, flanking non-stop, just harassing the Fusion backline, and they were able to crack it. It wasn't time efficient, but they do get that checkpoint.
Pulse bomb nearly up. Now, everybody on the Fusion gonna have to be especially careful. Nano in, pulses it out, doesn't find a stick, and Ivy finds the headshot. Great turnaround flick from him. Manages to find the kill, but the Blizzard successfully gets through from the side of Stratus, freezing up the members, taking the poop out on Asado, taking him out of that immortality field, eliminating it as well for good measure. Might just be able to continue to advance. Corey now going to be swapping off the Tracer, comes back on the Widowmaker, is going to be looking for that high ground control because there's not really anybody on the Fusion that can contest him other than Astro.
Yeah, I mean, it's the barriers, the only thing that can really stop him, but they're getting so low, they're already chunked down. There's a great swap here to try to get some time bank. Look at his position on the high ground. He's breaking through those shields.
Wrap around the side as well. Stratus looking for a flank. Astro spots him out. Carpe nearly taken down. Holding on to the Deadeye. We get closer and closer. The wall coming up. He gets pushed back around the other side. Carpe gonna be slept. Is sitting inside of the immortality field, but now the hammer gonna be dropped in. Carpe stunned up. Not yet taken down. Sound barrier will come through as Alarm finds Arc. Roar eliminated as well. Now Ellie Boat gonna be gone. That will be it. The last vestiges of hope for the Washington Justice will bleed away as they cannot finish King's Row. And the Philly Fusion have a win condition on King's Row. If they can just push to the end, they will move up 2-1 in this series.
Very calm and collected with a Fusion on their defense of A and C. Just not committing ultimates until the last possible second, being willing to give a lot of distance, but not the point.
Still on a knife's edge is this map. Anybody can come away with a victory. We're going to find out who it is when we come back for the second half. See if it's going to be a 2-1 for Fusion or 2-1 for Justice.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. They're live at the Met, as you just saw, and of course there are still going to be more Philly homestands after this weekend. Another one here, then one over in my home state of New Jersey and AC. But of course we do have the Washington, D.C. homestands coming up. My apologies, get it right up in the camera there. We do have the Washington homestands coming up, so if you cannot participate and be there in person, of course you can tune in right here where you're watching already on youtube.com/Overwatch League. And make sure you show your support for the teams that are playing there. 5 homestands in DC. There's going to be a lot of teams circulating through our capital.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to find that link if you just type in Overwatch League on YouTube. You don't have to type in a specific link. You can just search it up and sub. And then when it's live, you'll know. It's really easy to find. So don't don't be bogged down by big long URLs. Just go to the Overwatch League page and you're good. So that's where it's going to be happening. If you can't make it in person, I myself very excited to see how the Washington homestands go, especially after watching their level of play here. A very narrow hold there on C for the Fusion. But they're playing for that C point win condition you mentioned earlier. Not playing around just simply time banks, but actually trying to hold it there to the last moment. They have a way to put themselves onto match point here. They will be running the double shield on the approach. Much harder to attack than defend this way, though. Especially on A, but they've got the point.
Yeah, they're already gaining some solid ground as AIM got in the back. Has to use the Bionade onto himself. Wall up, comes through. Nice defensive wall answered by Stratus. Does keep Roar safe. But already one tick going to be snagged for the Fusion.
Corey with the flank attempt here onto Carpe. No success.
Trying to poke around the back. Elibot, though. Oh, man, he is in no man's land. He's zooming through the back. Barely makes it out with that mech intact. 62 HP. Can you hear that? Need healing spam coming through. Elibot in such a rough position, and Roar gonna have to have that nano boost invested onto him to try to keep him alive. Fire strike through. Gets a nice smattering of damage.
He's
now
going.
Picks up that health pack, has the shatter available. Halfway there to that third tick and capping point A. Sato gonna be frozen as the blizzard comes down from Stratus. They're gonna put this one over the finish line. Knock this down on the defense. That eye out. Oh, it looked like maybe Carpe was gonna have the shots coming in, but the sleep dart connects right in the last second. But he still stands up. He still takes down Arc. Fusion are right back at it. Moving their way up 95%. Can they get there? Oh no, it's just a bit too late. Corey returns with the Widowmaker, but might just have to swap off yet again.
He certainly will. You're not gonna have
to get jumped on.
Yeah, you're not gonna have much line of sight there. That's A over to the Fusion in pretty one-sided fashion. I feel like Elibot's definitely been a bit of a double-edged sword for the Justice here. He's had his moments where he's controlled high ground, he's given Corey that space, but on the other hand, some of his aggressive play, you know, where he's spamming need healing, you know, has cost them big because he's trapped, he's away from the rest of his squad, he's got no health, he's essentially irrelevant, might as well be dead. You know, if you're not gonna make an impact there, you're down at 60 health. And that left things completely open for Carpe, who was able to get a lot more done, get that opening pick onto Arc, and help solidify the cap. They do have a Blizzard here as well now to toss around this corner.
Well, they've got nearly taken down. Arc poking up around the corner, trying to keep his team sustained as best as possible. Blizzard going to be coming down from Ivy. The shatter lopped in as well. Knocks the ball right on their asses, and that'll be the cleanup coming through as the Fusion will not halt. 4 minutes in the time bank still as they get ready to round this final corner into point B.
Not the most ult efficient exchange, but it was a guaranteed team fight win. You get that big Blizzard, you follow up with the shatter, and that's going to be B. For the Justice, there's no realistic way to contest this. They're going to just try to set up for C, but this time bank is going to be absolutely massive, and all they have to do is finish the map here with 5:12 on the clock to take match point in the series. Ori with a desperate swap over to Hanzo for extra shield break, but it's going to be so difficult to utilize here as the cart rolls through. Deadeye.
Deadeye there from Carpe. Bomb coming in response into the back line. Manages just to find the Immortality field.
Good angle, though.
Yeah, solid angle, but good preparation as well by Alarm. Seeing where that angle was and knowing that he could keep everybody topped up. Does manage to do so. Now it's going to be the Amp Matrix, but they deny that one. Blizzard going to be coming down from Stratus, laying in with the sound barrier is Art to keep his team topped up. Bunny Astro tries to answer back, but now the shatter comes through from Roar, knocks him down, and that will be the cleanup as Corey is here taking shots with his Hanzo.
Once we get to the point where Corey actually has that first Dragon Strike, that's when it's going to be really difficult to utilize the comp Philadelphia Fusion is running, because unless you kill him with a stray headshot, he is going to get that Dragon Strike off. There's no way to mitigate that without just simply splitting. They don't have a D.Va, and even if they did, absorbing that is just so incredibly difficult. And when you're in this composition, the Fusion are running the double shields, you're very much clumped up. You're in one spot, and it makes it really easy for the Dragon Strike to get value. He's 15% away from that. And that's going to almost be one guaranteed stop push unless he messes it up. And look where he is on the high ground. He's getting that last percent.
Balls up, and God spamming, trying to keep his team alive. Is holding on to that nano boost for now.
Dragon Strike's ready.
Let's have it. Going to go ahead and start channeling that one. Tosses it straight up the lane. Corey on the follow-up manages to find a headshot onto Carpe. Bionade connects on the 3 members of the Fusion. Very nicely done by Aim God. But losing out on Carpe, we already know how Fusion play this. They will pull back.
They're going to actually swap Carpe over to the Hanzo as well, but I feel like the Justice have way better tools to deal with the Dragon Strike. It's more about those stray headshots and if you can control that high ground.
Well, that, and they also have that D.Va trying to absorb it. Roar pushing forward, getting a little too antsy. Shatter comes down. Bionade connects on the 2, and Corey finds Carpe. Answering Shatter out from Roar, will find Alarm in the back line as Corey comes over from the side, manages to get rid of Poco. Fearlessly dashes forward, he's looking for the finish on the Ivy. Can't quite line up the shot yet. I think a bit elusive, but there you go. Gets him in the end.
Fusion need to switch their composition here. Carpe on this Hanzo isn't going to get value. The double shields, the Reinhardt Orisa composition, is going to struggle versus Dragon Strikes that Corey can build easily because he has high ground control, can take those pot shots, get some stray headshots in there as well. And this is just so incredibly difficult to break. I really like this tech to pull this Hanzo in for Corey, because the Dragon Strike just screws up every team fight for the Fusion.
Superchargers around the corner. Dragon Strike does roll through. Ivy just going to be sitting inside that ice wall as long as he possibly can. Stratus will be taken down. Huge pick here for the Fusion as they fall down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Make their way back over towards the cart. Storm Arrows out. Sato swinging away, manages to get Roar and Aim God. Fantastic fortune for him as the freeze comes in on the Ellie boat, and he will get knocked out.
And now Carpe gets the high ground for the first time, and this is dangerous. Now he can really get value out of this Hanzo.
This is where he can take over. Nearly has that other Dragon Strike available as well. Nano and Sound Barrier here for the Justice. Is that going to be enough for them to last out for another minute and 50? They have to get to the cart. Can they do it? 0.34 meters when they goes. The Nano Boost will come through. Bionade connects on the Poco, but he's got the barrier shields, trying to keep them alive. Shatter comes down. See the disc going to be tossed in, alarm, keeping him alive with that immortality field. His Ellie boat's going to be knocked off the side, and they will just go ahead and push it through. 2-1 now in favor of the Philadelphia Fusion. Match point, one more to go.
Really big risk running Carpe on the Hanzo. It pays off. They're able to deal with Corey's second Dragon Strike swimmingly. Split there, recontest the point. Very well played here from the Fusion. Great timing to finish the map.
This very well could just be a pendulum, though. I'm feeling a game 5. I don't know about you guys. We'll find out if we get one when we come back for the next map.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now. Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
And we are back from the break. Match point right now for the Philadelphia Fusion. 2-1 after the victory on Kings Road. One more map to take it home. Their first victory in their first homestand in Philadelphia. Looking pretty hype for these guys. But Washington Justice are not going to be going down without a fight. It has been so close throughout this entire series. They certainly could push us to the brink and have a game 5.
It really could, and the the DPS battle between Carpe and Corey is really not disappointing right now. We're seeing a wide berth of heroes, from the Hanzo to the McCree. Obviously, a little bit of Widowmaker on both sides throughout this series. So really showcasing their wheelhouse. You know, we know that Carpe also has projectile, background, as well as his Genji that really stands out in terms of the projectile. So he's got a huge hero pool. We haven't really seen all of that come online just yet, but it has been back and forth. And as we head into our fourth map, it will be Temple of Anubis, and this is where you will sometimes see that Genji come out, and it's one of Ivy's better heroes as well. When you look back to the start of his career, where he made his first Contenders Finals, on the back of that, Junkrat and Genji, two staple heroes of this map. Not so much in this meta, but I'd love to see one of these two players bring it out here, because we have seen it quite popular, be quite popular on this map, especially when you look at the Dallas and New York homestands last week. For the defense here, looks like Corey's going to be sticking with that Hanzo, and we will see this Orisa setup with Ryan. So kind of a different take on what used to be called the Treehouse. You'd see Orisa on this map a lot, but interesting positioning here for Stratus. Going to try to get some pot shots and see the lay of the land.
Seems like Carpe will be starting with a Hanzo as well.
Yeah, no.
So already feeling this pick. No one playing up top on the center column here at the first archway, so not going to be seeing any shots from Corey at the start. But oh boy,
that's why you see that position from Stratus.
Yeah,
trying to get that blow-up kill.
He gets some nice damage, but Funny Astro going to be taken down by Elivote. Of all people to find it, it is the Orisa. So already going to be slowing them up. Don't want to move anywhere without that Lucio. They look for the hold there, and that's the lineup. So Corey gets the shot on the Carpe. Excellently done so far by the Justice.
You can see all the bullets, all the projectiles going in one line. The focus fire here is excellent. The sight line control is amazing. And now they can't really even get out here. They're cut off, for these members from the back line.
Yep. Have the barrier tossed down, trying to allow for Astro to get in. Wall will come up from Ivy.
Now they have wall advantage here for this push. So many resources burned for the Fusion to try to get out of this room.
Nice jump around the side, up top. Carpe fishing for these shots, trying to get an angle, trying to pick somebody off. Finds one. Very well could just spell point A for the Fusion. That Matrix going to be used by Alarm.
But everybody jump down.
Yep, parting to the sides. Shots coming down from Carpe, but the barrier is still going to be raised. Can't really find too much. We'll just go ahead and break down the shield. Now tries to wrap around the backside. Spots out two members. Thinks that he might have the jump there. Coming around the backside to potentially find Corey. Dragon Strike from Corey doesn't find too much. Immortality Field keeps alive the members of the Philadelphia Fusion as Roar swings away, desperately trying to survive. The shield will be broken down. He's got no HP, and Alarm will be able to finish him off. Stratus going to be taken out as well just as the Blizzard becomes available. And that Matrix from Aim God doesn't mean jack. Fusion wipe the floor with them, the team kill in the end. They will go ahead and cap point A and have 6 minutes to assault, 5 minutes to assault point B.
Alarm definitely being the hero there on that last push. That Immortality Field perfectly timed to shut down Corey's Dragon Strike, heal everybody up while they're immortal, and then collapse back in, get that opening kill, and then the point is theirs. They get to do it essentially ultless as well now, and as they head into B, they've got that extra advantage.
Bionade hits 2, but they make it through successfully.
Yeah, now Justice are kind of split up. They need to regroup. Because Fusion are going to come in hard, and with 6 ultimates, they do get back onto the point. Blizzard
their way up. Yep, Blizzard will be coming through. Stratus trying to wall them off, and Sato, oh boy, all out on his lonesome. And he will be taken down. There is no saving that. Fusion, though, can they try to convert the fight? I think the answer is likely going to be no, as Poco is going lower and lower. Will be finished off by Stratus in the end.
In Philadelphia Fusion, this may look like a loss, but in practice, it's actually a win because they're able to pull out some of these Justice ultimates, notably the Blizzard. They hold on to their own, and now they've got a Blizzard Dragon Strike combo set up. They have the Supercharger to help empower this push, and the Fusion are probably going to use all their tools here on this next attack. Nobody gets picked by Corey here on the way over. All they really have to do is close that distance, close that gap to B through the left side room from attacker's perspective, and they've got a lot of tools to break this wide open. And they're going to go right through that room there to the side.
Oh. Yep, here's that shot coming through.
I mean,
trying to track him. Oh, no. That's the shatter dropped in straight to the wall. Fantastically done by Stratus, and a bit too trigger happy from Sato. Loses out on that, still manages to find the pin on Roar, taking him over to the side. Shatter comes down, doesn't find anything, but the Nano Boost is there to try to keep him alive. Sato's got to retreat. And you can see the wall coming up. Sato going to be taken down. Fantastic coordination from the Washington Justice.
And I mean, to play devil's advocate for what was probably the worst ult usage in an advantage situation we've seen so far this season, the idea there was to draw the attention away so Sato could get that sneak shatter. The response, as Corey gets picked here, from Stratus was amazingly quick. He shattered anyways. And now the Fusion don't have that many great tools to break this point open anymore. And that's really unfortunate because they had such a massive advantage, and now that time bank is dwindling.
Straight back at it though. Pushing their way up. Ellieboat nearly getting knocked out of the mech there. Will be able to escape as Stratus just uses the Blizzard here on the bridge, zoning them back, buying more and more time. Still 2.5 minutes for the Fusion. Getting rid of that Blizzard, going to be considered a win, as they only lose Poco on the way out. And he will be swapping over onto the D.Va now.
Yeah, he's going to swap over the D.Va. That's going to give them a lot more control over the center part of this map. It can help contest versus Ellieboat, who also has this bomb online here. But everything they're doing is so obvious and so transparent because of the positioning here of Ellieboat. And they're, again, down on ultimates after that botched last team fight. They're going to get to the point. They don't have the Blizzard yet.
Jump scare moment for Poco.
Just going to slow this down as much as possible.
Oh, another wall coming through. Poco retreats as those fast boosters, so manages to jet his way out. Stratus is going to be taken down. Carpe finds a huge pickoff for him. Bob tossed in, tries to weave that one into the back. Just going to be finding the Immortality Field. Quad Dragon's going to be parting their way across the point, neither leading to any kills, and Stratus swaps over to the Doomfist, jumps his way back in, gets the uppercut, finds the execution. His alarm will fall, but Sato cuts him down. Charge coming in, Poco going to be knocked out of the mech now. Sato's just got no HP. Bionade connects onto two. Bunny Astro trying to make his way out. A sliver of HP.
You need a decisive engagement of the attacking team. You need to get multiple kills. You can't be trading. At least they trade this time and keep ultimates. Feels like a little bit of deja vu here, what we're seeing. They're coming in, they've got the Blizzard, they've got the Shatter. They will have Sound Barrier for the engage, the approach onto the point. They're gonna have to have a better setup than that fake out where they looked like they were going up mid, and then Sato got the flank Shatter. It was shut down by Stratus last time. I think they should move as 6, take that left side approach, and look for the hard engage. They know they have ult advantage here, and they've only got one more shot at this. They are gonna move together, and here comes that push. Sound Barrier is ready in just a moment here for Funny Astro.
Working their way up. Main wall, not really going to be cutting anybody off. Funny Astro trying to harass down Ellieboat. Stratus will get frozen and eliminated by Ivy. Sound Barrier comes through for Arc, trying to keep the rest of the team alive as they do have that defender's respawn advantage. Sound Barrier now going to be matched. Funny Astro losing that one. Roar getting chipped away. Ellieboat going to be taken down. They get the freeze, they get the shatter. The hammer comes down, and Fusion have the point for now. Delay coming in as much as they possibly can. The Deadeye will cut down Corey, and that will be the cap with 14 seconds to spare. Finishing with time, the biggest boon for the Fusion.
Yeah, it was a huge time bank, 5 minutes plus, heading into B. But after that first botched engage, you could see how much the ult advantage could really swing into the defender's advantage. You know, what lead you had can be easily washed away with just one botched engage, with several ultimates committed. They're able to force the second time they had that massive ultimate advantage to work because they got an opening kill on the Stratus. It gets a lot easier from there. Saw Funny Astro got the Sound Barrier second, so Blizzard came out from Ivy. And, you know, you kind of have this one step ahead advantage when you have that tempo coming into a point B like that. But a win for Fusion that they can't be. But I think all the players are wondering what could have happened if that Sato Shatter connected, if Plan A worked really well there and they had that flank Shatter. We might be looking at a 3:30, 4-minute time bank here, but it's just not to be. And for the Justice, it feels like there's a lot of hope now coming into this attack.
Take a look back here. One of the moments that was kind of going on in the kill feed. Carpe just wreaking havoc, got rid of Ellieboat. And without that medication, oh man.
And we can sing Carpe's praises here, but we have to criticize Ellieboat's flank there because he kind of put himself in a bad spot. He wasn't really able to rejoin the point, and as a result, Carpe is able to just push him back there, and he isolated himself. Sometimes that works out. Sometimes you can get that kill on the McCree. Sometimes you can pick off a support. Ellieboat's risky playstyle has been very hit or miss. When he hits, I mean, he looks amazing. Well, he's given a lot of space, but when you miss, you miss.
Here it is, Carpe starting out on the Widowmaker as the Justice go on the offense. Barrier offered up to him to guarantee safety. Just weakens the barriers a little bit on the side of the Justice, and will go ahead and retreat back. We'll see what kind of angle he wants to play. Just waiting to see if anyone poke their head out behind that ice wall, but it seems like the Justice are not foolish enough to do so. They know exactly who they're playing against.
Yeah, exactly. Respect is real.
So now looking to set up for the catch with the May wall. Toss that one down, and Stratus does get locked out for the moment. Sato gonna have to kite back though. Nice halt, pulls them all together, but Sato crumbles under the pressure. Just too much damage coming forward from the side of the Washington Justice. Everybody gonna be topped up. Carpe needs to start clicking some heads if they want to hold on to point A. Otherwise, it's looking like another extremely fast cap.
Yeah, and with double shields here, it's so difficult
There's
to
one,
use
though.
the angle.
Ivy gets rid of Corey. Everybody gonna be locked inside. They get the halt together. Couple shots gonna be coming through. Carpe, even he doesn't want to have to play against the Amp Matrix. Sato starts pushing his way through. Fire strike to try to build up. Gets the Shatter online. Swings, finds two, drops the hammer. It's the rest of them. The Immortality Field will buy them some time, but Sato now has one back at him up. Another swing, another 2 kills. And the Fusion, hold on.
I mean, Sato's the one who got them into this position. He was the one who messed up his position, got too aggressive as picked, but he's also the hero who saves them in the end, comes through, is able to find himself a big amount of damage here to get the Shatter online. Look at the ult meter go up. There's the Shatter. Nothing to block him there. Roar's unable to get the shield up in time, and Immortality Field's only going to buy you seconds there. As he's trapped.
Back in here, Ivy still doing work, finds the headshot onto Stratus, buying further time for the Fusion.
And the Justice, yeah, and the Justice really need a clean fight here. They're going to have Blizzard shortly, but Ivy is going to be able to match that.
No one can hide
waiting.
from my sight.
Corey's still not opting in for the Widow 1v1. Aggressive push around the side.
This is what Carpe loves to do.
He barely missed it, but can he find it now? Moves in, gets a body shot on the Corey. Now they're aware, and they're going to be looking for him. Just needs him to come a little bit further back, but you can tell that the Justice, they're aware of that position. They're playing back purposely. They're playing forward rather to make sure that they do not give that sideline over to Carpe. Ult starting to look good here for the Justice, though. Twin Blizzard's going to be coming down as the sound barrier is used by Arc to try to keep their members alive. Ivy goes up on top of the pillar, makes his way out of there, however. So does manage to stay alive. Sound barrier on the back end for Funny Astro doing some serious defensive work as no one gets taken down. They say that, though. Arc does manage to find Carpe, hounds him out. Shots coming through from Alarm, tries to get the kill here on a Stratus, who just peeks. He just gently peeks over the top. Manages to find the kill. Carpe trying to make up his mind. He knows that point A is going to be gone, so gives up on the Tracer and will just be matching Corey on that Hanzo now. But serious time buying was done by the Fusion.
Yeah, I mean, since the days of BK Stars, we know Carpe has been such an aggressive flanker on the Widow, be it the McCree, and even oftentimes the Hanzo. And that flank didn't pay off. He put himself out of position. He allowed the Justice to, once they got around that corner, push through mid, get into the center there. And it was a risky play. But still, decent time bank here for Justice now. And the time bank for the Fusion is so limited. They have themselves one of those ult advantages. Not as big as Fusion's was that they lost on their first push. But they can certainly get a better time bank here if this first push goes well.
Well, Supercharger going to be tossed in. Maywall goes up. Trying to buy them some time. Bionade does connect onto Poco. Nice fire strike. Gets Sato closer to that next Earth Shatter. Dragon Strike going to be tossed out into the corner. Doesn't really have too many targets on that side of the map. They try to get Carpe back in there, but AimGod actually with a Bionade will be able to take him out. Yeah, Matrix is here. We'll use that Fire Strike to try to get some extra damage through for Sato. As Arc just sits directly on top of him, spamming away. The left clicks, the right clicks. Mortality Field will fall down, and suddenly the members start disappearing on the side of the Philadelphia Fusion. 3 still going to be down as they start ticking up. 1 going to be snagged. And Fusion need a miracle to try to turn this one around. Poco desperately going to be swapping over onto the Wrecking Ball. Alarm gets taken down. They don't have the Immortality Field to buy some more time. Pile Driver comes through. But Heliboat, he fortifies, he stays safe. Blizzard now going to be coming in from Ivy, starts locking them up. Arc's the first one to fall. Now Roar going to be taken down. Can they turn this one on its head? A sliver of HP. Sato going to be dropped as he tries to drop the hammer. Alarm gets rid of Heliboat. Poco will get taken down. Funny Astro has that sound barrier ready to go. Might have to burn it when he's back, but Carpe manages to find two.
The waves
got
are out.
Corey, both gonna be taken out. Drops down, gets the uppercut, and Carpe again clutches out the defense.
He saves the day here. Look at Arc sound barrier. He's still holding it. Had he used that when Ivy tossed out the Blizzard, they would have been able to survive through. We would have seen the survival there of Elivo on the Orisa, and that would have allowed them to sustain through that push and start getting those kills. It was the Blizzard that saved Fusion, and Carpe comes up to clean up there in the end. Once again, a Dragon Strike ready for Corey. He split them in half last time. See if he can do it again. Here it comes.
Yep, Dragon Strike
Carpe,
out. Carpe around the corner. A near miss. Drops down, he's well into the back, and Sato's going to be taken down to the front lines. Roar, however, slur of HP, has to maybe drop into the low ground, but he just doesn't get the opportunity. Gets taken down, and the Nano Boost goes over to Elivote instead. Sound Barrier is still going to be committed, catches 4 members on the side of the Washington Justice, but Ivy has the freeze coming through, and he's nearly got another Blizzard, and they don't have a way to sustain through it. They need to have an eat now from Elivote. 1 minute on the clock. Washington Justice need to finish this, or else that is it. Fusion might be able to take this one right here, right now.
It looks hopeless for the Justice. They don't have tools. They need that shatter to be big.
Uppercut is through, Corey going low, and Alarm scoops the kill, gets the headshot. Roar smashed into the wall. Bionade hits 3 on the side of the Fusion, but it does not matter. The cleanup is coming through, and suddenly it is one more attempt as they look to get the stagger on Elivote, and this is looking absolutely brutal.
I'll be honest, I don't even think they really get one more attempt. They get half an attempt. They get one shot at that Blizzard. There's the stagger. They needed Elivote. He needed to be the one to tag to start the fight, but he's the last to die. He's staggered, and that means it's up to Arc.
They need him to eat the Blizzard as well.
I mean, there's just no way. There's no way to realistically engage on this one.
13 seconds. They're pushing forward. They're chasing their way up. Carpe, however, the first one to fall. Have they gone too far? Arc going to be taken down. Arc is taking up. He's back capping it. Oh my God, the Fusion! They don't realize it. He just goes ahead and snakes it out right up from underneath of them. Unbelievable.
Sick play by Arc. They took the fight to the choke. They thought they could prevent every member of the Washington Justice from touching the point. It wasn't so. Arc was able to slip around the backside there. They only needed 1 tick. And this is essentially a huge mistake from the Fusion in terms of spatial awareness and having someone to tag there. A situation like this should have never happened. And once again, victory slips away from the Fusion. They're still able to take this map if they're able to have a better attack run, but we may be looking at a draw here. We may be going into a 2-1 map 5. But I mean, that was certainly a map that was left out to dry for the Fusion.
Mildly speechless.
They knew that there was only one person who could touch, right? Elivote was staggered. He was the last person to die. D.Va's not going to be able to touch the point. They went aggressively forward there. And then it's Arc who comes into the back.
Yep. Oh man, look at this.
Funny Astro can't touch. He tries to get in. He's a bit late, and he's just knocked away.
Yep.
Just a second too late.
Well, here we are with a 12-second difference now to potentially decide this map. As you said, very well could result in a draw yet.
Yep. First to 3, by the way. Yep. Fans at home, so even if it's a draw here, doesn't mean Fusion takes it. They will need another win.
That is very true.
Now,
Pushing
Carpe
up now.
on the Rat here, by the way.
Yeah.
For just a Riptire defense. If he gets the Riptire, that's almost guaranteed a hold.
A bold move. Tosses out that mine, but he's getting jumped on. As Stratus harassing him in the side. Roar, however, under pressure, falling lower and lower. 9 HP will be taken down finally. Ivy finds the kill, and Sato builds up a very swift shatter, and he drops the hammer. To try and get rid of the hopes and dreams of Washington Justice for being able to get a tick, let alone a cap here in these overtime rounds.
I don't think Arc's going to be able to sneak this one away, I'm afraid. They've got one more shot to try to touch in here. You can see Elivote's kind of leading the charge. If he touches the point, he'll buy time, but it's going to be an awkward engage. That best case scenario for the Justice here. There he goes.
Defense Matrix.
He gets the touch.
Beneath. Does manage to force out the overtime. Wall comes through. They boost Poco up. They get a lot of damage in onto that Orisa, but it's not going to be enough to finish him. Ant Matrix going to have to be abandoned here for the Philadelphia Fusion, so not going to be netting them too much as they get halfway to that first tick. Now the Ant Matrix going to be used by AimGod, but he's under pressure. Dragon Strike tossed through from the side. Can Corey find anything? Carpe gets rid of Stratus. It's an all-out bloodbath here on the point. Sato tries to make his way back around the corner, but he gets greeted by that Earth Shatter. Sato and Carpe both knocked to the ground, and suddenly Washington Justice, this is very doable. They will have it.
They will have it. That was a great engage there using the Ant Matrix, coming around the side, blowing up those tanks at the last second there, and it's Carpe who fails to get a Riptire. The Junkrat combo here with a May is very powerful. If you could slow those members, get them caught in a choke point, get a fast Riptire, that almost guarantees you the hold. He has a Riptire for B now, but they wanted the full hold, and they're not going to get it. See the Reaper swap here for longevity on the point to just try to get one tick, have that extra life steal, stick to the point here.
The Moira as well. Ember's healing. Riptire goes through. Sound Barrier going to be used in response. Tire down to half HP. Can he find a pick? Runs it through, but will not be able to find anything. Several members, however, falling lower and lower. Amador is going to be tossed out. Blizzard coming through from both of these Mays. Sato going to be dragged out. Now frozen the Sound Barrier, keeping alive for a little bit longer. Bongo going to be finished off. Ivy finds Ellie boat, but Roar finds Sato. Washington Justice certainly still in this fight. It's a main tank or a main tank. Corey's
staying alive
trying to get the kills. Funny Astro going to be taken down, but the Defender's advantage still going to be there for the Philadelphia Fusion, but they have to find some picks. Nearly to the first tick right now are the Justice. Stratus goes under fire, makes his way into the ice block, but the trap is going to be directly on top of him. Boosts his way up, out. It's Carpe, dangerously low, hovering around the backside of this tomb. Shots coming down, Roar going to be eliminated. Poco finds himself a double kill. It seems like the Fusion very well may make this one happen. The shield gets raised, they clear them off the point. Justice cannot get any percent on point B.
No percent on B, but this is an excellent start for the Justice. A very unlikely scenario, taking that A point the last possible second. And right now, if you're a Fusion fan, what seemed like a one series, suddenly Arc sneaks into the back. Funny Astro is not able to tag, he's knocked back. We're going to an overtime round you couldn't have imagined. And you look at the setup, it's looking bad for the Justice. Carpe's about to have a Riptire, but they steal A away as Carpe's at 92% on a map that felt won almost certainly. Now disadvantage to the Fusion. One botched attack away from a Game 5 with a 2-2 scoreline. Nobody really thought we'd be here when you looked at that B attempt there from Justice.
Certainly not. And with only a 12-second advantage for the Fusion, it's very difficult to say how this is going to go for them. They need to get that cap on point A. They need to get a tick on B if they want to find the victory. Otherwise, we're still looking at a draw. We're still looking at another map coming up.
That's right.
It'd still be advantage for them.
Yes.
Is the biggest thing.
I mean,
Justice have to win 2 in a row.
Yeah. Worst case scenario here is they just simply get full health and lose the map.
Yeah.
But they're looking for that draw at worst case for them. Best case, they just take it. We're going to see mirrored compositions here. The Hanzos coming out. And this time, Justice aren't going to get an opening pick here.
Ooh. Well, that was almost a...
almost.
almost a very poor start. As Funny Astro barely scrapes by with his life intact. Making their way around the side. Sonic Arrow is going to be coming through. Nice halt in, but try to get some Fire Strike damage, but Roar is still going to be leading.
Carpe again with a crazy flank. Any stray headshots here might be able to open the point up. He's got to play careful though.
Trying to see if he's being contested on the high ground. Is not.
Trying to get
Mortality Field's going to be taken down. Spam shot's going to be coming through. Roar will be eliminated. Sato finds the hit, but Corey finds Carpe. 1 for 1, but now 2 for 1 as Heliboat will fall. No tanks available for the side of the Washington Justice.
Justice are going to play for the draw here. They're going to back off.
Yeah, they're going to have to do that. You would expect. Corey's still around the back. Ticks starting to come through. They're still very well split. You would expect that if they're going to die, they have to die right now.
Stratus is back. He just wants to get a little bit more Blizzard charge here that can delay.
Are they going to go for this? Stratus makes his way up.
They're committing.
Yeah, but they go ahead. They just let the point go off. The problem with Stratus, he jumped off the point with the ice block, was not contesting, and now there's going to be the cleanup. And now they're going to start charging forward.
And they bought some time here. They bought some time. They will have the respawn. They got fast respawn with the two CP changes, but they don't have a Blizzard. Stratus is still 10% away.
Ivy nearly with his own. Shatter going to be coming down from Roar. Doesn't catch anybody. The beat hits. Pretty much everybody on the side of the Fusion going to be receiving the shields, and Carpe finds a shot. Corey going to be gone. Roar taken out. The Blizzard tossed in by Stratus, but he himself is dead. Dragon Strike through the side of the wall. Ellieboat left out in the corner, left out to dry. But that is going to be it. They start ticking their way up as they clear the point. Corey comes back in with the Tracer, but we need to see some major heroics to try to make this one happen. They're walled out. They drop back in, but Stratus, this wrecking ball, as they all arrive, they are cut down one after the other. Sound barrier out from Arc to try and delay, but Roar will now be taken down. The supercharger for good measure. Arc going to be eliminated. Ellieboat knocked out of the mech, taken down. The Blizzard tossed in celebration. Shatter comes down, and Philly Fusion will be able to do it. They take it 3-1 in their first homestand.
Got to be breathing sighs of relief, winning their first match of their first homestand here for 2020. Arc almost stole it away with that back cap, and it looked dangerous. It looked risky there for them on A. And that last-minute contest, the gamble for the Washington Justice to commit ult to try to stop them on A, to take the map right then and there, did not pay off. A crazy back-and-forth series, and this might have been one of our better ones, I feel, from what we've seen so far in our first 2 weeks of the Overwatch League. Absolutely great series between these two.
Oh, for sure. I know that the fans are elated, but I myself a little bit was kind of hoping for that Game 5 just to go the distance. But Fusion are able to take it in the end, so fantastically done in their first match of the 2020 season here live in front of the home crowd. Guys, go ahead, give it up for the Fusion. And we'll get to hear from what looks like Poco in just a moment. Down on the floor, but you can see everybody, the crowd electrified inside the Met.
The crowd speaks for us. I mean, really, such an excited group of people here on Philly's first match. And it was a clutch finish. Absolutely brilliant there in the end. Justice falling just a little bit short. They had some miracles, they had some great moments, but it wasn't enough.
It was not, but guys, let's go ahead. We're gonna throw down to Golden Boy, who's standing by on stage for the entire Fusion squad. You might not have turned the mic on.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your Philadelphia Fusion. Joined by my man Poco over here. Poco, Anubis, I want to talk about that real fast. What happened? Arc just caught you guys off guard. What was going on in the comms?
I mean, it didn't caught us off guard. We just wanted to make the map longer and more fun for the people, so that's it.
All right. I like that. The pressure for a lot of these teams that have their first homestand is to win in front of their home crowd. Very, very challenging thing to do. How did it feel today to be able to pick up this big victory at the first ever Philadelphia Fusion homestand?
I mean, no, like, it feels amazing to play in front of such an amazing crowd. And yeah, I mean, we wanted to win this one especially, but we're gonna win like a lot more.
You're gonna win a lot more. You know, I read a lot online. Washington Justice, you know, they were cashing in those scrim bucks. They were a good team, formidable team. What do you guys think of Washington Justice, and how were you guys able to beat them today?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Washington Justice are like a really good team. They're like really underdog, I think. People don't think they're good, but they really are. But yeah, today we're better.
They're better. They're better. Finally, you're here in your home of Philadelphia. So I want you to take a moment to address this crowd, let them know why they should be coming back here each and every time the Fusion are in town.
Yeah. I mean, that's just it. Look at the people, they love it. And yeah, thank you guys for coming, and we're gonna do our best this season to make you guys proud.
Tomorrow, you got one more match against the Florida Mayhem. Yaki said that they were going to silence this crowd. Do you think that is going to happen? Do you think the Florida Mayhem are going to quiet the Philadelphia Fusion crowd here?
For sure, no.
For sure not. That's what he says. Poco, thank you so much, my friend, for your time. Congratulations once again, folks. Your Philadelphia Fusion!
Thank you, Golden Boy. I mean, from my times going to, sports or concerts in Philly, even a loss is not enough to silence this crowd. So I think no matter what happens tomorrow, Mayhem aren't going to be able to silence them, win or lose. But Fusion is a very strong start for them. We're going to go ahead and take a look at our player of the match, see who comes away with the honors this time. I think it's a pretty clear decision, and it is. It's going to be Carpe, the player of the match.
So many clutch moments that helped them win the maps at the early part of the series that looked dire. Without his clutch on control, we'd be playing a map 5 right now. I mean, it was a really tough call. There were really good plays across the board for the Philadelphia Fusion, but Carpe was the most consistent at the end of the day across a large variety of heroes, even challenging Corey on Hanzo at positional disadvantages. And, you got to be impressed with his Doomfist save here as well on B, of Anubis. Carpe had a great series, and we're looking forward to more and more of this. I mean, this guy's been playing Overwatch professionally for 3 years. This is his 4th year. So, I mean, to have that long of a story, a storied history, and to continue to improve, to continue to perform is just terrifying.
Yeah, this guy is always going to be a superstar, and it's no surprise that the Fusion have been keeping him very closely held. Do not want to let go of him because he still has the talent. Doesn't matter how long he's been in the game. He's going to keep trucking. He's looking for that grand finals appearance and that victory yet again. And we'll see if maybe this is going to be the year for the Philadelphia Fusion to make their way back into that grand final. Time will tell. We're just getting started here for the weekend. That's it for the day. But of course, we still have more games coming up as it's just Saturday and there's still a Sunday.
I know, it's hard to believe that that was just one day of the 2 we've got here. And I'm very excited to see what's going down tomorrow. Especially for me, what stands out is the Florida Mayhem versus the Fusion. We've just talked about it. Golden Boy hinted to it. But also to see if the Outlaws can back themselves up, come back from that tough loss against Mayhem. Mayhem looked great. Houston struggled.
But so did Washington Justice. It's still a very tough opponent for them. But guys, thank you so much for joining us live here at the Met on YouTube as well. It's been a fantastic first day. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. But make sure you guys stay tuned for the WATCHPOINT post show. That's coming up live from Los Angeles in just a bit.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now. Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
The first day of the Battle of Brotherly Love has concluded in Philadelphia, but we are just getting started here in LA for our WatchPoint post-show. 4 teams have made their season debuts, and 4 seasoned analysts. I'm just going to count you in there. Why? You're
3.5.
You did your news show, I count.
Yeah, a bit of both.
Wow, rough. Anyway, I'm joined by the guys. That's really all I wanted to say. And I'm glad I am, because we have a lot to break down. We had some great games today, some great first showings from those teams. So I want to just get right into it and break it all down. Some teams, well, come on.
Let's start positive, okay, Johnny? And then we'll go down. We'll go downhill.
Okay, you know what? Let's just start off with some of the highlights. Yeah, let's start on a positive note. What was the biggest takeaway from any of you guys?
Well, honestly, I thought this meta especially was going to be DPS carry. And like, obviously there's some more carryable moments now that we have this meta, but I really thought it was like, oh, whichever Widow and whichever McCree are going to be the best are going to be best. But supports really mattered. And the new supports that showed up for the winning teams today actually kind of blew me away.
I thought you were going to say tanks.
No,
it's not always about tanks.
No, I was going to make a cohesion argument. So, like, Gangnam Jin for Florida, and then obviously Funny Astro and Alarm just crushed for Philadelphia. We'll elaborate on this later, but I think that the support lines came up huge today for both the winning squads.
For me personally, I think it's that Carpe still got it. A lot of us had question marks coming into this season. Last season, he didn't really show much. We were in GOAT's meta. He was stuck on Xayah, but he just didn't look, the same way that we always saw him as. But today, McCree, Widow, I even think the Justice did a really good job of shutting him down in this match, and he still managed to sort of pull ahead and help his team get the victory.
Yeah, but that's a thing we've seen in the past. Now, one team that can set Overwatch League history is the Florida Mayhem. Because this season, they might, for the first time ever, have a winning season record. So my biggest takeaway from the day is the Florida Mayhem. They're actually pretty good. I like the new pickups. Gangnam Jin played really well. I think that Yaki overperformed on the May. I wouldn't say I didn't expect it, but there were some question marks, legitimately so. But they overperformed, and I think they played pretty well. So Florida Mayhem, congrats, you're about to start winning.
I think BQB definitely overperformed.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be Xayah, but BQB's just go with a hot hand there. I think Florida definitely has some things to look forward to. I don't think they're the worst team in the league.
That's a big comment coming from
Hot takes! You
Hot
asked me my
takes,
expectations on the pre-show, and I said, I don't think they're the worst, and now I'm really backing that one up.
Well, I want to dissect the game we just watched, because quite frankly, that was a lot closer than the first match of the day. So let's take a look at what we saw there from Carpe and the crew. They came out swinging. What were the first impressions from that new Fusion squad?
I was really impressed with these guys. A lot of people thought Fury was going to play first, and what we expected, but we had Poco come out, and you saw them lean towards double main tank strategies in a way with the Orisa and the Ryan, and I'm not a huge fan, but I think it works for this team because they want to build a lot around Carpe. They actually played it with the Baptiste, which I really like, so they have some adjustments to different teams, and they seem to have their own style.
And also for Sado, I think Sado was one of the players that really performed well today, and a lot of people acknowledge that he hit a lot of good shatters, got some good charges in there, a lot of playmaking ability, but I think it comes down to the identity of Philadelphia Fusion and the way they played around Sado and Carpe, because they played the Baptiste and the Lucio, so they're obviously focusing on a lot of healing, and they're playing the double shield, and they just set up Sado and Carpe for success, in my opinion. I tweeted out that I think Sado in this game reminded me a lot of Coco and Envious, and in that Envious lineup you had players like Taimu and Chips Hyen, so a lot of talented players, and Coco was just there to rely on his team to set him up for success. And Sado played really well because his team allowed him to. Apex.
Apex.
People are gonna. I get it. People are gonna give Sado a lot of credit because he showed up in the kill feed a lot. And actually, he set a record on that last map, the 4th most final blows ever on a map from a Reinhardt at 21. But I think a lot of that has to go to the unseen aspect of Alarm. There were so many times he's just getting pumped full of heals, and your main tank's only as good as your main support, keeping them alive. And I want to say the immortality fields came up huge. There were a couple times Sado was dead to rights, but I think now you're seeing Sado trust in his main support a lot there too, of like, oh, I can be aggressive here, I'm getting the support from Alarm, and I just was super impressed by the entire backline of the Philadelphia Fusion, a completely revamped backline of rookies.
Yeah, and also Ivy, right, because he's playing the Mei, and when you are playing the Mei, obviously it becomes a struggle to play against that, and then you have Elivote sort of focusing on shutting down Carpe, so Roar was sort of left hanging on the side of Washington Justice, and that obviously made things a lot easier for Sado, but at the end of the day, we're sort of, saying that Sado doesn't deserve a ton of credit. But at the end of the day, he minimized mistakes and he played really well.
He played to his strengths.
Yeah.
Like, it felt a lot of times in the last couple years that Sato felt like he had to do a lot. It was like a defensive Winston plays on some maps, like Numbani comes to mind. It's like, Sato, what are you doing? And then he just overset it. But it seems like they've got him playing to a point where he can make these enormous plays. Look, make no doubt about it. Sato hit shatter after shatter. These were fatty shatties that he hit on the regular. And he wasn't dying too often, which has always been the knock on him. And I think they've kind of, like you mentioned, Cussin, they're playing around their best parts of this team. Carpe is going to carry. Sato, don't try to do too much. Just be there. And just, as long as you stay alive, we will win games.
Yeah, we saw a lot of good team cohesion from both of those teams. It seems like their new additions are just setting in and gelling so very well with the existing pieces of the roster. So this is a great outlook for both of those teams. And we did get our first look at the Justice today, and you know, we have more of that coming very soon because they will be hosting the next homestand next weekend. So you can still get your tickets. All you have to do is heading on over to their website and secure tickets. It's going to be very interesting to see how they will do in their second showing.
I was really impressed with watching today. Honestly, there were, as we said, there was mixed messages coming out of this team. They did have the scrim bucks, but you know, you can only take that so far. But they actually looked really solid. And it wasn't just on the back of Corey like we've seen in them in the past. They actually had a lot of great cohesion. I was really impressed with Elivote. He seemed to do a really good job of sort of applying pressure while also trying to keep their team alive. So just overall just impressed.
Go ahead, Johnny.
I was going to say the only player that really underperformed in my mind was Roar. But I don't think you should discredit him too much because I think overall Washington Justice, Elivote tried to shut down Carpe, etc. So Roar just didn't have the resources to really perform in this match. So overall, I think Washington Justice just played pretty well, and I was impressed.
I want to hear from you guys. Justice, overhyped or underhyped coming into this?
Slightly under?
Yeah, slightly under.
Slightly under, but not.
You had them
not
on
too much.
15th place. Let's just cycle back to that one. You were not on that hype train.
It was a cluster.
But they're probably around 10 to 12.
Yeah, I would put them around the same point.
Maybe a little higher.
No, I wouldn't put them higher than 10 or 12. I think they looked good, but I think against good opponents, they might get shut down and they might get found out, especially with their style. I praised Elivote, but he did really only play one way, and they pretty much only played one style. So if they can get some adjustability in there, I'd be impressed.
It's going to be interesting when they get Lulsish back, because I think you and I were talking, we're just watching the game, but I think some of the questions we had about watching it were cohesion. And there's 3 brand new players on this team, how are they going to work together? And we're both kind of impressed. They're like, they look cleaner than I expected them to look.
For sure.
All right. Well, this is pretty much it from this very game. And as I already teased just a little bit before, this was just the first look we saw on some of that team. You see it right here. Washington will be the next hosting team. And now you can read off that wonderful URL, which I could memorize just before. So head on over there and secure your tickets. We will be right back breaking down more of the action here on the WatchPoint post show. Did you know that this is a very important week in competitive Overwatch history? That's right, forget about Valentine's Day. On February the 14th, 2017, the C9 was born.
Whoa!
looks like he's got the whole hog. There's the pulse bomb going in and a couple kills. Mendo does get the one onto Dongyun. Going on to that, and it looks like Africa Blue. Did they just not touch the point? I guess not. Well, that was a bit odd.
Well, I mean, right there, Africa Blue.
Wow.
Just takes the point.
No sound barrier as well. Arhan's going to get taken out. Can't really do much about that. Adam in trouble. Mendo trying to run away.
Nobody's on the point.
Are you kidding me? Again? What?
Oh,
that
man.
is 2 rounds in a row, that Cloud9. This is what's been so annoying in the past, but Cloud9 with a great position. There's the self-destruct, though. Oh, the overtime! The overtime. Nobody was able to stay on the point.
Well, that's just a heartbreaker, but that is one of the great things about heroes like May and D.Va in these overtime scenarios, is it can just push everybody off the
So many happy memories. Did you guys have a favorite C9 in the last 2 seasons?
My favorite one of all time was recently. It was Florida Mayhem when the D.Va player got off the point when it was going through the arch on Dorado.
Junkertown.
No, I think it was on Dorado, and he just got off the point and they just lost.
You guys are just
That was
wrong.
Zhongjin. Shanghai Dragons. When
The
he just
Shanghai,
lost.
it was
Shanghai.
Shanghai, Dorado first. He's on
That's what
Brigida, like cart duty, forgets
But
it's
didn't
overtime.
Youngjin do that twice?
Walks off the cart.
I'm pretty
Very
sure
possibly.
that
I
pretty
just
sure
love
we
that
saw him
clip.
doing that twice.
I just love that clip because it pans over Shore4, and like it's that same kind of slight smirk that Shore4 gets sometimes when he's mad. Like, I love that.
I remember being at Apex because that was in season 2 when it was happening, and we're sitting behind just like, no, come on. Because it's the worst feeling ever as a player when it happens, because you can't even get mad because nobody wanted this. Nobody, you can't just, it hurts you on the inside.
I can't believe, actually, we both played in Apex that season.
That season, that was the same season we were both there. Didn't we both lose in groups?
I don't know.
Great memories, great and fun
I'll have to go
memories
back on
right
the computer
there.
and check.
Did you have a favorite C9 moment reinforced?
Well, it has to be the Junkertown one. That's an epic moment. But there's also an old one, non-Overwatch League related, Contenders, when Envy and Fate left the point for the Valiant. No, sorry, that was Immortals. Immortals, yeah. That was a classic one in Contenders. I love that one.
Fun memories. And we have so much more memories to make as this season only just started. And we're going to look back at the beginning of today where we had our first match of the day. It was the Mayhem going against the Houston Outlaws. And yeah, we've been a little harsh dissecting that game, but I want to still take a look at the teams and the debuts we had from both of those teams. Lots of new faces coming onto the big screen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as we said, we've been hard on the Houston Outlaws, but the thing that needs to be stated is Florida Mayhem looked really good. I would put them on the same level as the Justice of they had good cohesion, they had good players, stepping up. Yaki had an incredible game as May. BQB impressed us. We all expected Sire player, but he was just clicking heads, doing what was needed. So I was just really impressed with this Florida Mayhem roster.
Absolutely, and we just saw plays coming out of every member of the team. Gangnam Jin, we knew he was an amazing Ana coming into the league, and Florida Mayhem, they just played to his strengths as well. And Chris was like, okay, well, my Lucio stats are not great, so I'm just going to sit on Brig and just
It's
just
the most
armor.
Brig we've seen.
Yeah, just armor my McCree and take care of Gangnam Jin, and that's pretty much what they did. So I really liked what I saw coming out of Florida Mayhem, and then credit to Karyan and Gargoyle, the tank lineup as well. So overall, looked good for Florida Mayhem. I want to see them get tested properly.
Yeah. Yes.
So we'll see tomorrow. But for now, we have to be positive on the Florida Mayhem for the first time ever.
It's still a lot of questions, but I think tomorrow, even if which one did they go up against? Is it Washington or Philly?
Tomorrow, they're Philly,
Philly tomorrow? Okay. Yeah, I think even if they lose that match, but they show up.
Yeah,
I think
like Washington.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, I've always been a fan of like, as long as you stay in it, then I'm still going to give you credit on it, as long as they don't get bodied. But look, new brand, new colors, selling a lot more jerseys, and now they're starting to get wins too. And this Florida team, I think it's really important to open your season with a win. Because regardless if you're new players or whatever, you're still under that brand that has this kind of looming thing over it. It's like Shanghai. Shanghai needed their first win. Even though it's a brand new roster, you're still getting that kind of monkey off of your back kind of thing. And I think it's really important for Florida to come out swinging today and to win with a 3-0. I don't care who it's against. A 3-0 on your opening match, you're happy.
Especially with Yaki and Gangnam Jin, two rookies that a lot of people have expectations. If you come in on your first match and you just don't really deliver, that's a huge mental thing of like, can I perform on this level? Can I do that? So them having big matches is just important for them moving forward.
Yeah, and even talking about Yaki, we know that he's a really good player, flexible, but turning up on the May as well was what surprised me, because we've seen him in the past playing multiple other heroes in Contenders and at Gauntlet. But May, it's a bit of a different mindset because it's more about crowd control and using your wall appropriately. So Yaki is a bit of a rising star because he is so versatile and can play so many heroes, and that is going to be crucial later on in hero pools as well when that gets introduced.
Now, if you're looking at both of those teams, were there any players on those rosters you were missing on the big screen? Anyone you would have liked to see subbed in?
Oh, Linkser for Outlaws. If you're going to play McCree, if you're going to play Widowmaker, I think that Linkser is probably the best hit scan player on that team. Sure, Dante can play the Tracer really well and the Sombra really well, but I think when it just comes down to the McCree, I would have liked to see Linkser instead of Blase.
I completely agree as well. They have Blase in, and I would have to assume that is because of his leadership. A lot of people praised his leadership coming into this season. He's the person that's going to bring the roster together. So he is on the hit scan, but he just didn't really show up today. And in this meta, the McCree and the Widow is just probably the most important part.
All right. Well, last week we praised Architect. Hard word. We gave a lot of praise to Architect last week for his very dominant performance. But Florida's rookie Gangnam Jin, we just hit on a little bit, made an impressive Overwatch League debut today as well. So let's take a look at how those two players would actually stack up against each other on their Ana play so far this season, guys. Any thoughts?
My thing is, a lot of people hyped up Architect Ana from their match, and he obviously had an amazing match. We're all very impressed because we didn't expect it. But then we have Gangnam Jin, and behind the scenes, they're like, you guys realize how crazy Gangnam Jin's numbers were in this match? And you look at it now, he almost did double the damage as Architect, mirroring healing, more final blows, more bionic nade kills. It's just across the board, he was just insane.
And I think he actually made some really map-saving decisions too, especially with nanos towards the end. So if you're playing Ana for San Francisco Shock, you don't have to think about nanos. You find super and you hit Q. That's it. He gets every single nano boost. But the Mayhem Ana here had to decide, oh, do I give it to D.Va now? Do I give it to this? Like, making decisions on the fly that saved them points, probably won them Ike involved in several different scenarios with offense and defense, giving it to the right person. So you could not ask more for your Ana today, I don't think.
I still stand by what I said on the pre-show, that I think Gangnam Jin, he has this like mystical feeling aura to that he's just like Riju Hong or Twilight. Like he can just flip a fight just by hitting a sick barrier grenade or a nice sleep dart. So this is a player that I'm looking out for to really perform because he can be a top tier Ana player in the Overwatch League.
Well, let's see if he can do it again tomorrow when they are playing against the home team, the Philadelphia Fusion. Now coming up next, we will educate you at home with our alt economy, and later we will preview tomorrow's matches.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
And now it's time to learn something about some smart ult usage. This is today's Ultimate Economy presented by State Farm. So Reinforce, break it down.
Break it down. Yeah, so we're going to take a look at Washington Justice here. They're defending on Havana first point. And Corey actually goes down pretty fast. They're down in a 5 versus 6 situation. And this is just a moment that I want to teach people at home the decisiveness shown from Washington Justice. I think it's really impressive. So you're down 5 versus 6. You have to defend this point to hold the first point. And you can see that Arc has a sound barrier, Roar has the Earth Shatter, and Elevote has the self-destruct. So I just appreciate the decisiveness from Washington Justice here to use the sound barrier immediately. Okay, so Corey is down, we can play this out, and immediately once he goes down, as we play it out, we can see that Arc is going to use the sound barrier, and immediately they're pushing up on Philadelphia Fusion, because suddenly you're down 5 versus 6, you need to be decisive and try to find something in this fight before it gets away from you. So while it didn't really work out for the Washington Justice on this point, I think that it's a lesson that you can take home to your ranked games, in that you have to be decisive, and as soon as you're down 5 versus 6, you have to just go all in to try to defend that point. You can't stall it out. You can't wait for yourself to get up pick yourself. So I like the decisiveness coming out from Washington.
I was actually just really impressed in general of this whole team with just how strategically they understood their win conditions. That's an important thing to know in like professional Overwatch. At every moment, the win conditions change. As soon as Corey goes down, their win condition changes. We need to kill somebody immediately, because otherwise you're just going to lose over time. So they recognize instantly, we're going to drop the sound barrier. They rushed in. As soon as the Philly dropped their sound barrier, you see Raw instantly drop the shatter. That is a final ditch hope that he will drop it, because that's pretty much the only win condition they had at that point. So I respect the play. As you said, it didn't work out, but it did work in other times.
But it's not a wrong play to drop the hammer, in my opinion, because you have to hit it. And yeah, you didn't this time, but that was your only chance at holding the first point.
It goes back to my coaching for Houston of just go and just like, passive play has only worked for one team in the history of the Overwatch League, and that's the NYXL, and it's never worked for them in the playoffs before either. If you look at the teams who succeed in this league, it is teams that take 4v6s and they win them. Vancouver, San Francisco come to mind. They were dominant last year on this aggressive play style.
Well, today we learned. Thank you guys so much for that. And we're now taking a look at the matches coming up tomorrow, as we have so much more to show here on our second day over in Philadelphia. Houston is going to look to bounce back against the Washington Justice, and Florida is looking to ride their momentum against the hosting team, the Philadelphia Fusion. Any matches in particular you guys are very excited about?
I kind of want to see how the Houston do against the Justice. Obviously, we were very unhappy with how they played today, but I really hope they can look at this VOD, learn from their mistakes today, because they have good players and they have good team. They just need to get the synergy together, and they need to have the right heroes.
It's so early in the season that every match I'm just looking for answers. I'm just looking to find a little bit more about each team. It's like, is this a dominant team? Are they going to dumpster a team that I think is a dumpster, etc.? Like, where is this team at? Because after day one that I was casting, I thought London was legit, and then they played Paris, and now I still don't know what London is.
Well, I'm going to take a look at the winners tomorrow. So I'm going to look at Florida Mayhem against the Philadelphia Fusion, because they're the winners and they're the better two teams.
All right, simple as that. That's how you do it here on the desk. Thank you so much, Reinforced. Well, this is pretty much it. Everything from us here on the desk. Thank you so much for tuning in to the WATCHPOINT Push Show. Day 2 is coming up for the Battle of Brotherly Love, and yeah, that will start tomorrow. Our pre-show will be kicking things off at 12:30 p.m. Pacific, and that's 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Time zones.
Time zones.
Sounds good. Put it in Google.
Put it in Google. Put it somewhere on your calendar, and we'll be here with the WATCHPOINT pre-show. See you tomorrow.
Bye.